Scones and Slayers, a cozy paranormal mystery. Blue Moon Bay Witches, Book 2. Written by Sierra Cross. Narrated by Joanna Roddy. Chapter 1. To the handful of slow-season tourists lingering over their lingonberry crepes, the air inside Perfect Pancakes smelled as sweet as sugar. Only we witches could sense the powerful green magic buzzing through the diner, as it always did at noon on the month's first Tuesday when we collectively took over the back room. Through the pink gingham-dressed windows, December sleet pelted the beach boardwalk outside. Yet to us in here, talking shop and sharing spells, the world smelled like spring. Fresh, new, alive, green. A baker's dozen of us, crowding the giant farmhouse table, generated boisterous conversations, flowing as fast as the coffee our waitress was attentively refilling. Ethereal, glowing grass and dandelions shimmered into bloom on the checkered tile, but they were undetectable to ordinals, just like the grassy scent of our magic. If anyone got too close, our clever sign reading, Postmodern Feminist Book Club, all are welcome, assured that they paid no attention to what we were saying. I used to look forward to the Greenwich Association breakfast all month. Now, I'd only showed up so I wouldn't let down my mentor, Granny Sage. Between keeping the bakery's lights on and solving murders, my new side hustle, which paid nothing, my spell skills were in a rut. I still couldn't even teleport, which was embarrassing since my car died last week. Gran's magical health was slipping more each day, and I was far from ready to take over Sage's bakery. As if that background hum of stress wasn't enough, I had something scarier on my brain today. Vampire hunters. A secret cabal of vampire hunters had threatened to stake my friend Britt. If I was taking a morning off work, I should be investigating her sire's suspicious death, not here, geeking out with other kitchen witches over pancakes. It didn't help that our chapter president, Jacinta Hyacinth, was obsessively organized and perky, like a cruise director from hell. She'd just forced us all to watch a PowerPoint going over the rules of this year's Secret Santa, which were identical to last year's rules and the year before. Don't worry if you're lost, ladies. Jacinta flipped to a slide with a clip art drawing of a confused-looking witch with pointy hat askew. Did she think we were all morons? Yes. Yes, she did. I'm throwing a lot at you all at once, she went on with an encouraging smile. But FYI, I've cross-posted these guidelines to our GWA chapter site in the Secret Santa FAQ. I gritted my teeth, stirred more sugar into my coffee, and ignored Jacinta's alphabet soup droning till it was mercifully over. On the opposite end of the table from me, Gran was holding court, as extroverts do, keeping her seatmates spellbound, letting her pumpkin waffles grow cold as she gave tips on casting the perfect memory spell. Her magical expertise was legend, and I was grateful she still had the ability to teach. Unfortunately, the spell talk was over my head. Stupid magical skills rut. Luckily, to my left, our two youngest member witches were commiserating about how early their AM college lectures were this semester. Now, that was more my speed, and for once I even had a spell tip. Gold Star Bait from Jacinta. Try Larkspur, I said to the yawning girls. It's an elixir to help you wake up early and refreshed. The young women glanced at me with bleary curiosity. Isn't that one of those new biologic spells? Said Yolanda, a petite teenager so cute she could turn her mom's knitting projects into a fashion statement. Her boxy cardigan and knitted pom-pom hat looked brand new. You got it, yo. I couldn't help but feel a cozy warmth at being the helpful young witch that newbies looked up to. It's cutting-edge magic, really save it for some spell nerd who cares. Amethyst scowled and knitted her pierced eyebrow, which only made her look like a concerned owlet. She was a first-gen witch, born to ordinal parents, and was currently going a bit overboard with the edgy goth girl phase most first-gens went through. but it was hard to take her prickly words to heart when I just wanted to boop her nose. "We don't have time to sit around mixing brew like a couple of crones," Amethyst said. "Our new film professor assigns way too much homework. We're both working 4 shifts a week here after school, and we also have other stuff." Other stuff? I was suspicious of her vague phrasing. What did I want to bet that stuff amounted to dating inappropriate boys? Not like I had room to judge. My last boyfriend was an energy-leeching demon. "Lark is a game changer," I assured Amethyst. "Trust me, when Gran had me taking all those college business courses a couple years ago..." I trailed off. Was that 10 whole years ago? Anyway, I used to make a nice big pot of this elixir at night before class. Yolanda's big brown eyes widened. "Every night?" Sounds like a ton of pointless work. Amethyst twisted her black cherry-painted mouth like she'd found a newt's tail in her latte. "Can't we just order it online from Wizard's Warehouse?" "Sure, and I could serve prepackaged cookies made by factory robots instead of hand-rolling my own magical dough." Ugh, is this how journeyman witches thought these days? "Yes, girl, Wizards does carry Lark's brew in tincture form nowadays," a cheery female voice piped up behind me. "Or my night owl butt wouldn't have gotten through design school." We all glanced up to see a witch who looked as if she'd leapt from the pages of a magazine. Sleek black hair bounced around her tan shoulders. Her yellow bodycon mini dress was paired with ice gray cowboy boots, a bold departure from the pointy-toed black granny boots most of us wore. As she slid into the empty chair beside mine, I caught a whiff of some vanilla bomb perfume. Killer boots. Amethyst's voice was insta-girl crush shy. "You must be Leia, the new beige witch in town." I froze. Beige? That explained the heady scent. Beige magic smelled like perfume. I should know. My elegant beige witch mother always smelled like Chanel No. 5, my older sister B like Glossier U, and my younger sister Sindra like black opium. But what was a beige witch doing at our meeting? "Enchantée, y'all. I'm Leia Lynn." The witch gave a graceful wave, and I nearly strained my eye-rolling muscles. "I'm visiting from Los Angeles. I got a 6-month contract with Kensington Industries. They're redecorating their properties away from that cringe 80s stuff and wanted a magical touch." Amethyst squealed. "You're a designer? From LA?" Gone was the perma-scowl. She was gushing as if her favorite influencer had come to town. "It's only the most glam magical city in America." "Are you friends with any mermaids? Or gargoyles?" Yolanda added shyly. "I bet in California, magical society's more open-minded." "Hopefully," Amethyst added with a sigh. "We have a vampire friend who wants to move there. Well, really, anywhere but here." Leia chuckled. "Didn't want to say it, but yeah, some interesting small-town vibes here." What was that supposed to mean? I poured more syrup onto my pancakes and tried to hide how irked I was at the implication that Blue Moon Bay was some benighted backwater. Sure, the vampire hunters didn't cast us in the best light, but they were an aberration. "We have gloomy winters here, too," I piped up. "I've seen a lot of Cali folks give up and go home, and there's no shame in it." "You're sweet to worry about me." Leia dazzled me with another smile. "But my hair and makeup glamours can stand up to your rainiest weather." "Makeup glamours?" Amethyst stared at her. "I thought we're not allowed." I sighed. She's allowed. Not gonna lie, it was the one thing I envied beige witches. Our oath of magic forbade spells to improve our looks. "I can teach you the basics if you want. It's easy," Leia said, seemingly unaware she'd just offered a major green magic taboo. She scanned the menu nonchalantly as we goggled at her. Hey, can one of you fab witches point me to Jacinta? Pretty please. She said she'd introduce me around so I can maybe pick up some side gigs. Sure thing. Yolanda leaned back in her chair and performed a complex maneuver of poke-nudging Jacinta, who was 2 chairs away, still listening to Gran. Hey, Mama? Yes, the chapter president was Yolanda's mother. You'd think she'd drive any kid to rebel, but Yolanda Hyacinth was as dutiful as they came. Each afternoon, she cheerfully worked side by side with her mother at the diner. She'd been pouring coffee and working the register since she was a little kid. Jacinta bragged to anyone who'd listen that Yolanda was majoring in marketing to become her official business partner. The crones at the table glowered when Leia was introduced, and it made my petty heart smile. What can I say? Growing up, being constantly compared to my elegant mom and sisters, by the same elegant mom and sisters, had left scars. I was glad when Leia delivered her spiel in a bubbly voice and was reaching for her purse to go. But then Jacinta fork-tapped a glass of ice water to get our attention again. Listen up, ladies. The table quieted and Leia remained in her seat. Drat. Another meeting has flown by in joyous community building. Now it's time for me to unveil one of my signature surprises that'll set you all abuzz for the next month. Amethyst mimed sticking her finger down her throat. Yolanda didn't seem to notice. She was too busy gazing in admiration at her mom, the leader. I'm proud to announce a bold new initiative. The Blue Moon Bay Area Green Witch Association Mentorship Project. It's the brainchild of our leadership. Me. Jacinta gave a modest shrug, then began passing out a stapled handout. It's only a 13-hour-a-week volunteer commitment. The older witches in the room were all impersonating deer caught in the headlights of a double-decker bus. But all I could think was, this was my big break. Gran had been an amazing mentor. But now, sadly, with her magic waning, I needed another one. Painful as it was to think about. Jacinta had done me a solid, for once. Lorelei Verdell, the tiny 40-something witch who owned the garden store, was the first to recover from the shock. I don't see how any of us have time for such a major commitment. That's why I didn't want to trouble you, busy bees, Jacinta cut in smoothly. With a cumbersome email thread. Who did all the planning work for you? You're welcome. Lorelei blinked. You do understand what volunteer means, don't you? You can't volunteer others. This is my gift to our community. Jacinta ran her fingers through her cinnamon-red bobbed hair, fervent emotion painting her cheeks. Mentors listed on the left side of page 1, mentees on the right. Here we go, Lorelei muttered. The rest of the town's elder witches joined her in a sigh of resignation. This was simply how Jacinta led. She was born to organize other people in a fundamentally annoying way, like a border collie nudging wayward sheep with a well-timed butt nip. We were all used to it by now, and no one had ever attempted a coup. Because when push came to shove, no one wanted that job. With eager butterflies in my stomach, I scanned the page for my new mentor. But weirdly, I couldn't see my own name listed anywhere. Hey, Jacinta. I raised my hand. You forgot to... Oh, oops. I frowned at the projector. Hazel. There I was. You accidentally put me on the mentor side. Yes, honey, isn't it amazing how time flies? Jacinta quipped, and a few other witches cackled. I blushed. I'm still in my 20s. You're late 20s. Very late. Still counts, I growled. And oh my gosh, says here that I'm supposed to be mentoring your daughter Yolanda? Surely that's a mistake. It would be bananas for me to mentor anyone. Oh no, I don't make mistakes, Jacinta said. Hazel, you came late to green magic. You faced serious obstacles. True, my mom, dad, and 2 sisters. But in just a few years, you forged a place for yourself among us. My Yolanda will benefit from your example of hard work and determination." I shook my head, unable to believe what I was hearing. Her praise was undeserved. I wasn't some dynamo star witch. If I worked hard, it was only so I wouldn't let Gran down. Gran. She could be my out, proof I wasn't ready. You know, technically I still have a mentor myself. I gestured to Gran, whose clicking knitting needles now moved like tiny hummingbirds. So, wouldn't it be weird if I— "Nah, you go for it, Hazel dear." Gran waved me off, as I should have predicted. "A-okay with me. You'll be doing good for this community that's done so much for you." "Hear, hear. And also," Jacinta gave me her brightest marketing smile, and I sensed she felt she was about to play a trump card. Little did she know, she had no leverage over me. "Yolanda thinks you'll be a cool mentor." Me? Cool? A teenager spoke those words? I turned to Yolanda, who smiled sweetly and nodded. My heart felt all warm and fuzzy, then sank like a boulder as I realized what this meant. "I'll have to think about it." "What's there to think about?" piped up my traitor of a Gran. Jacinta chirped. "I'll put her down as warming to the idea." Helplessly, I searched the table for allies, but all I saw were looks of mild amusement. So that's how it was. Every witch for herself. "It's just, I'm really busy these days," I stammered. "And, not sure I have quite the right skill set?" My weaselly speech trailed off. Yolanda's posture suddenly slumping made me feel crushed by guilt. But how was I supposed to be a mentor when I was a mess? "Miss Hyacinth?" Amethyst didn't raise her hand. "Sorry, but I'm not feeling Lorelei as my mentor." "Mind your elders, child," Gran admonished her. "Be grateful that a sterling witch of her caliber is willing— Woot woot! Y'all heard the kid. I'm off the hook." The gardening witch banged the table and did an improvised victory dance, as several others squinted with bald-faced envy. "I feel like I want a different kind of mentor," Amethyst went on, and turned to the beautiful newcomer. "I'm vibing with Leia here." Gasps filled the room. Green witches weren't easily shocked, but asking a beige witch to mentor you was over the line, even for a clueless first-gen witch like Amethyst. An odd look contorted Leia's face. Was she stalling? Kicking herself for not having snuck out earlier? Beige witches loved to heap contempt on us kitchen witches, so I knew there was no chance she'd say yes. Even so, as the silence grew, I wanted to scream. Then Leia flashed her pearly, probably glamoured teeth. "Girl, I'm floored. What an honor. Of course, since your magic is green, I can't be your mentor." "Called it. Sorry, kid, but it's for the best." "At least not in the traditional sense. However, I'd be happy to take you thrifting, mix up kale smoothies with you, teach you the basics of beige." She winked. "See what I did there? Yeah, I know. Y'all call us basic." The elders goggled as she and Amethyst fist-bumped across the table, and I felt a grudging respect for how gracefully the beige witch handled that curveball. Sure, she'd be a toxic influence and stuff her charge full of nonsense and kale instead of knowledge. Still, she'd come here to network, been adopted by a sullen teenager, and rolled with it. Meanwhile, I ended up making a huge fool of myself, wriggling like a worm on a hook, and disappointing a sweet kid like Yolanda. In Blue Moon Bay, your fortune could turn on a pancake. Chapter 2. Who does that Jacinta think she is? The queen of town? I fumed to Gran as we strolled down Ocean Street, past the icy pier, where an adorable gray-haired couple posed for selfies, each nearly swallowed by their respective puffer coats. Assigning volunteer work? It's like having an extra boss. That witch has always been a striver and a tryhard. Gran dismissed our leader with 2 of her choice insults. But would it kill you to mentor the kid? I gaped at her. Really? So this was why Gran offered to walk me into work, instead of poofing home with a snap of her fingers? She wanted to put the pressure on about Yolanda? Too bad. I was already under pressures of a different kind. I start baking 5 a.m. every single day, I reminded her. With you semi-retired, I've got to hustle to ramp up. Next time some corporate cafe muscles in, we could lose the bakery. It's all up to me now, and I'm not ready. The look of sadness in Gran's hooded eyes gave me a twinge of guilt for my tirade. I didn't mean to sound like I blamed her for losing her magical ability. I didn't want to think about the fact that she was losing it at all. Sorry, I said quietly. It's not just work. I'm also worried about Britt and the vampire hunters. I regretted the words as soon as they'd left my lips. Gran no longer looked sad, but bewildered. She gazed out at the whale-gray horizon, as if the sea held the answer to some riddle. "Afraid I don't quite understand this vampire business, Hazel dear," she said. "Time was you could count on a green witch to take care of her own." Her own? I cringed. Sometimes Gran could be downright old-fashioned. I barely know Yolanda, and these hunters are threatening to stake innocent vampires. Gran chortled. "Please, how many of those could there be?" Ugh, Gran, that sounds a little bigoted. I scanned the empty block and prayed no vampires were listening in. Or, heaven forbid, Leia from L.A. And how about Britt, for one? You love her. Nearly everyone liked Brittany Salazar, a 5-foot-tall ex-high school cheerleader and mean girl who'd unexpectedly become my friend this fall. Though magic powers only enhanced her natural pixie queen bee vibe, getting turned at 18 had also given Britt empathy for those who face challenges in life. Ever since the vampire hunters hit her with that death threat, Britt had been crashing on my futon, storing her yucky blood vials in my fridge, whimsically rearranging my furniture with her super strength. Direct sunlight gave her migraines, so she streamed comedies all day and lived in satin PJs, washing down pizza and candy bars with my best wine till her waitress shift started at the Drunken Barrel. Calories magically fled her undead body, leaving her svelte for eternity. After 3 days, I was low-key starting to see the hunter's point of view. Gran and I reached the slippery crosswalk, and I took her elbow as usual. She shook me off. "Fine, Britt's as cute as a button, but your priorities are cattywampus." Gran folded her arms, stubbornly staying put. My patience wilted, like a houseplant at Mother's. "I'd love to stand here in the freezing cold arguing," I said, "but I gotta get back to running your bakery." "Our barista's hands can serve a muffin as well as yours can," Gran tutted, and a rare smirk crossed her features. "Them older gals would rather flirt with him anyhow." At the mention of our hot new shifter barista, I glanced at my watch and my neck muscles tightened. Oh, wow. Cade's been working solo for 3 hours. Gran narrowed her gaze. "You say that as if you don't trust a grown man to run a cash register. What, are you worried he'll rob the till?" That's ridiculous. I inspected my chipped apple green manicure. Okay. Part of me didn't entirely trust Cade DeClaw, who had a sketchy past. While we're on the subject, Gran peered down her thick black glasses at me in that way only older people can do, to see your entire soul. Has it ever occurred to you why that boy had such a troubled youth? I stifled a groan. Don't say because he had no mentor. No mentor. Lifting her posture, Gran finally took a careful step onto the slippery crosswalk, braving it without help as I hovered along beside her, itching to take her elbow, but knowing she was too proud to accept help from me in the middle of an argument. "A magical child will find trouble," she huffed. "Why do you think I hired you at 17? "You needed a pie slave?" I muttered under my breath. Gran looked taken aback for once. I say this with love, but your first pies were not Sage's quality. I laughed despite myself, remembering that shrinking, mousy girl who'd first shuffled into Gran's bakery kitchen for a pie-making lesson. Gran was right. I'd grown as a baker and as a witch, thanks to her. The wave of gratitude washed away some of my annoyance. But only some. I say this with love too, Gran. Your ideas are out of date. Well, that's appropriate. I'm 86, she said reasonably, and took my elbow at last. We headed down the block side by side. Yolanda's magic is brand new, shining with potential. It must be tended with care, or it could grow destructive and... Oh, my word! On the corner, Sage's bakery jumped into view. A blue squad car was parked in front, its lights flashing. Elliot James, our town's hot deputy and my forever crush, was wrestling a large, pale-skinned man to the sidewalk. A ski mask hid the man's features, but his broad, muscular build suggested he was young. Gran! My heart pounded as I took in the full picture. That guy just tried to rob the bakery. No, it can't be. Gran shook her gray head weakly. Who would do such a thing? No idea. But even as I said it, my brain was noting that this robber looked an awful lot like our new barista, Cade DeClaw. I took off running. Chapter 3. Thankfully, I didn't have to get much closer before I could tell the robber wasn't Cade. This dude's shoulders were truly massive, and when Elliot tore off his mask, a mop of nut-brown curls spilled out. His diamond-like stare framed a teenage face that was all hard angles, blank neutrality. Whereas Cade had open, boyish features, seemingly at odds with his jacked body, and auburn hair that fell over his eyes, making me want to smooth it back. I felt a stab of guilt that my brain had gone right to suspecting Cade. In the shameless tradition of brains, though, mine pivoted to worry. What if Cade had gotten hurt in the robbery? The cashier was a prime target, at least on TV shows. Hazel, don't even think about going in. Elliot had spotted me just as he was folding the reasonably compliant suspect into the back seat. Let me handle this. You did handle it, I shot back. Thanks, by the way. Now I'm going to check on my bakery. It's not your bakery, he called after me. It's my crime scene. I stormed in, figuring he had his hands full and wouldn't follow. Breathless, I stepped into the front room. No Cade, no customers. The floor I'd mopped to a high shine last night was littered with half-eaten biscuits and scones, and muffins whose tops had been nibbled off. Queasiness squirreled through my guts. Did the thief raid my display case for snacks? The idea of him mouth-mauling my lovingly baked magical treats shook me even more than the sight of the open cash register. Miss Greenwood, what are you doing back here? A crabby voice demanded. Sheriff Gantry lumbered out of our kitchen, leading a second man in cuffs. This one looked to be in his early 20s, rock star skinny, with a fade haircut dyed avocado. Whereas his younger partner had looked every inch the professional, this guy resembled a deranged cartoon imp, but he carried himself with a CEO's confidence. Go on, Sheriff Gantry shooed me again. Back to your... He tended to trail off mid-sentence, as if his own words bored him. Go stand with the others in the civilian holding area till we're done with... With this episode of Justice Theater? The green-haired perp grinned, flashing sharp canines. It was eerie how he betrayed no hint of shame while being arrested for stealing from my family. He looked smug, triumphant, like he'd just nailed a performance art piece about robbing a bakery. With a shiver, I turned back to the sheriff. The civilian holding area? I was trying to make it sound more official. Gantry blew out an irritated groan. Back parking lot. Got it. A belch from the green-haired robber made us both jump. Hey, sugar mama, Thanks for the free muffins. The guy waggled his eyebrows at me. They were magically delicious. I averted my eyes from his leer, a chill running down my back. Did he know I was a witch? They're not free. I willed my voice not to tremble. You're going to pay for stealing from my gran. His smirk was full of menace, at odds with his cheery green smoothie hair. You're the one who's gonna pay, kitchen witch, he murmured, just loud enough for me to hear. You're a traitor to both our kinds. I froze, my heart drumming so loud he could probably hear it. What the unholy hex was he talking about? Why would an ordinal call me out? Most didn't even know magic existed. And why would he call me a traitor? Let's go, Torin, you ill-mannered lout, Gantry barked. But the green-haired robber held my gaze with pure hatred as Gantry muscled him out the door. I was still struggling to shake off his glare and his scary parting words as I trudged to the back parking lot. Half a dozen of our regulars, mostly older women, stood flanking Gran, whose lips were drawn tight in a stoical line. Margaret from the senior center was there too, for once not bickering with her lifetime frenemy Helen, though they did seem to be competing for who would get to stand next to Cade to fuss over him with an ice pack. Ice pack? Whoa. Cade was sporting a blackened eye and a swollen lip. I made my way to him and his ardent fan club. You did not try to fight them both off. Cade shrugged, which made his hair fall into his black eye. You left me in charge. This man is no ordinary barista, Margaret crowed. He's a heroista. For once, Helen didn't quibble. I'm calling up my grandniece over at the Gazette. She proudly held up a red Nokia phone from the Y2K era. They ought to do a story on how you held off the bad guys till the cavalry came. You know, I think it's better if we keep the story to ourselves, Cade cut in. Don't want my ego getting out of control. He winked, melting both the old ladies into puddles. But I wasn't buying it. What was the real reason he didn't want any press coverage? Maybe he doesn't want his black eye in the paper. Gran's voice in my head chided me for casting aspersions about Cade when he'd just taken a punch defending our bakery. Are you okay? I hoped my voice didn't betray my guilt for having assumed the worst. Twice. I'll be fine, Cade assured me. I heal fast. Course he did. Shifter immune systems were superpowered. They weren't as disaster-proof as vampires, but were still primed for battle. Elliot was a shifter too, and no doubt, fast healing helped in his line of work. Cade and Elliot both acted heroically, Gran spoke up, and all the Cade admirers turned to look at her somber face. Nevertheless, it's a sad day for this town. No one's ever tried to rob our bakery. Not in our 75 years of service to the community. Something is deeply wrong. You're right, ma'am. Elliot's deep voice piped up behind me. Tensions are running high in Blue Moon Bay. I intend to find out why. Great. Now I really had no choice but to report what the robber had said to Elliot. I'd kind of been hoping to move on from the whole traitor to both our kinds thing, but that was apparently unrealistic. In the meantime, Elliot went on, addressing the crowd, we must stand together as a community against these bold criminal attacks. As a murmur of anxiety went up among the group, Elliot nodded to me. Got all the prints I needed. Floors swept and mopped. You mopped my floor? I tried not to let on that he'd just done something for me no other man had. So I can have my bakery back? The crow shifter narrowed his dark, hooded eyes. For now. My first order of business was serving coffee and snickerdoodles on the house to every customer who'd gone through that this morning. Far as I was concerned, they each deserved a loyalty reward for walking through our doors again. Even Gran, who generally disapproved of freebies, gave me the thumbs up before poofing home to watch afternoon soaps. The post-lunch rush kicked off, and time went all hazy like it always does. I served red velvet brownies, whiskey chocolate bread, and holiday gingerbread witches. I made small talk with a new mom's coffee clatch, then frosted 3 dozen Earl Grey cupcakes for a special order. The bakery's familiar rhythm soothed me, making me feel normal again. Almost. Cade was mobbed by his female fans all day. The sight of his tip jar at 5 p.m., stuffed to overflowing with bills, made me smile. But as I swept the dining room floor after close, I saw it again in my mind's eye, defiled by the robbers' crumbs. Their threats echoed in my head, sending a shiver down my spine. Traitor. You're gonna pay, witch. Who the hell were those guys? Did they really target Grand's Bakery because of me? What did I ever do to them anyway? And if this robbery was their opening salvo, how much worse would the next hit be? Chapter 4. The sun was already low, and a crescent moon was rising over the waterfront when I locked the bakery door behind me at 5:15 p.m. That was winter in the Pacific Northwest for you. I wasn't just being passive-aggressive when I warned Leia. Though, definitely that, too. I merged into the happy hour sidewalk traffic heading toward the south end of Ocean Street, where Max, Britt, and I were meeting up at the Drunken Barrel. The barrel was, as you might guess, a huge dive. But every day at happy hour, it pretended to be an upscale bistro, serving decent tapas and bespoke cocktails to our better-heeled locals and a few savvy tourists. I swung through its familiar scuffed saloon doors and was amused to see that business casual crowded out the usual coasty flannel. Instead of a local fiddler playing reels live on the corner stage, chill-out lounge music was being piped in at strategic decibel levels so that it cozily blurred the roar of conversation. Which was good, because when I joined their table in the corner, Max and Britt were already arguing. Well, Britt was, vociferously. Max was stuffing her face with pulled pork sliders and beet, arugula, and goat cheese salad rolls. And I don't need some stinkin' shifter bodyguard. Britt slammed down her empty rocks glass just as I sat down. No joke. To a vampire's nose, you shifters have, let's just say, a unique aroma. Newsflash, you all don't smell like a lush bath bomb to us either. Max had finally come up for air from her sandwich. How do you think I knew you were a vampire before you told us? You've got a subtle eau de rot. At least my thing's subtle, Britt lobbed back. They both paused their ancient feud to say hi to me, and Max recommended the sliders. I flagged the waiter and ordered my usual gourmet mac and cheese app and glass of rosé. Britt asked for another old-fashioned. What's this about a shifter bodyguard? I asked. She needs protection until we catch these vampire hunters, Max said with finality. No offense to your futon, but it's not exactly a secure location. Oh, you don't have to tell me my security sucks. I sighed and caught them up on the bakery heist. Every detail, from Cade's black eye to Torin the robber's neon green hair, and his creepy remarks about being a traitor to my own kind, and his. Whatever that means, I finished. Max swore and turned to Britt. It means you're gonna need 2 bodyguards. 2 stinky shifters? Britt laughed uneasily into her seared ahi salad. Though she needed blood and only blood to survive, eating food was her hobby. Let's not go jumping to conclusions. What if Hazel's robbers are just ordinals high on weed? The munchies, weird laughter, paranoia? She checked off the signs on her fingers. Why should I be scared of a stoned muffin thief? Because that's not who these people are. Max still looked stricken. They're scary. They're organized crime. Well, organized for shifters. My heart had been flip-flopping ever since scary. A shifter gang? Max nodded, her face grim. Carnivora. They're dangerous, and they can be brutal. I don't get it. Why would these shifters have it in for Hazel? Britt said, patting my arm. She's like the nicest person in town. Aw, thanks. More importantly, Max said, she's a green witch. Her comment didn't make me feel as special as Britt's had, but I knew what she meant. Gran had always taught me that green witches were held in high regard by other magical beings. That we were neutral in their war was the only thing shifters and vampires agreed on. They hated each other so much. Crud. The realization hit me. They must know I'm protecting Britt. How? Britt's eyes widened. Are they spying on me too, like the hunters? We all gasped at once. What if this carnivora gang are the vampire hunters? I stared at my friends. Shifters hunting vampires. It makes sense. Now Britt looked nervous for once. I was really hoping it was just dumb ordinals. We need more data, Max said, which I think was her way of trying to reassure Britt. But I think we have our first suspects. That crew would stake a new blood if they thought they could get away with it. Ugh. I'm going to kill Cade and Elliot for not mentioning that your robbers today were carnivora. Yeah, seriously, I said. Elliot worked in law enforcement. He would have recognized 2 local gangsters. It was irritatingly on brand that he'd told us nothing. Wait, why Cade? My brother used to run with carnivora back in high school. Max played with her food, obviously uncomfortable with the memory. Till he got arrested the first time. Thankfully, before they could make him a full member. Wait a minute. Cade was friends with those guys? I knew a little bit about switching sides, from growing up thinking I was a beige witch. No wonder Cade didn't want the local paper doing a story. To him, it was personal. Well, I'm definitely on team get a bodyguard, I said, shivering. Britt glared. Thanks, traitor. Too soon, I protested. 2 against 1, it's settled. Max pulled out her phone and began typing a text. It's kinda perfect timing, too. I just broke up with this big grizzly shifter, so he needs something to take his mind off things. I blinked. You had a whole relationship and didn't tell us? Smelly bear fur? Britt made a lemon face, then an angry one as the penny dropped. Hang on, we're hiring your very recent ex to protect me? Max looked up from her phone, confused. What's the problem? What if he hates you for breaking his heart? Britt sputtered. What if he wants revenge? Not everything's a gothic soap opera, Miss Vampire. Max casually reached over to bogart one of Britt's fries. We just weren't compatible. Turns out I might not be as bi as I thought I was. I've been telling you that since high school. Max ignored me. But Graham's a solid dude, and you need muscle in your corner. Still stuck on the fact that you kept us in the dark, I said. What are you stuck on? It's me. Max poured half the sugar pitcher into her Long Island iced tea and stirred methodically. I'm cryptic and don't say much, except about stuff you don't care about. Then I go on and on. She picked the weirdest moments to be self-aware. Miss, I'm so very sorry, but we're out of that mac and cheese you like, and also out of rosé. I looked up to see the thin, boyish waiter with his usual stoical expression. I didn't know his name because everyone called him Scruffy, presumably because of the 3-hair mustache he seemed so proud of. Britt had told me he was a domestic dog shifter and actually older than he looked. Which was good, because he looked 13. You're out of rosé, I echoed dumbly. Every bottle? This is all that's left from the happy hour menu. He was holding a plate piled high with greens, something my mother would eat. Kale delight, on the house. He set down the salad with a slight bow and walked off. Today is fired, I whined. Then I remembered Scruffy was a dog shifter. Crap. What do you want to bet that waiter's a member of Carnivora, too? That little dude? Nah, you're being paranoid. Max peered at my plate. Ooh, cranberries and feta. That is delightful. Cool if I eat your salad? I was about to dump the bowl in her lap when Britt blurted out, I need you two to help me with something. Tomorrow afternoon. We both looked up at her. I have to run a painful errand, she said. Painful? Max echoed. Are we going to the dentist with you? Waxing appointment, I guessed. Oh, you two are so cute. Britt laughed us off. Vampires don't have body hair, or cavities, or cramps. Or friends if you don't shut up, I said. Anyway, it's worse than any of that stuff. Worry shadowed her sweet heart-shaped face. We need to pay a home visit to my sire's surviving family. A shiver ran through me. The hunters were likely responsible for her sire's death. It was important to interview his family, but visiting a vampire den was above my pay grade, especially since I wasn't getting paid. Even Max seemed less than eager. So, how many vampires are we talking about in one house? Hard to say at any given time. While she spoke, Britt began shredding a cocktail napkin. Even more unlike her, she was looking down at the peanut-littered cork floor instead of at us. Let's just say, I've been estranged from that household for long enough, the family dynamics could be awkward. I saw an opening. If you need emotional support, I'm happy to process with you after the visit, which you go to without me. Who said anything about emotions? Britt gave me a frustrated look. I need Max's quick wits and agility, and your magic, in case one of those undead monsters tries to kill me. Max didn't miss a beat. We got your back, Bee. Reluctantly, I nodded. Britt stopped shredding her napkin. She let out a long breath and dropped her shoulders 5 inches. Oh, good. Thank you both. My phone buzzed with a text from Jacinta, who normally only group texted me. What time works best for you to come by tomorrow to talk with Yolanda about being her mentor? I stifled a groan. Could she be any more pushy? Busy tomorrow, I typed back furiously. Helping a friend. I shoved my phone back into my purse, snatched up my fork, and stabbed a hateful mountain of kale. Chapter 5. The small, chic neighborhood of Sunset had always felt separate from the rest of Blue Moon Bay. Tucked into the foothills, one steep and winding mile of road from the glitter of Blue Moon Heights, Sunset was known for its quirky custom homes on sprawling lots with backyard chicken coops, tropical greenhouses, mini goat pens, or avant-garde yard art. It was where the Bay's creative class dwelled, and until 3 weeks ago, Britt's sire had lived there too. I should have been scared. Yet mostly I felt concern for Britt, who was chewing her cushiony lip beside me as she shifted the car into lower gear. Her aviator sunglasses couldn't hide her anxiety, even if they hid the glare from the setting sun that gave this neighborhood its famous million-dollar views. What did these people mean to Britt? She'd called them monsters, but they'd once been her family. Her only instructions were that Max should be prepared to assume her fly form and observe while I, Hazel, was to smile and not speak unless spoken to. Hatred toward shifters and disrespect for humans. Check and check. We were walking into a literal vampire den. Between Britt's discomfort, my unease, and Max methodically working her way through an entire bag of Macintosh apples, we made the drive in crunchy near silence, until Britt drove past the neo-Victorian mansion of Yalis Meltakis, the flamboyant glass artist whose airy, translucent bowls sold at auction for thousands. Decorating his property was a breathtaking cornucopia of larger-than-life glass-blown animals and fairy creatures that seemed like they might come to life at any minute. We all oohed and awed. An amazing display, Max mused, her gaze growing thoughtful in the rearview mirror. It's beautiful, I agreed. Beautiful? Max spat back, shuddering. More like a crass and trite Disney-fication of nature, magical beings, and all that I hold sacred. But hey, to each her own. Oh my gosh, why'd you call it amazing? I snapped, feeling tricked. Britt spoke up for the first time since we entered Sunset. Because it's a stunning display of wealth. A cool million just sitting in a guy's yard? Man, must make the two of you feel like a pair of broke losers. The two of us? I was about to point out that Britt was projecting wildly when Max spoke up, her mouth once again full of apple. She's not totally wrong. I was thinking about how all that loot's just sitting in his yard. No fences, no gate, no moat filled with glass alligators, which would be cool, but I digress. So why hasn't some punk like my brother lifted all this junk and sold it on the black market? It's obviously warded, I said. Max perked up. That's a real thing? Sure, magical security systems are all the rage, for those who can afford them. What I didn't add is that warding was a touchy subject among witches. The gig was taboo, for reasons that had never been made entirely clear to me by Gran, who simply said no witch with an ounce of dignity would volunteer, and she pitied those who had no choice. Even my mother, who disagreed with Gran on nearly everything, said warding was too depressing and negative to talk about. I narrowed my eyes in the rearview mirror at the frolicking glass sprites, feeling a twinge for whichever member of my community had been desperate enough to take that job. On the next block, we passed the famous onyx-packed compound, 4 modern eco-homes connected to a giant central yard, all of it jointly owned by the former members of Blue Moon Bay's most successful grunge act. Back in the 90s, Onyx Pact sung about lust, rage, and hopelessness. Now they were all happily married dads who, from the looks of it, lusted mainly after permaculture guilds, wind-powered tilapia ponds, fresh duck eggs, and broccolini. Max ripped off another chunk of apple with her teeth and kicked the back of Britt's seat. Hey, Brittany, was your sire a musician too? Did he serenade you at school? Britt got that uncomfortable, strained jaw look again, and I tried to shoot Max a clue-up look in the mirror. Apparently, she hadn't gotten the memo about sensitive subject. No, wait, I bet he was one of those performance art morons, Max went on, clearly trying to annoy Britt into answering. Like a mime, the deadly serious kind. Black turtleneck, pancake makeup. Did you meet in drama class? You can shut up any time. Britt sighed. Gerard fancied himself an auteur, if you must know. Do you mean an otter? I asked, confused at her pronunciation. Why would I mean otter? Britt snapped. An auteur is a filmmaker, as in screenwriter and director. Was he any good? Max asked, forgetting the taunting for once. Britt hung a left turn, taking us up Sunset Hill Drive to the very wealthiest part of the neighborhood. Hard to know, she said. He never actually wrote anything, unless you count really long texts. But he was passionate about film, taught film lit and camera techniques classes at the Blue Moon College for over a decade. Max nearly choked on her fruit. When she was done coughing, she said, Hang on, I've met this skeevester. He had a passion, all right, for college girls. Britt's face froze. Only the prettiest, most special girls, she corrected, her voice sounding oddly younger. She shook her head and gripped the steering wheel, as if to snap out of a trance. When she spoke again, it was in her usual crisp, confident tone. He called himself a collector of beauty. Cheesy, but I fell for it. You would have too, don't kid yourself. Yikes. I blinked as it all became clear to me. I didn't realize the old vampire who turned you at 18 was some kind of gross predator type. Never mind, now that I've said it aloud. 18 was not mature. 18 was those witchlings, Yolanda and Amethyst, who, come to think of it, had mentioned having a new film professor. Of course, they were too sheltered to have any idea that the old one had been staked, or that he'd been a vampire at all. What were the chances he'd have preyed on one of them? A wave of sadness washed over me. Britt had been just like them when she was turned. He didn't seem gross at the time. Britt's normally mischievous brown eyes looked lost again. More like worldly and sophisticated. I thought he was drop-dead hot, even though he looked middle-aged. He'd been turned at 28, but he was a turnip farmer in the actual Middle Ages, so he looked 50. But he could make you feel like you were the only girl in the world. Except you very much weren't, Max said with a laugh. Your dude was scoping out 2 to 3 freshmen per class he taught. Heard it through the girl grapevine after I dropped his class like a hot potato, 'cause I didn't like the way he was looking at me. You? Oh, honey, please. Despite her self-assured tone, Britt appeared to have been thrown even further off balance. I doubt Gerard was into you, Maxie. If he had been, you'd be... She seemed to be musing to herself. Of course, his compelling gaze wouldn't work on a shifter. Which means, to lure you in, he'd have to come right out and offer you eternal life. And no offense, that was a perk he reserved for 9s and up. Also, I'd rather die, literally. Max tossed her final apple core out of the window, where it landed on some affluent homeowner's Salal and Radicchio lawn. It's a no-brainer. Dodging Prof. McSketchy is the only smart thing I did that whole year. Oof. I winced and waited helplessly as the silence after that unfortunate line grew more awkward. Even socially challenged Max seemed to have realized she'd stepped in it. I knew her well enough to trust that she'd been aiming for self-deprecating humor, not victim-blaming. Britt's posture was suddenly stiff, her road focus all-encompassing. Hey, Max began uncertainly. I didn't mean to imply. It wasn't your fault. Here we are. Britt's voice matched her posture, formal and stiff. This is the house, where I made bad choices, like not being immune to compulsion. That was a well-done snark, Max said. Hello, 911? I've been sick-burned by a sarcastic vampire. Game faces, everybody, I reminded them, as Britt turned into the driveway of a colonial-style mansion with an elegant Art Deco fountain in the front yard. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask how a college instructor afforded to live on this street, when I remembered. Vampire. Old vampire. Those tended to be loaded, compound interest being even more miraculous when your body had no expiry date. On second thought, if he was born in the Middle Ages and only lived here, Gerard must be a spectacular screw-up. Unlike the home of Yalis Maltakis, this property clearly had a non-magical security system, complete with cameras and fencing and a gate. A black metal one, with a code and a fancy intercom. Britt pushed the call button. Max, buzz off, she commanded in a growl. Look, I know she made some insensitive comments, but surely you two can talk it out. Oh, gotcha. A fly had begun to buzz above my head, making a nuisance of itself. I checked the rearview mirror to confirm that Max had vanished. Cameras, Britt hissed at me, just as a video display lit up on the intercom. A pale-skinned young blonde woman fixed us with a guarded stare. What business? That was it. No greeting. Just a 2-word demand, delivered in lightly accented English. Marie-Pierre, it's me, Britt. At the woman's blank look, she tried again. Britt Salazar? I know it's been a while. You, used to refer to me as beer hall chick? Ah, my dear Brittany, you have returned to us at last. Marie-Pierre's delicate young face broke into a smile that was equal parts sad and fond. She disappeared from the screen, and the gate opened. I'm a little surprised you remember me, Britt said, once Marie Pierre had ushered us into the sitting room, and Earl Grey tea had been served by a non-uniformed housekeeper, along with delicate almond cookies and a single vial of blood set before Britt. Given how many new bloods there must have been over the years. But none like you. Marie's gaze met Britt's warmly. Evidently, the woman had no fear of vampire compulsion. So vivacious. A petite diamond in the rough. Serving your swill in that hideous dive before he gave you the one true life. But then all of Gerard's creations had humble beginnings. Me more than most. She ducked her head modestly. Gerard's creations? One true life? The words were creepy enough, but what made it worse was her obsequious awe toward the dead vampire. It's like she was in a cult. Yes, well, we've all moved on to bigger and better things, breezed Britt, who's still very much waitressed at the Drunken Barrel. Anywho, I came by to pay your respects to the vampire who made you what you are. There was that beatific smile again. This woman seemed to be under Gerard's spell, even now. Sure? Britt gritted her teeth. But really, also to see you, and offer any help I can to the new bloods. Assuming he left any new bloods. Correct assumption, my dear. Marie Pierre's smile stayed on. But did it seem a bit forced now? His appetite for beauty could not be quenched. I shivered with revulsion at the thought of the old turnip farmer literally quenching his thirst with the blood of young women. Marie Pierre would probably need years of deprogramming. My shivering unfortunately caused Marie Pierre to finally notice my existence. Dear Brittany, what a kind gesture to bring us a dolly. She smiled warmly. Blood is always a welcome gift. Cold terror pulsed through me, and Housefly Max buzzed in my ear as if to say, Den of vampires, what did you expect? No one better lay a hand or fang on Hazel, Britt said sharply. She's no blood doll. She's a master witch. A witch? Marie Pierre gasped and clapped her hands together excitedly. How did you guess? A witch is precisely what we need. After what happened to Gerard, none of us feels safe. We need security. I knew exactly where this was going. I don't do warding spells, I said flatly. She's saying we must haggle over the fee, Marie said, still talking to Britt, not me. Her attitude was infuriating. Every witch has her price, no? I gave Britt a look that said in no uncertain terms, hex no. I'm sure an agreement can be reached later, Britt said breezily. What? No, it couldn't. But tell me, how are you holding up? Barely, mon chéri, Marie sighed. I was the second person to see him. Her fingers around the teacup trembled as she landed it on the saucer. What was left of him? Britt winced and discreetly pushed aside her blood vial. We don't leave behind pretty corpses, do we? Never mind, chérie. You get to be beautiful longer than anyone else. Interesting. She didn't say we. Was Marie not a vampire herself? But what happened that night, Britt pressed, when you found well, let's call it a body? Did I want to know? Nope, I decided. A sweet, wonderful world of nope. Marie sighed. I was tempted to go into shock, but held myself together for the sake of Karina. She's the last of his progeny, and she was the one who discovered his staked corpse. Here, in our very kitchen. She shook her head. Poor girl. I'll never forget the look on her face. I'm grateful the other two new bloods were spared the sight. I buried him under a willow tree, she added, gesturing toward the sliding glass door to the backyard. You are welcome to visit, whenever you feel lost without your maker's wisdom to guide you. I was proud of Britt's poker face. Thanks. Can we talk to Karina? I asked, temporarily forgetting that I was supposed to let Britt lead. Marie seemed to have some concern for the new bloods, which was nice and all, but had it even occurred to her that the person who found the murder victim could well be their killer? Marie shook her head sadly. She returned to her parents' house soon after. I have not seen her since. Her ordinal parents took her back? Britt blinked, and it hit me suddenly that she'd never once mentioned her own parents, who presumably still lived in town. Kind of surprised they're so chill and accepting. Glad it all worked out for her. Oh, buddy. I wished we were in a different venue, so I could give her a hug. Gerard staked. Britt tisked and shook her head. Did he have enemies? Marie-Pierre sighed. None at all. Perhaps a disgruntled former student here and there. You know how flighty and emotional young women can be. So, yes, enemies, I thought. Ones with excellent justification for hating him, including Karina, who, if his M.O. held true, was almost certainly a college freshman. It was all I could do to keep my fake sweet expression on and remain silent. Wow, was I glad Britt was leading this discussion. What about death threats? Britt said. No. Marie shifted uncomfortably. Well, there was one. He did not take it seriously, though. Nor did I, for which I kick myself now. But a week before I found him there, this arrived in our mailbox. She walked over to an antique writing table, opened its single drawer, and fished out a typed page, much like the one Britt had received. The only difference was it made reference to undead, blood-sucking monsters, plural, instead of singular. Britt's had even addressed her by name, but since Gerard was part of a family with multiple vampires, a more generic approach made sense, I supposed. Did you not share this with anyone? Britt had already moved on to the meat of the matter. Any authorities? Even after his death? You are right. I should have. Marie-Pierre swallowed. Ever since that night, my every waking thought is for the new bloods, how to protect them and comfort them. I didn't quite buy that. Some of her waking thoughts still seemed to be about Gerard and his magnificence. It sounds like you've had a rough time, Marie. Britt's voice was mild and gentle, which is how I knew she was being fake. Perhaps, knowing Marie as well as she did, Britt sensed that she would catch more flies with honey. I know it's hard to talk about grief and loss, but if you ever want to share... It happened just after midnight. Marie did want to share. Her sea blue eyes looked haunted. Karina and I were having a late-night chat, as we often do, and we decided to make hot chocolate. So, we walked into the kitchen, and there he was. Or, at least, there was a greenish-brown sludge with... Nope. They both stared at me. It's like you said, hard to talk about grief, I said. It really is. Britt got to her feet. Her eyelid was twitching, almost like she was allergic to being in this house. Thank you for the tea. Hazel and I will leave you to process what's happened and, hopefully, find some peace. Good to meet you, Marie. I sprang from my seat, eager to be on our way. Attendez! Marie trailed us to the door. What about my warding? Damn, I'd been hoping she'd forget it. You can negotiate terms later. Britt's voice was getting less warm and engaged with every statement. It was like her ability to fake it was just giving out. Hazel, give Marie your card. I handed her one of my Sage's bakery cards and prayed she'd be too frazzled with grief to get in touch. On the way out, we passed the media room, whose door had been closed before. Now it was open, and a pair of raucous female voices could be heard joking and laughing over the sound of whatever show they were watching. I'd have expected them to be sitting in a circle, solemnly chanting, "I am grateful for the one true life." But no. The two long-limbed beauties piled into a beanbag chair watching TV looked like ordinary teenagers. Then again, so did Britt, though she had experienced as many years on the planet as I had. I'd always envied her for the fact that she'd never age, but now I looked at the situation in a whole new light. It was sad. Really sad. Max, hitching a ride in my hair, buzzed excitedly as I made my way to the door, running to catch up with Britt's vampire speedwalk. Interviewing the new bloods would have to wait. All three of us couldn't wait to ditch this place. Chapter 6. Cade was whipping up decaf espresso drinks for the handful of customers trickling in during the 4 p.m. lull, when we three scooted into the back booth. After that creepy visit to Gerard's, I'd called from the road to order 3 mocha chais and liberate a whole loaf of pumpkin bread from the glass while he was at it. That pastry was one I'd imbued with our special second wind spell for reviving afternoon office workers. 5 minutes and about 1,000 calories later, Britt's eyes still had a vaguely spacey look, but the magic was working. So, what's the deal with Gerard's wife? Max stacked 3 slices of pumpkin bread and opened her mouth wide to bite into it, Big Mac style. I flew into her tiny little bedroom, and it's all Laura Ashley. Lace curtains on the one window. No way a dude has ever been in that room. Correct. Britt reached for a slice of pumpkin bread. He would knock on her door and ask if she needed to feed, and she'd come out and drink his blood. Ew, she drinks vampire blood? I asked. Does that mean she's a vampire? Max's eyes had widened. Or does that make her the ultimate apex predator? Britt snorted. Marie's more like a servant to our kind. She's a valet. She pronounced it so it rhymed with shallot. Blood bound to Gerard and his lineage. We were still staring at her. Valet? Max echoed. Bloodbound? I said. Britt sighed. To make a very long story short, 400 years ago, a turnip farmer in Alsace-Lorraine needed a wife, so he married a young girl from a struggling family. Unbeknownst to the girl and her family, this farmer was also a vampire. Max wrinkled her nose. I already hate this story. But rather than eating her up, Britt went on, like you'd expect if this were a fairy tale, he began to feed the girl daily from his wrist. Within 28 days, she had enough vampire blood running through her veins to enjoy some of his enchanted strength, speed, senses, and metabolism, all of which made her a stellar farm wife, envy of the whole parish. He gave her superpowers just so she could be the best little jam maker in Alsace-Lorraine? Max stared at her pumpkin bread sandwich, looking confused. Does anyone really make turnip jam? I shuddered. It was a thing back then, Britt said. Valets, not turnip jam. They're still a fixture in some vamp elder communities. The Northwest Council frowns on it nowadays, but it's complicated because the valets themselves will sometimes speak up and claim they're so happy living this way. They love having many of the advantages of vampirism without any of the disadvantages. What disadvantages? I said with a snort, and was surprised when Max and Britt both fixed me with a wicked side-eye. Sunshine gives this woman killer migraines. Max sounded personally affronted as she spoke up for Britt. She's targeted by hate groups, driven from her home, forced to drink copious amounts of blood or she'll go into a torpor. And you see no disadvantages? Britt could eat this entire pumpkin bread and not gain an ounce, I said. But that wasn't winning the room. I decided to cancel my queued-up rant about eternal youth, since now that I recalled there was kind of a major downside there, too. The whole thing where you couldn't settle down in one place for too long, or people would cop to the fact that you never aged. Hey, wait, didn't you say Gerard looked about 50? I asked, realizing suddenly that there was a hole in her story. How come Marie-Pierre looks my age, tops? Because she was only 12 when she got married off to Gerard. Britt's voice softened. He offered her parents 3 goats and 7 chickens for her hand in marriage, and they really needed the chickens and goats. Britt's features wore a look I'd never seen on them before. Her mouth was a thin line, her eyes and eyebrows pulled down with sadness. I never thought about Marie-Pierre as a victim, she admitted. To us newbloods, she was the house mother, super competent, unflappable. She wasn't cuddly, but she was always there for us. We looked up to her. But I guess it was always clear that Gerard didn't think of her as how we modern people see a marriage partner. She was an employee, at best. More like his property, Max said grimly. She had no rights, and she's not the only one either. I beg your pardon? Britt stiffened in her seat. Being turned is hardly the same thing as being a valet. Max started to reply, but I kicked her under the table. Wonder of wonders, she shut up. I'm not a victim. Britt's face filled with childlike uncertainty. Am I? Instead of an answer, I passed Britt the last slice of pumpkin bread. Not even your cake could fix this. Britt sulked, but she nibbled at it anyway. The only thing that would help me feel better is tracking down those stupid vampire hunters, so I can sleep in my own bed again. With a groan, she rubbed her back between her shoulder blades. I tried not to take it as an indictment of my futon. Hey, we 3 are working on catching them, Max reminded her. And in the meantime, Graham will be protecting you, starting tonight. Britt's shoulders slumped. Almost forgot about your smelly grizzly bear ex. Ooh, rude. Don't call him that. You could get mauled. She's kidding. I wasn't sure, but felt the need to inject some positivity. And more chocolate. I pulled myself to my feet. Turtle fudge brownies coming up. On the house. You're a queen among bakers, Britt called after me. Can I get another chai since you're up? Max added. Get it yourself, I shot back. Cade was furiously typing on his phone, but when I walked up to the counter, he quickly pocketed his device. None of my business who he was texting, but I couldn't help but be curious. Did he have a girlfriend? How's it going, boss? He greeted me with his default expression, equal parts earnest and brooding. He wore a long-sleeved gray Henley underneath his Sage's Bakery t-shirt, tattoos peeking out around his wrists. His slightly swollen lip lent a sultriness to his boyish face, but his black eye was, amazingly, almost healed from yesterday. Hell of a week, he said, as if reading my thoughts. Yeah, but things are calming down finally. Positivity. I reached behind the counter and grabbed 3 brownies from the case. As I brushed past Cade, my arm touched his bicep, and I caught the airy pine scent of his skin. Sometimes I managed to forget that Cade was super hot, which was convenient since he was Max's brother, my coworker, and a really bad idea all at once. 3 different flavors of off-limits. Walking back to our table, I forgot about Cade when I nearly bumped into a tall, well-muscled form in khaki. What's going on? I blurted out. Elliot's expression was serious, but even if it hadn't been, I knew something was up. The man didn't come in for coffee after 9 a.m., and he never ate pastries. He motioned to our table. I need to talk to all 3 of you. From the moment Elliot pulled up a cafe chair beside me, I found myself sneaking peeks at his tan uniform, sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular forearms, gun resting in its holster at his nipped-in waist. Elliot didn't seem to know what to do with his arms, so he rested them on the table. The woodsy scent of his buzzed black hair distracted me, just like in high school. Tilly spoke. Word on the street is that the vampire hunters have officially taken credit for the slaying of Gerard Chevalier. Oh no. I'd been holding out hope that those threat letters were a prank, Gerard's murder a simple case of revenge from one of his ex-pupils. Word on the street? Britt frowned. Who's your source on that? The local council of elders would have made an announcement to their ranks in Fanglife. The hell is Fanglife? Max hooted. Some kind of dumb vampire newsletter? It's prestigious, Britt hissed. They only send it to you once you've made it 10 years as a vampire. In that case, congrats, Max said, while I was still doing math. But if they haven't made an announcement, how do you know about it? She asked Elliot. It's all over the internet, he said. Where? What kind of search did you do? Max demanded. He looked shifty-eyed. Fine, I'll tell you. I've been interviewing crime suspects who happen to be shifters. Heard it from them first. Oh, you mean the carnivora guys who robbed my bakery? I asked. And who might actually be the vampire hunters, given how much they hate vampires and those who help them find safety? Satisfaction swept over me when Elliot's brows lifted in surprise. How'd you put that together? He demanded. No thanks to you, I said. Why didn't you tell us who they were? Don't you think I deserve to know who's got beef with me? Not if it's being handled. His voice was cool and a little scary, half assuring me, half warning me off. Max tilted her head back and groaned. Don't take this the wrong way, Crowbro, but last time you kept us away from all the important intel and we still solved the case for you. And you almost got killed. His tight jaw belied his calm voice. By the way, who rescued you 3 Miss Marples? I crossed my arms in front of me. Maybe we wouldn't have needed rescuing if you'd kept us in the loop. Elliot made a dismissive gesture with his hand. I'm not getting into this with you. You 3 shouldn't be going anywhere near this case if carnivora's involved. Elliot, my sire was murdered, Britt spoke up. Can you look me in the eye and honestly tell me his death will be properly investigated by your department? Elliot laughed. I'm not looking into your eyes. Nice try. Figure of speech, she snapped. Will his death be looked into? He didn't try to sugarcoat it. No. In the ordinal world, there's no case. No body, of course. And no one's called him in as a missing person. He paused. Are we even sure he's dead? One of his new bloods discovered his body, I said, earning another gratifying look of respect from Elliot. Let us follow that lead. We'll share our findings with you. And obviously, we'll come to you if the evidence points toward carnivora after all. Elliot seemed to be weighing his choices. He turned to Britt. Why the hell do you care what happened to that jerk? Vampire reasons, Max said, just as Britt said, personal reasons. He swore under his breath. You won't get far before you're in over your heads. Britt, Max, and I managed a gleeful 3-way glance. In Elliot's speak, he'd given us the green light. Just after 9 p.m. that night, I was slouching at my dining room table in my softest sweater and comfy joggers, working my way through a stack of grimoires featuring warding spells and a batch of spice cookies, sugar-rolled and drenched in molasses, when the doorbell rang. Bet that's my big, furry bodyguard. Blasé, from her futon perch where she was streaming the Golden Girls, Britt clawed the air, miming a charging grizzly. Grr, rar. I opened the door to see a clean-shaven 30-something man with a wiry build and a serious expression. He wore horn-rimmed glasses, steel-toed boots, and a blue flannel shirt open over a band t-shirt. I was still chuckling at Britt's over-the-top miming when he politely wiped his feet on the mat. Graham Rusk. He held out his hand for me to shake. I'm Hazel Greenwood. Good to meet you, Hazel. Did I miss something funny? Not at all. Come on in. I flashed a smile, thinking Graham's pleasant baritone wasn't grisly-sounding in the least. He dragged a mini suitcase behind him. Its wheels squeaked. Then I realized he was still staring at me so intently, I couldn't think of what to say. We were definitely not telling jokes, I said, feeling my palms go clammy. The first clue I was about to go into ramble mode. And we weren't joking about you. Crap. Shut up. Shut up now. You know, I think we were both just expecting something different. Never mind, it was dumb. He squinted through his thick glasses. Different how? I looked to Britt, but her face was all blank innocence. She was also gooped up with a mint green mask, wet hair twisted up in a pink towel. Given that she was a vampire whose looks never changed, I felt like she was going overboard to show she had no interest in impressing Max's ex. Oh, I get it now. Graham's squint was growing up into a glare. You expected me to smash your window, gnaw on your sofa, bathe the leather in bear drool, that kind of thing? So sorry. When you spell it out like that, super offensive. Sorry again, I whispered and ducked away, back to the table where suddenly the grimoires seemed more appealing. Don't mind Hazel. She's still unpacking her witch privilege. Britt spoke up from her Golden Girls marathon as Graham stepped into the living room. It took all I had to keep from shouting, "You were the one gurring and roaring." But in her defense, I smiled, waiting for her to tell him I was the nicest person in town. She bakes a mean scone. You suck, I mouthed to her from across the room. Britt Salazar. She gave a nod when he approached. He did the same. Neither held out a hand. Nice to meet you, I guess? How nice could it be under these circumstances? He matched her tone of weary, griping resignation. We stink to each other and your life's in danger. If it can even be called a life. Just so you know, I prefer the term unlife, but it's not like we'll be forming a friendship. Graham nodded affably. You can say that again. He returned to the doorway and wheeled in a second Ergo mini suitcase. Was it my imagination, or was Britt sneaking glances at his lean jaw, his sinewy frame, the fit of his jeans? He turned to me. Just FYI, Hazel, I'm as civilized as you are. See? Got my toothbrush, floss, razor, cologne, copy of The Grapes of Wrath. Does that make me smarter than the average bear? Weirdly specific. It's a classic, I stammered, and forced a smile, wondering if I'd ever felt this awkward in my own house. Brought a sleeping bag, too, he said. Max told me your place would be cozy, so I'm fine sleeping on the floor. But I do have a bed at home, with sheets and blankets and pillows. I get it. Glad you're okay with floor tonight, since floor's what I have. There was no backpedaling from my earlier gaffe, so I'd given up trying to make a decent impression tonight. Starting tomorrow, I vowed to show Graham I wasn't the bigot I'd appeared to be. Not that he seemed to be paying attention to me. His sparkling brown eyes were glued to Britt. Or, well, her iPad. Golden Girls. Classic. Mind if I join you? Not much else to do here. Britt folded her arms. Whatever. I returned to my spells and spice cookies, though I couldn't help but keep sneaking glances their way every time they burst into laughter at something ridiculous Blanche or Rose did. Was it my impression, or were their heads drifting closer as they watched? No way. Britt was a staunch proponent of the girl code and wouldn't dream of touching a friend's ex, especially not a smelly shifter. In my loft bed that night, I tossed and turned with nightmares about the robbers. In one, they bit the heads off my gingerbread witch cookies, spitting them out on the floor, though. I woke up in a cold sweat. My alarm clock read 3:23. Might as well get up and get ready for work. Laughter rang out from the living room. Were Britt and Graham still awake? Together? That settled it. We needed to prove Carnivora were the vampire hunters, and fast. Not just to save Britt from an untimely staking, but to rescue my cozy, quiet, witchy lifestyle from being a casualty of the vampire shifter war. Chapter 7. When I trudged over from the bus stop Thursday morning, Gran's beater car was parked behind the bakery. I raced to the back door entrance, my spirits lifting at the thought of finally getting some much-needed one-on-one time with her. "Gran, what a nice surprise," I called. "You're low on lavender. That won't do," she called back from the pantry. She was tisking to herself as she perused the shelves of dried herbs, canisters of flour and sugar, and various tinctures, with her trusty clipboard and pen hanging from a little lanyard around her neck. "No, we're not low on anything." I shook my head, feeling proud of myself for once. "Already checked inventory on Friday. I read a bunch of library books on small business management, and I set up a binder with a weekly checklist. Lavender is checked." "Don't believe your lying eyes." She flipped her white braid across one shoulder. "Better get some rose petals, too." Roses were out of season, and the only time we ever used them is for wedding cakes, which were also out of season. "You feeling okay? Why'd you drive instead of teleporting?" "Funny you should ask." Suddenly, Gran looked shy, an odd look for her. "I made a doctor's appointment for next week. Was hoping you'd join me for moral support." A pebble of anxiety formed in my stomach. Gran avoided doctors the way she dodged paying full price. "Sure thing, Gran. We can stop by and chat with Dr. Nguyen." "Not that young, fussy ordinal," she humphed. "My appointment's with a magiopath." "A witch doctor? I thought you didn't trust other people's magic being used on you." "Desperate times call for desperate measures." Right. Of course. Her waning magic. It's not like I was in denial. I just had so much stressful stuff on my plate that I was choosing to avoid thinking about it. I threw myself into prepping the morning's fresh cookies, muffins, and croissants. Gran handled the savory scones and breakfast sandwiches. I talked her ear off, venting about everything from my struggle with teleportation spells to how I was sharing my house with a vampire, and now a shifter, too. Gran chuckled and said my life sounded way more exciting than hers. The hours till opening zoomed by, and soon Gran and I were back in our old rhythm, juggling customers and ovens together, as if she'd never left. Around 9 a.m., a young mother in yoga pants and a puffer coat stood in line, her infant asleep in a wrap across her chest. "Morning, Hazel." "Morning, Nevaeh." She was a regular, and I started to reach for her usual order, a morning glory muffin and a latte. "How's it going?" "Great. In fact, my Grandma Rose is turning 100 on Friday. Can you make enough cupcakes for 100 guests?" I sighed. "Let me guess. Her favorite color's lavender." I turned to Gran, who looked smug, as she assembled a plateful of macarons in a rainbow of shades. "You can't just order what you're already out of," she explained in a low voice. "You have to predict what you're going to need next." "How?" I asked. "We're not clairvoyant." "No, the kitchen is, though." "What?" "You ask the kitchen to predict its future needs before completing your inventory check. The answers will feel like a tingly itch at the edge of your mind." I blinked. "I did not see that in the binder you left behind." "Because it's not the kind of thing that's written into checklists. It's the kind of thing your mentor tells you to do, to give you a leg up." I sighed. "Gran, let it go." "I'd love to, but Yolanda can't let it go." I sighed. I sure loved Gran, but the witch was impossible. What makes you think hanging out with me would make any difference in that girl's life? I don't even know what I would say to her, how I could possibly help. What I think is that magical kids radiate vulnerability. When a witchling isn't properly guided, she becomes a beacon, attracting trouble of every sort. As if Gran had manifested an illustration of her lecture points, who should walk into the bakery but Yolanda's bestie, Amethyst, with her beige witch mentor, Leia. Leia was dressed like an LA fashion plate again, her curled hair and makeup annoyingly immune to the drizzle she'd just emerged from. Amethyst was wearing a pair of brown slouchy boots, and I didn't know if they were borrowed from Leia or a gift from her. They were talking and laughing as they marched up to the front. "Good morning," I greeted them with my best attempt at cheer. When Amethyst saw me, her grin turned into a scowl. "What is that about?" "2 oat milk lattes, please," Leia said. "We're having a mentor-mentee coffee date." "I see that." I turned to Cade, who was already packing a shot into his portafilter. What was up with Amethyst? "Any pastries?" "Do you have anything gluten-free, babe?" Leia asked, cringing. I hate to be a bother. And I mean, I'm guessing not, since it's a small town and... Right there. I pointed her to the GF section. "Small town this, Wiznatch." For the next hour, I watched the two of them out of the corner of my eye as they sipped their oat lattes and dipped gluten-free chocolate almond biscotti into them. What were they chattering about? Did they really have that much in common? I tried to picture myself and Yolanda in their seats, and realized I couldn't think of 3 things to say to Yolanda. Or maybe I just couldn't summon whatever delusional confidence made Leia think she could be a good mentor to Amethyst. Even if they weren't breaking the laws of magic, it was absurd, right? "A beige witch mentoring a green witch, portents ill," Gran said darkly as I watched them hang out. "But it's better than nothing." Ouch. The sun was setting over the bay as I walked to the bus stop. It was cold as Blixen, and I wanted to be home with a cup of tea and blankets as soon as possible. But a nagging unease tugged at me when I approached Perfect Pancakes. Much as I dreaded it, it was time I let Yolanda's mother know I wouldn't be available to mentor her daughter. I owed them both that, at least. I wasn't expecting the diner to be busy around closing time, and it wasn't. The only customer in sight was a red-faced tourist looming over the cash register. Red-faced because he was yelling. At Yolanda. "Unacceptable! Intolerable!" Banging his hand on the counter. "My crepes were so thin I could barely taste them, especially with that loud-flavored fruit filling." "Crepes are supposed to be thin, sir." Yolanda was making the mistake of trying to reason with Hate Man. Why wasn't she using a calming spell? I caught Yolanda's eye and mouthed, "Are you okay?" She nodded and kept talking. "And we make our own filling from local lingonberries in season. That's why it's so flavorful. If you have a problem with flavor..." "I haven't even gotten to the biggest issue, young lady. Don't you dare interrupt me." He was the one interrupting. "The sugar for my coffee was provided without packets, but in coarse brown lumps," he announced with triumphant horror. "Unsanitary, archaic, sugar lumps." "My mom thinks it looks more trendy and upscale that way," Yolanda said patiently. "I'll comp your order, sir. It's no problem." I had to hand it to her. This teenager handled a bullying customer better than I would have at her age. Maybe she didn't even need a mentor. As the angry guy flounced out, a familiar grouchy voice announced, "Got it all. I'm posting this to Bad Customer Wall of Shame." I looked up to see Amethyst across the room, proudly holding her phone. Had she filmed the entire exchange? "Good," Yolanda said, and smiled at me. "How can I help you, Hazel?" "You can keep up the good work, that's how," I said, smiling back. "You're doing amazingly well at managing your life, Yolanda." I took a deep breath. "I'm afraid I can't be your mentor, because there's nothing I could add to what you've already got, and I'm rooting for your success." "Oh, I see. I understand." A weariness overtook Yolanda's voice, and I hoped it was just the stress catching up with her, from dealing with the rude man, not disappointment in me. Thanks, Hazel. As I turned to leave, Amethyst withered me with a stare. But that was just normal these days. I meant what I said. So why, as I walked out of the pancake house after that quick, but far from painless, chat, did I feel the slightest hint of foreboding? Chapter 8. Heck's my life. I yanked off my apron in frustration. Instead of cacao, I'd just dumped 4 cups of cinnamon into the brownie batter. It was 5:42 a.m. on Friday morning, and the day had already started off bumpier than a toad's butt. I'd overslept and tripped right over Graham, the shifter, who was dozing on my kitchen tiles. At least he'd been in human form when he snarled awake, or I might have had a coronary. Fresh snow flurries clung to my herb lawn. In my rush to catch the bus, I'd slipped on a frosty clump of thyme and snapped my boot heel. It was just me and Francis, the very taciturn driver on the ride to work, and I spent the whole 12 minutes staring out the window, stewing over Britt and Graham. They were getting along better than expected, which was nice, but how long, exactly, was I supposed to live with the two of them? Hosting a supernatural slumber party in my living room was not sustainable. I pushed aside the bowl of failed batter and considered curling up for a cat nap in the bakery's corner booth. Too bad Cade was already bustling around the dining room, making himself an espresso shot to start the day. Resigned, I put the kettle on for tea. I was about to set my mug of honeyed Earl Grey on the wooden kitchen island when I saw a steaming cup was already waiting. Double mocha. Cade appeared in the doorway, looking as sincerely surly as ever. A messy lock of auburn hair was falling over his left ear. You look like you need the strong stuff today. Coffee for me? I stepped back as if from a flame. You shouldn't have. Tough to say which I hated more, bitter coffee or saying no to a kind gesture. How dare he make me rebuff him? Grouchiness levels rising. No offense, but I'm a tea girl all the way. I held out the mug to him. Cade crossed his arms in front of him. And no offense, but I don't want you to pass out and hit your head on that mixing bowl. He sniffed. Is that all cinnamon? Don't want to talk about it, I muttered blearily. Drink the coffee. He brushed past me and disappeared into the storeroom, leaving me to gape. At his sudden bossy attitude, I mean, not his butt. Maybe that too. It was well-formed and muscular, as were his thighs. I averted my eyes guiltily when he returned, hefting a 100-pound sack of coffee beans slung over his shoulder like it weighed nothing. I felt exhausted just looking at him. Cade raised his scarred left eyebrow. You haven't tried it yet. Did shifters have X-ray vision? How do you know? You're still cranky and exhausted. I am not, I snapped, stifling a yawn. Fine, one sip. I put the mug to my lips and closed my eyes. Sweet harmony. Coffee, vanilla, caramelized milk, and chocolate flavors blended like a barbershop quartet. Zero bitterness. Did I exceed your low expectations, boss? His soulful green eyes met mine, and I broke contact fast, feeling too seen. Did Cade sense that I'd had low expectations for him, too, not just the coffee? That sounded uncannily on the mark for a dude, especially one whose field of vision was forever partly censored by that sexy lock of hair. I shrugged off his comment. Not bad. I might even drink it. Just not bad, he laughed. You know it's the best there is. I'm a coffee genius. Damn him. Fine, you are. Now get out of my kitchen. Amusement crinkled the corners of his eyes. I don't have to do what you say. You're not actually my boss. Man, did I regret telling him I don't technically own Sage's bakery yet. The next batch of brownies went smoothly, as did my pecan streusel coffee cake, Scottish oat scones, morning glory carrot muffins, and twice-baked almond croissants drizzled with white chocolate. At 7 a.m., Cade turned the sign around to open, then saw my empty mug and did a little peacock strut. Kaboom! Hazel's finally ditching weak tea. Wrong. Tea and I are endgame. I picked up my neglected Earl Grey and took a performative glug. It tasted as drab as a rain puddle. Just having an off day, I muttered, setting it down. Really? I didn't notice. The teasing left his voice. Not that it's any of my business, but is everything okay? You don't seem quite yourself. I bit my lip. Maybe it was the caffeine messing with my brain, but for the first time, I felt the urge to spill my guts to Cade. In some ways, he'd be the perfect person to listen to my messy life woes, because he'd been there. But I settled for generalities. Roommate problems. Ugh, the worst. Cade gave me a sympathetic look, then dipped a scoop into the sack of coffee beans and began packing the grinder. The bakery hit its first morning slam. The line was reaching out the door, and I busied myself handing out warm goodies to the parade of teachers, firefighters, gardeners, nurses, and other morning people who patiently stood in line. Cade's espresso machine purred, and the scents of toasted pecans and brown sugar mingled with coffee in the air. He was surrounded by a contingent of women who seemed to have taken great pains with their outfits, hair, and makeup. Lately, the entire female Blue Moon Bay retirement community seemed to be hooked on lattes and cappuccinos. Before we could recover from the first rush of the day, our door chimes rang again, and the entire police department of Blue Moon Bay filed in. Which wasn't as impressive as it sounds, given that it's only Sheriff Gantry, Deputy Elliot, and 2 other officers. But they did look more serious than usual. Officer Potts wasn't even playing Candy Crush on her phone. I need your help, Hazel. Elliot's angular face was grim as he marched up to us. Before I could bask in my infinite smugness at the irony, he continued. There's a crisis going on in the Green Witch community. Yolanda Hyacinth was kidnapped last night by a vampire. A few minutes later, I was sitting next to Elliot in his police car, staring at his phone screen. I'd already watched the grainy ransom video 4 times, and each time, it just made me more sick to my stomach. Yolanda sat tied to a chair, still wearing the jeans and purple hand-knit top she had on the previous evening. Her mouth was duct-taped shut, and her big brown eyes gazed up helplessly. A familiar, grating voice intoned, Greetings and salutations, Mrs. Hyacinth, or should I say, Mrs. Green Witch. The camera shifted to reveal the speaker, the horrible red-faced tourist who'd yelled at her irrationally about sugar lumps. Only he was fanged out. Your witchling here tried to escape me with some dumb spell, but her skills weren't up to the task. Pathetic. She needed a mentor, I wailed inwardly. She's as bad at magic as you are at running a restaurant. Wake up. Sugar lumps aren't charming. They're unsanitary. He was like a pit bull about that sugar lump thing. Geez, I thought they were pretty cute. I was walking back to my hotel when I realized it's going to take more than one free nasty coffee and the pleasure of 1-starring you on Travel Advisor to make myself feel whole. That's why I decided to come back and take Ms. Yolanda here hostage. If you don't give me $10,000, I get a tasty witchling dinner on the house. You have 48 hours to pay me in unmarked bills. He rattled off a locker number and combo at Swole's gym downtown, which would be anonymous and accessible 24/7. And another thing about sugar. That's enough. His voice makes my teeth itch. Elliot switched off the video. All right. You said you saw this guy yesterday? I nodded, my stomach in knots. Do you really think he would drain poor Yolanda? And what's with the low ransom number?
I don't know.
Elliot raked his fingers through his hair, frustration plain on his face.
I can't get any kind of read on this guy.
It feels like things are spiraling, I said. First, Gerard gets staked, and the vampire hunters threaten every new blood. Now a vampire kidnapper? What's happening to Blue Moon Bay, Elliot?
I don't know.
He clearly hated to admit it.
Listen, before we go in and talk with Jacinta together, I need to know everything you know. When and where did you see him? What was he doing?
I bit my lip. He was in Perfect Pancakes, yelling at Yolanda. She seemed to have everything under control, though. I was impressed by how she handled a difficult customer. I had no clue he was a vampire, let alone that he was capable of kidnapping the poor girl. If only I'd stayed.
Hang on. You saw them interact? What time was this?
5:30-ish? Elliot's sharp eyes narrowed.
That's closing time. What were you doing there?
I shrugged. Personal business. He gave me an impatient look.
Aren't we past that?
Fine. It was magical business. I needed to tell her mother I wasn't going to be able to mentor Yolanda.
Why couldn't you mentor her?
I'm too busy, okay? Why was even Elliot getting on my case about it? As if Gran wasn't bad enough. Also, I've never mentored anyone, and it seemed intimidating. Obviously, I regret my choice now. Yolanda clearly needed someone to look out for her.
I shouldn't have asked, he said gruffly. You didn't cause this evil vampire to kidnap the kid. We just need to figure out what's going on and how to find him. Did he appear threatening?
No, just like a loony old coot who's finicky about service.
Well, he probably is that too. Just also lethal and with fangs. On the bright side, he added, if there is any bright side, $10,000 should be easy for her mother to come up with, given how successful that restaurant is.
Wait, you mean you're going to let her pay it? You're not going to give him fake bills and then have the whole police department ambush him, like on a TV show?
One shifter and 3 ordinals ambush a vampire? He snorted. I don't love our chances.
The shows I watch haven't explored that scenario. Poor Yolanda. This was a nightmare. My heart was pounding. Maybe coffee was a bad idea after all.
I'm letting the rest of the department follow some dead-end leads while I do everything I can to get Yolanda back to her mom. That might mean getting every ex-member of Carnivora to hunt this guy down. It might mean working with the local vamp elders if they'll deign to work with me. Or it might mean paying off the kidnapper. I need to be prepared for anything.
Got it. And I did, suddenly. His job wasn't that of a small-town deputy, but more like a quadruple agent who had to speak many languages and learn many cultures.
So, will you come with me to talk to Jacinta? I feel like she might be more comfortable with a fellow witch in the room.
Talk to Jacinta. When I could have possibly prevented her daughter's kidnapping? Last thing I ever wanted to do. Of course. I'll let Cade know he's in charge of the cash register. Jacinta was sitting on the floor in the middle of her office above the restaurant, bawling. Amethyst, still in her work apron, knelt at her side, rubbing her arm. Jacinta's eyes had dark circles. She'd probably stayed up all night, worrying and crying. "My baby!" Jacinta wailed. "My baby's been taken by vampires!" I'm so sorry, Jacinta. The guilt was worming through my guts. I can't imagine what your goddamn blood-sucking monsters, she hissed.
Ma'am. Elliot fixed her with a stern look. That's hate speech.
Yolanda wouldn't want you talking like that, Amethyst added quickly. Just because the kidnapper happens to be an undead citizen. Undead demon, you mean? Jacinta growled. Oh, no. Demons are a different thing, I said. As in, from a different dimension. Trust me, I was engaged to one. Elliot's eyebrows disappeared under his police cap.
Let's not get sidetracked, I added quickly. We should focus on getting Yo back as soon as possible. How? Jacinta threw her hands up helplessly. Yarn-wrapped bangles jangled from her wrists. You think I have 10,000 lying around? My debts alone, Jacinta. Amethyst threw her arm protectively around her boss's shoulder. You don't need to tell us your bank account's life story. But couldn't you just borrow money against your business? I asked. Perfect Pancakes is an institution around here. You inspire all of us witches. You're a single mother success story? Jacinta suggested grimly. The restaurant's humming along okay, but look around you. Confused, I looked around Jacinta's office. Well, it's super homey in here. I'm digging the macrame wall hangings. All 6 of them. Wow, is that a whole shelf full of decoupage photo boxes? There's no dancing around it, Hazel. I've got a bad crafting habit. Jacinta snapped in a desperate voice I'd never heard from her before. Normally she sounded so prim and proper. Was it all a front? One that's been sucking the life out of my bank account. She looked down sadly at her chunky, handmade sunset ombre knit top. It started off innocently, with tissue paper flowers for one of Yo's birthday parties. Next came the knitting, then macrame, and finally decoupage. I'm in too deep now. I've been trying to go to Crafters Anonymous meetings, and it was working for a while. But then... With a sigh, Jacinta yanked open the top desk drawer, whipped out a small remote control, and clicked a button. The wall of shelves zigzag parted in the middle to reveal a hidden room, more like a large walk-in closet. Piled to the brim with paintbrushes, jars of clay, knitting needles, sponge stamps, hot glue guns, popsicle sticks, pipe cleaners, feathers, knitting needles, and crochet hooks of all sizes, and a giant pile of yarn in every color. It was like a sad Minnie Michaels in there, the ugly shadow of creative possibility. I relapsed. Jacinta hung her head. Surely it was wrong of me, amid all the tragedy, but part of me was having trouble stifling a rogue giggle at the craft closet. Elliot was giving me a pointed look. Craft addiction is a real and serious issue in Blue Moon Bay, he said, talking straight to me. All those yarn stores we have are notorious for luring people into dark places, like this horrifying closet. He slid the door shut with finality, then addressed Jacinta. I am sorry for what you and your family have suffered through. Jacinta, you're a pillar of the Green Witch community, Amethyst reminded her, sounding more poised and adult than I normally gave her credit for. I'm sure everyone who goes to the meetings you host would like to contribute money to help Yolanda. Shoot, that's absolutely true. I reached for my phone. I'll set up an online tip jar right now. Jacinta cheered a bit. You think people would donate? Of course they would. I typed as fast as I could, then texted Max so she could share it to her blog, which was how things got done here in town. New post notifications went out to half the population of the Bay, so by the end of the day, everyone would have read it. In fact, I could hear the bell-like tones of a push notification on my own phone as well as Jacinta's and Elliot's. Amethyst was a rebel, as usual. I clicked the link on the notification to donate immediately, then stared at the screen. This can't be for real. What's up? Elliot said. I turned the screen to face them. Congratulations, your goal has been met. Within the last 30 seconds, an anonymous donor had already donated the full amount. Really? Jacinta wiped tears from her eyes. You mean it's all been taken care of? We can pay the ransom. One person gave it all? Elliot looked to me for confirmation. I nodded, not wanting to tell him more till we were alone. Some of our customers have deep pockets, Amethyst explained to him. I bet it was one of the guys from Onyx Pact. The drummer and the bass player both go crazy for Perfect Pancakes. They certainly do, bless them. Jacinta looked a little cheered up. We'll be in contact, Elliot promised. We're going to do everything we can to get Yolanda back to you safely as soon as possible. It wasn't Onyx Pact, was it? Elliot asked me the moment we were back outside. I know you can see who the donor is, even if they're anonymous to the public. I handed him my phone wordlessly. The payment was made by a Marina Polonsky. He shrugged. Name doesn't ring a bell. Drew Kensington's assistant, I said. There's more. She included a note from him below. Not all of us are evil, Elliot read. Sending my prayers to the witch community, Andrew Kensington. He gave me back the phone. He just outed himself as a vampire. Elliot sounded totally confused. What possible motivation would he have to do that? I think it's very mature of him, to be honest. The last time I'd seen Drew Kensington, he wasn't even out to his assistant, but sneaking bites from her neck and then using compulsion to make her forget. Hopefully he'd come clean and apologized for that. Instead of hiding behind his billions, he's risking his safety to advocate for vampires. Elliot looked decidedly unimpressed. Or he's an idiot. I tried again. Or he's worried about the reputation of vampires in Blue Moon Bay. I mean, who's going to care that they're being hunted if people just think they're a bunch of evil kidnappers? They could use some better PR. Elliot shook his head. Vampires aren't like you and me. They take the long view on everything, except survival. He was walking so fast I had to run to keep up. Male behavior I normally attributed to jerkiness, but in this case he seemed unaware his long legs had speeded up. He was talking faster, too. Vampires are solitary creatures who stay out of each other's way, like spiders. Except spiders are way more personable and delicious. I rolled my shoulders in disgust, but I didn't want to interrupt his stream of consciousness. For the first time, I felt like I was privy to Elliot's mind's inner workings. The door that always seemed nailed shut was ajar, and I was starting to sense, for the first time, that Elliot did in fact share his kind's wariness about vampires. What other cards did he keep close to his chest? Now, the Elder Council is all made up of vampires over 1,000 years old, he went on. That's often how long it takes for them to seek each other's company. Younger vampires don't often know who else in town is a vampire, and they rarely out themselves to humans, unless it's a situation of very high trust. Yet suddenly we have vampires coming out of the woodwork to kidnap humans, and other vampires coming out to pay the ransom. That's not how the world works. Not the world I know. The world's changing, I said. Shifters don't like change, he confided. Neither do vampires, normally. I was shocked to hear him admit the two sides had anything in common. But the biggest surprise was waiting for us at Sage's Bakery. Britt, sitting practically in Graham's lap, was waiting for us at a table loaded with chocolate croissants and an entire pitcher of hot cocoa. How'd she get Cade to give her a pitcher? He was immune to compulsion. Maybe she just asked nicely? Drew Kensington's assistant Marina just called me, she said, sounding flabbergasted. She says we have to put aside our differences and our fear of being hunted, for Yolanda's sake. We're all invited to a supernatural community meeting at the Kensington house tonight. Chapter 9. I just don't see why a witch needs to be at a vampire's meeting, I said nervously to Elliot, as we sped away from downtown in the squad car. You wanted in on Yolanda's case. The crow shifter's slightly hooded eyes crinkled with amusement. They won't bite you, Hazel. It's against vampire law to kill a green witch. They'll find your presence calming. So that's why you brought me along? With so many vampires and shifters packed in one room, he had to keep violence from erupting somehow. It was equal parts reassuring and insulting. Peak Elliot. You're using me as a human peace sign. No. He feigned being affronted, Then his smirk won out. Maybe a cute little white dove, clutching an olive branch in your beak? Ha ha, thanks. I made a show of rolling my eyes at him, then looked out my window at the winding hills. Not all my stomach butterflies were about the meeting at Drew Kensington's mansion, or the twisty turns of Blue Moon Heights Road. No. For the first time since we slow danced together 10 years ago, I was close enough to smell Elliot's buzzed black hair, his peppery shampoo. His skin had an earthy wood and amber scent that was objectively irresistible. Despite the circumstances, sharing a car with a man this hot was distracting the hex out of me. Almost felt like we were on a date. "Can't you put on the flashy lights and go faster?" Piped up a grouchy voice from the back seat. "I don't want to be late to a meeting that's about rescuing my best friend." Oops, I'd almost forgotten about Amethyst sitting in the back. She'd begged Elliot for a chance to help with the rescue effort, so he let her take Jacinta's place tonight at the meeting. Understandably, Yolanda's mom was too broken up and panicked to leave her house. It was probably the first time she'd ever passed on a community event. "Trust me, this thing's not starting at 7, Elliot assured her in his usual gruff tone. "My people are genetically incapable of showing up on time, and vampires hate repeating themselves. Being late's the one thing you don't need to stress about." In the mirror, I watched Amethyst's eyes widen in disbelief as she took in this classic Elliot pep talk. Dry, informative, grim as hell. She fixed him with a sultry, rebellious bad girl stare and looked deflated when he didn't even notice. After a few moments, Amethyst flipped her teal hair and muttered a spell. At once, 2 shimmering, ethereal scalloped shells cupped her ears. Magical headphones. Each of us lost in our own thoughts, we wound our way through the hills to the police radio's soundtrack of static and cryptic murmuring. Not for the first time, I wondered what possessed a guy like Elliot to sign up for a law enforcement career. In high school, he'd been a slacker, quiet but eerily intense, skulking in the back row when he bothered with class, hanging with delinquents like Cade DeClaw. His silent nonconformity and good looks meant he starred in half the scandalous rumors that went viral in the gossip cesspool of Blue Moon High. But those rumors had to have been false. He was probably never a drug dealer, or an assassin, or an international jewel thief. As far as I knew, Elliot had never been in trouble with the law. Still, what motivated him to put on a uniform every morning and be the law? I was dying to know, yet I held my tongue. Of all the intel the Crow hoarded, he was tightest-lipped when it came to himself. The gate was wide open when we pulled up to the sprawling Kensington's property. 10 acres or so, landscaped to look like a Northwest forest in miniature, clipped and curated, a deer-filled pocket paradise of cedar, western hemlock, and Sitka spruce. If he was welcoming every shifter and vampire in town, Drew must have figured there was little point in keeping up security. Elliot parked in the roundabout, directly in front of the modern Pacific Northwest-style mansion, with its light-filled window walls and rooftop gardens. Amethyst unbuckled her seatbelt early. The car emitted a scolding beep, and she cursed a blue streak at it. A stunning, androgynous housekeeper, clad in sleek black scrubs, led us into the grandest of foyers, featuring twin koi ponds, bridged with vertigo-inducing glass floor panels down the room's center, offering a look into the huge subterranean pool and ballroom below. Fortunately, neither was being used at the moment, or that glass would be my skirt's worst nightmare. Water burbled through fountain pumps and drummed, forceful yet serene, from the massive waterfalls built into white marble caverns sculpted to evoke the caves of Patagonia. This ostentatious entryway was brand new, and had to be the work of that beige witch, Leia. Okay, fine. It was cool. Really cool. While the housekeeper, who sported a kaleidoscope of butterfly tattoos on their wrists, led us across the glass gauntlet to the front hall. Amethyst kept stealing dazed looks at the expensive-looking, fat, orange and white fish. Judging from the large SUV she drove, her ordinal family wasn't poor, but Kensington opulence was its own universe. I was surprised when Butterfly Wrists ushered us into a salon decorated in the signature 1980s Dynasty-era style Estelle Kensington was known for. Apparently, Beige Witch Leia hadn't gotten around to updating this room yet. Voluminous, dusty rose drapes still hung from the enormous bay window. Bold, red and gold paisley sofas lined the window wall, with oversized gold-striped beige cushions covering the floor in front of them. Elliot was dead right about the meeting not starting on time. Drew was nowhere to be seen yet. Supernaturals were still filing in, one by one or in small groups. They either gravitated to the floor cushions or to standing by the shorter wall. Elliot perched on a sofa, and I sat on the opposite end of it, wanting, and not wanting, to be distracted by his closeness. Amethyst slumped onto an oversized floor cushion, where, to my surprise, the scruffy waiter at the Drunken Barrel was lounging in a puppy pile with the raven-haired rockabilly chick who womaned the cash register at Wagmore Pet Supply, and a whole crew of sullen-looking types in ripped jeans and leather jackets. I felt gut-punched at the sight of a familiar square face and an equally familiar head of bright green hair. Bad enough that the two bakery robbers had made some kind of deal with Elliot to get themselves out of jail. What were they doing here, at Drew's meeting? They hated vampires. Elliot's face tightened almost imperceptibly. Carnivора's presence had caught him off guard, too. At this rate, it would take more than my oh-so-calming presence to prevent bloodshed. Especially since Carnivora didn't exactly love me. I waved to Max, who was straggling in with Cade, both clutching coffee cups, and settled on a couch together. Britt, who I'd finally given a house key to, arrived with Graham, wearing identical looks of resignation. They peeled off in opposite directions instantly, Graham curling up on a floor cushion while Britt leaned against the far wall, scrolling her phone. "It's gonna be okay, Am." I looked up to see the young, curly-haired robber comforting Amethyst. "We're gonna get Yo back." Amethyst looked down. "Thanks, Jasper." Those two seemed to know each other well. Could they be classmates? When I was in college, I'd had no idea who the local shifters were. I didn't even know about Cade and Max. It was something you didn't talk about. But times were changing. "I promise you, we'll get your friend back." The square-faced robber spoke up, his voice low and chillingly familiar. "We'll end that bloodsucker. Send a message to the others." An angry murmur went through the room, and Elliot's brows shot up. Things were off to a stellar start. "I appreciate you, Torin." Amethyst addressed the green-haired robber. So she knew him, too. "But I'd also appreciate you using more respectful language, and not lumping all vampires in with the kidnapper." My jaw dropped. Did she just tell the shifter gang leader to watch his language? Laughter and boos exploded from the floor cushion section, but the solo wallflowers clapped. Must be the vampires. I didn't recognize the other four besides Britt. Torin snarled, "Whose side are you on, witch?" The temperature in the room had plummeted to Antarctic levels. He'd stopped just short of calling her a traitor. Maybe he was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt since they knew each other. How? Still, Amethyst gazed back at him, resolute. Her bravery thrilled me, and filled me with terror. Were we going to have to get a Graham to guard her too? I felt a tingle in my scalp, and remembered one of my green witch vows. I shall not let down a sister in need. "Amethyst isn't your enemy," I said to Torin, hoping my voice didn't shake. "Don't try to bully her. She's just trying to do what's right." "Shut up, vamp lover." At his hate-filled dismissal of me, the room buzzed with discordant anger. But even as Torin's sneer chilled my bones, I couldn't help but feel he was laying it on a bit thick. Vamp lover? That same feeling I'd had at the bakery came up. Was this a performance? Or was Torrin's hatred that over the top?
Leave both the Green Witches alone.
Elliot was on his feet, addressing Torrin in a tight growl I'd never heard before.
They're not part of our war.
Our war? Was he referring to the historical tensions between vamps and shifters? Or did Elliot have a personal stake in this? Stake was a poor choice of words.
Not part of the war. Right.
Torrin's face twisted with contempt. His words dripped out slow and soft, full of insinuation.
Everyone's a civilian these days, huh, deputy?
The hex was that about? Elliot wasn't going to let the gang leader bait him like that, was he?
Leave the Green Witches alone,
Elliot repeated, ignoring Torrin's attempt to rattle him.
Or what, you gonna peck my eyes out?
Torrin sounded bored. Elliot shrugged.
If that's what it takes.
The two shifters stood glare to glare. You could have heard a credit card drop as the room waited to see who would blink first. Yep, we two Green Witches were doing a bang-up job with that peacekeeping mission. Sarcasm. Luckily, before Elliot threw down, with a fellow shifter, no less, Drew's assistant Marina clacked into the room in a gray pantsuit with matching heels. She began passing out leather folios, equipped with ruled notepads and roller pens. All Kensington Industries branded, with the company's new triangle logo. Or was it a fang? Not even the shifters could help but be impressed by the top-shelf corporate swag. Several carnivora folks held the leather to their noses to sniff deeply and made sounds of animal pleasure. Then a cool breeze floated through the room, and Drew Kensington's imposing figure filled the doorway, wearing jeans and a black sweater that looked like they'd cost thousands. The billionaire was sculpted like a work of art, with the prettiest pecs and straightest teeth money could buy. Drew, who'd been a vampire for less than a year, was given to exuberance and flowery language, but tonight his gorgeous face looked somber. Moving as a finely honed machine, the two of them hefted the octagonal, ornately carved coffee table and moved it to the front of the room, where Drew hopped on top of it and sat cross-legged, as if it were his own patch of floor.
Welcome, friends.
He flashed a perfect, fanged smile at our motley group.
I want to thank you for joining us, despite it being the dinner hour. And despite the ancient supernatural war between our two kinds.
Weak applause from the new vampires. Stony glares from the carnivora gang. Torrin snapped.
We're only here for the money.
What money? I turned to Elliot. His expression was blank, but a flash of anger in his dark eyes told me he'd been caught off guard again.
I hear you, fellow obligate carnivores.
Drew didn't look the slightest bit flustered.
Rest assured, the juicy rumors are true. Tonight we're here to pair up capable shifter muscle with local new bloods. Protection from the vampire hunters. For cash. Everyone wins.
I blinked. It was like a paid, organized version of what we'd set up with Graham and Britt. Wait. Torrin was about to let his crew accept money to protect the thing they hated most? Vampires? Was that why he was going above and beyond to make it clear he hated them?
Not everyone wins,
Elliot spoke up, not bothering to hide his irritation.
What about Yolanda Hyacinth, the kidnapped witch? We're supposed to be putting together a rescue effort, with ransom. And I'll be sure to get that agenda item as well, Deputy.
Drew flashed a 1,000-watt smile, but Elliot met his eyes without intimidation. Shifters, immune to compulsion.
I'll make sure you do.
Drew's smile lost approximately 250 watts, but he recovered and nodded to the woman on his right.
Cheryl, would you like to speak for the Elder Council?
All eyes turned to the pudgy, middle-aged white woman standing in the northeast corner of the room. An elder vampire. My blood ran cold at the thought. This school lunch lady type
had been drinking human blood since before Columbus sailed the ocean blue. She could probably kill all of us without working up a sweat.
"The council just held an emergency Zoom call,"
she said, in a musical mélange of a voice. She sounded like she'd gained and lost a dozen accents in her time. Some perhaps no longer existed on Earth. Ordinal linguists would have a field day studying her.
"We discussed the possibility of providing an escort detail of one of our members to accompany the vigil. I mean, Deputy Elliot, to the ransom exchange."
Vigil? I'd have to ask Elliot what that meant. "A security detail of one single vampire?" asked a leather-clad shifter. "Damn, you old corpses are stingy." Cheryl fixed him with an otherworldly smile, as if she couldn't decide whether to admire the young shifter's cheek or bite it off.
"Not just any vampire," she corrected. "One elder can easily put down a nobody like this kidnapper."
"How can you be sure he's a nobody?" Elliot said. "Good point. Did you run his image through your digital scrolls?"
"Of course. Nothing came up. He is just some unregistered new blood. Trash."
She said it with such derision that I made a note to ask Britt how new bloods went about registering themselves as vampires. I'd had no idea it was so important. Horror of horrors? Cheryl turned to me.
"I assure you, honored Magica, he is an aberration who flouts one of our most sacred laws. He'll pay for threatening a green witch."
Cool. They really did take that rule seriously, I thought, though I was careful not to meet the elder's eyes directly. "Good talk, Cheryl." Drew clapped his hands, though he was the only one doing it. "Key learnings. We vampires live by our mission statement, and we add value to Blue Moon Bay." Carnivora jeered, and Torin called out angrily, "You lie, bloodsuckers! Vamps killed my brother!" Elliot's eyes narrowed. I suspected he was making a note to ask about this brother, in case it was true, which I very much doubted, given the speaker. When Marina cracked open a buttery leather briefcase full of cash, though, they all shut up. Drew smiled, showing fangs. "Deputy Elliot, do I have your approval to move on to the next item on our agenda? The part where I pay these fine furry folks their cash?" Elliot nodded his satisfaction and told terrifying Cheryl that he'd be in touch to coordinate. One by one, reading from a list, Marina matched up new bloods with a shifter bodyguard. The pairs were asked to stand together, which led to a lot of flared nostrils and pointed sniffing. "Brittany Salazar," Marina called in her Russian-accented English. "Your bodyguard will be Torin Galid of the Meerkat clan." Britt's gaze jerked away from her phone screen as the leader of Carnivora leered up at her. "Looks like you're mine, bloodsucker." "Nah, I got this one assigned to me already." Graham sounded bored and disaffected as ever, but Torin took a step back. Maybe he knew Graham could shift into an enormous grizzly. "I foolishly agreed to do it as a favor to a friend." He glared at Max, who shrugged, then turned to Drew. "Since you're handing out Benjamins like candy, though, my good man, consider yourself paid." Drew clapped, and Marina tossed a tied stack of hundreds to Graham. Was that why he'd spoken up for Britt? To get his cash? Or did he genuinely care enough, now that they'd spent time together, to want to keep protecting her, even when someone else was available? If Britt was relieved or grateful to Graham, she didn't show it. Went back to playing Candy Crush or whatever she was up to on her phone. Max and Cade weren't paired with anyone, I noticed. Drew had made this deal with Carnivora members only. He wasn't just trying to broker a peace deal, I realized. He was trying to buy peace outright. Would it work? Or backfire in all our faces? "That's only the first 10%, my friends," Drew promised. "You'll get paid the rest when the vampire hunters are caught and Yolanda's brought home safe." The shifters murmured with excitement, and I hoped the prospect of more cash would be enough to keep them from simply staking their charges.
"Excuse me."
The softly terrifying voice of Cheryl interrupted my thoughts. Am I to understand that the weak young vampires present tonight will be joined by brawny shifters? In that case, I withdraw my previous offer of a council member for security. The whole group of you together will surely best him. Drew looked the closest to dismayed that I'd ever seen him. That is, he looked mildly nonplussed. Interesting how you re-swizzled the deal, Cheryl. Could I change your mind? Is there maybe a cause dear to your blood that I could donate to in your name? Oh, that's adorable. She laughed and smoothed her wrinkled white t-shirt. There was a small hole in the belly. To think you could buy me off like these common animals. Oh, Drew. Should you make it there, I'll toast to your century day. Still giggling, she sped out of the room, appearing as a blur to my eyes. The moment the door slammed behind her, Britt pocketed her phone and looked up. Had she only been waiting for Cheryl to leave? Drew turned to face Elliot's glower. Batting 1,000 with that compulsion tonight, huh? The art of negotiation is subtle, Drew said smoothly. I'll reach out to her people tomorrow, following all the proper protocols. You do that. Drew looked to Marina for relief. Any other agenda items? She shook her head. We now open discussion to the group. Britt raised her hand. We need more bodyguards, she said in a no-nonsense voice. The new bloods at Marie Pierre's house are defenseless. In whose house? Drew looked confused as Marina went over her list, flipping the paper over for good measure. Britt explained. There are 2 young women at Gerard Chevalier's, my old sire, who was killed by the vampire hunters, in that same house. They've been taught nothing. They have no one to look after them except a valet. They're sitting ducks in there. Britt's voice broke, and I suddenly felt bad for getting so angry that she'd cavalierly signed me up to ward Marie's house. She was legit worried about those girls. Probably saw herself in them. And she was right. They were all sitting ducks. I looked up just in time to see an odd look on Torrin's face. You think some old-school valet's gonna let a shifter in the house? Torrin said bitterly. I hated to admit it, but my robber had a point. Hey, Britt, don't forget there's another way to protect the girls at Marie's, Max piped up. Wasn't Hazel going to ward the property? All eyes followed her gaze. To me. My cheeks felt hot with anger. It was time to speak up for myself, for witches' rights. No, I don't do warding. But why not, Hazel? Britt's adorable small forehead wrinkled, like she found me more frustrating than one of those tricky new compostable produce bags at the co-op. The whole room seemed to be awaiting my answer. Even Elliot appeared gobsmacked by my resistance. His dark stare trained on me like I was some fresh enigma he couldn't wait to solve at any cost. He was, in other words, no help. Gulping, I turned to appeal to Amethyst, the only other witch in the room. But she was first gen and didn't know our customs. Hazel, why don't you want to help those young girls? She tilted her head in suspicion, and I just knew she was mentally accusing me of anti-vampire prejudice, even as her buddy Jasper denounced me as a vamp-loving traitress. For crepe's sake, a witch couldn't win in this town. I said I don't do warding spells, I stammered. Only desperate witches do that kind of soul-sucking work. I mean, it's not literally soul-sucking, I added at their expressions of horror. At least, I assume not. I'd never known anyone who would admit to having done it. What exactly is so terrible about warding work? Graham asked, not unkindly. Is it painful, hard, disgusting, humiliating, or just boring? I don't want to get into it. I was bad at explaining things, especially things I didn't understand. But was it my fault no one ever told me why warding was bad? It was one of those things the Green Witch community never talked about, but everyone agreed you just didn't do it. Trust me, I said.
It's unnatural and exhausting, and no one should have to do it. I'm a middle school vice principal, said an older female vampire to collective oofs. Just saying.
Vet tech, offered a shifter. I do surgeries at the animal hospital in Astoria.
I work 4 jobs, announced the bar waiter, who, come to think of it, had also been the valet at Drew's wedding. You think any of them are a blast?
You think robbing people's fun?
Demanded Torin.
Actually, it is. It is fun.
His friend high-fived him, and I seethed silently, thinking of Gran's bakery defiled.
But I'm also a hospital orderly, changing bedpans and whatnot, he added, frowning. So I got no sympathy, witch.
I was feeling good and defensive now. Warding sucks more than all y'all's non-magical jobs, okay? I snapped, though I had no idea if that were true. Because again, I had no idea, period. My mentors had thrown me to the wolves on this. Why do you think witches charge $10,000 a gig to ward? At the mention of money, Drew brightened considerably.
We have a saying here at Kensington Industries, he announced. Appreciation cures frustration. To honor your hard work, Hazel, I'm going to pay you twice that going rate.
I gulped as Marina began counting it out. She wrapped a squeaky rubber band around the thick stack of 20s. Every witch has her price, Marie-Pierre had said. What was my price for one stupid little warding gig? The task needed done. It was for the greater good. $20K would buy a brand new Viking range for the bakery. All these vampires and shifters were staring at me. I held out my hands to catch the money stack sailing toward me. But my breathless, self-justifying paused when I remembered the pesky fact that I didn't know any warding spells, or even anyone who did. Now what? Elliot folded his arms and shook his head slightly. Had I disappointed him by accepting the cash? If so, he was the only one. Look at you! Nice hustle! Britt gave me a look of surprised admiration. You really were playing cutthroat for the higher fee. And now, you can invest in a comfier futon for your living room. Guests will appreciate it. She added with a wink that would have been adorable if I wasn't so mad at her. Britt had no idea what a mess she'd gotten me into. Neither had Max when she brought it up tonight. I wanted to yell at them. I wanted to pause the world and reflect on why, in the steaming cinnamon buns of Hex, I'd never told my friends the truth. That warding was a heavy, shameful, taboo topic among witches. Okay, that was why. I avoided heavy topics like I avoided kale. Sadly, I didn't know a spell to pause the world, and every pair of eyes in the salon was fixed on me. Suspicious shifter eyes. Pleading vampire eyes. Elliot's penetrating gaze was the worst. I knew he'd be interrogating me about this later. But I had to do something before I burned up under the fire of all those glares. Blushing hot, I stuffed the money in my purse. Still wasn't sure what I'd do with it.
Another community problem solved by supernatural synergy, Drew intoned. Coined. Supernatural synergy. Marina, take a note on trademarking that.
She scribbled with an E-pen onto her tablet. Elliot's face was blank, his hands folded in his lap, but I knew him well enough to know what he'd thought of Drew's idea of synergy. I looked around the room at the shifter and vampire pairings and saw pointed air sniffing and looks of revulsion. How long till this temporary peace blew up? And then, what would become of Yolanda and the new bloods in this room? And unless I went against every fiber in my being and warded Marie-Pierre's house, what would become of those innocent young girls? Chapter 10. Night was falling over Ocean Street as I hurried along the sidewalk, dotted with chowder stands and ice cream shops, beside the sandy beach. A herd of striped surreys rested under a rental shop's awning. 2 beach fire pits were ringed with local high schoolers, gamely roasting s'mores and sipping hot cocoa from thermoses.
Spiked with whiskey, no doubt. Unless things had changed drastically since I was one of them a decade ago. Ocean Street was the Bay's lifeblood, a lavishly maintained thoroughfare where retro street lamps softly glowed, and oak trees glittered with fairy lights year-round. The backdrop for a billion vacation memories. But only a few blocks to the east, the charm faded fast. Side streets devolved to cobblestone pathways too narrow and snake-like for a car to pass, poorly lit and bordering on sketchy. That's where I was headed tonight. Rather than interrogating me on the car ride back, Elliot barely said a word. Maybe because Amethyst was in the back seat, chattering a blue streak about how this controversial warding thing seemed so lucrative. Her new plan, which she was going to run by her cool mentor Leia tomorrow, was to drop out, become a pro warding specialist, and only work 5 days a year. When he'd stopped the car in front of my house, I'd glanced up to see Elliot's probing gaze searching my face. The squad car lingered with the lights on until I was safe inside, which made sense, given that my purse bulged with a $20,000 mob wife cash stack. I'd watched from the window till he drove off, then jumped back out, crossed Filbert Street to the bus stop, and hopped the last bus downtown. I stumbled over a chipped cobblestone as I wound my way up a moonlit spiral path that barely passed for an alley. For the third time, I whirled around, paranoid that someone might be behind me. I wasn't worried about getting mugged. No. What scared me was the thought that someone I knew might see me performing the most dubious of errands. I scanned the storefronts, grateful for the tacky neon lights that went against the Bay's grain. A sign for Lara's lingerie made me duck out of sight of the vitrine. Lara was a beige witch who came to Mother's holiday bashes and flung around discount coupons for her magical corsets. They whittled an apple shape to an hourglass, but felt as comfy as sweatpants. Using such a product went against my green witch vows, but on top of it all, Lara was a major gossip. If she spotted me out here, I'd soon be drowning in concerned texts from my sister B. I hurried down the next block, iffy establishments closing in around me. I tried not to gag at the smell of smoke and burning grass, telltale sense of gray magic. Finally, in between Hexed Vixen videos and Potemkin's home staging, I found what I was looking for. Get her done gigging. I pushed the heavy glass door. "Good evening." A silken-voiced woman glanced up from her tablet at a desk with dark wood so polished it showed her reflection. She wore a navy blazer and a strand of pearls, black hair in a bun. "How can I help you get her done?" "Well, first of all, I'm not exactly the client," I said, noting her slight British accent. "Oh, a new green witch." Fiona, according to her name card, looked me over like a steak. Her looks suggested beige witch, but I could pick up a faint burning grass scent from across the desk. Fiona was a gray witch, then. Made sense, given her profession. Running a magical temp services operation that preyed on witches down on their luck. "Don't worry, sweetie," she simpered. "Loads of gigs opening up if you need to make a little extra for the holidays. You sweet green witches are always giving too much. And, well, going broke. Bless your hearts." "Oh, no. I'm not looking for a gig for me." Too late, I hoped my tone didn't convey my full horror and disgust. "I have a referral for a warding job." I pushed the card with Marie's contact info across the desk. Since the desk had zero friction, it flew and landed in her lap. "Sorry." To my surprise, she picked it up and pushed it right back at me. "I've talked to this bonkers bird already. She's got no money, tried to haggle me down to 1950s prices." She made the crazy sign with her finger twirling around her ear. I tried not to show how taken aback I was. How could Marie Pierre be broke when she lived in a beautiful house and employed a maid? She'd even offered to let me name my price. Was that just bluster? Perhaps Gerard's will hadn't been read yet. Surely even that spectacular screw-up wouldn't leave her penniless. after centuries of loyal service. She's not the one paying for it. I am. I flung the card back. I'll give you double the standard rate to have Marie's house warded properly. Her jet-black brows arched up. Double? I yanked open the magnetic closure on my purse, pulled out the stack, and plonked it on her desk. Cash. Right. I'll have a gig witch out there in no time. She picked up the money pile with hushed reverence. I swear I thought she might have to fan herself with it. She flipped her tablet screen to face me. Let's have you fill out a client profile. I held my arms out in front of me. No thanks, not necessary. Miss, I need to be able to reach out to you when the gig is complete. She looked scandalized, like I was the amoral one. All I need's your name and contact info. It takes seconds. It's not about the time. Was I being irrational? Paranoid? But I didn't want any record of this transaction, and I sure didn't want my name in her nasty little files. Then what? Are you just too lazy to fill it out? Fiona taunted as I turned to walk away. You green witches are all insane, I swear. Eager to leave her stinky presence, I threw open the door and marched out, and crashed head-on into someone standing on the sidewalk just outside. A woman in a dark cloak and hood. Cinnamon red dyed hair framed her face as she blinked up at me in open-mouthed surprise. Hazel? Jacinta. I stared back at her, face burning as my brain processed the jackpot of awkwardness I'd hit. Caught red-handed, exiting a shoddy establishment that exploited witches, by my community leader, whose child was just kidnapped. Jacinta's eyes looked red from crying, but she was calm and composed now. In fact, she looked pretty much like she always looked. But I wasn't fooled. I knew how much Jacinta loved Yolanda. They'd always been close, a complete family in and of themselves. I remembered the first day I met them both, the same day I spoke my vows and officially became a green witch. Jacinta was a hard-working young widow who'd poured her heart and all her savings into opening a diner. Yolanda was her little girl, eagerly serving coffee, gripping the carafe with both of her small hands, always at her mom's side. Tears filled my eyes. I am so very sorry for what you're going through, I stammered. We're going to do everything possible to get Yo home safe, and... I stopped, aware that she was looking more uncomfortable with every word out of my mouth. Shut up, Hazel. The woman said she was too fragile to even leave her house. What was she doing here, then? Oh, no. Thank you, Hazel, she said finally, her face as red as my own. Good night. Of course, she wanted me to go, so she could do what she had to. Good night, Jacinta. I turned and walked back down the cobblestone road, so the leader of the Green Witches wouldn't see me, see her, walk into get-her-done gigs, to pay off her sad debt to Crafter's Cave. Having missed the last bus, it took me an hour to trudge home. By the time I reached Filbert Street, the harvest moon shone high in the sky. My arches ached in my boots, and I'd had plenty of quiet time to curse my remedial skill level in stupid teleportation. Too tired to hike all the way over to the stone garden path, I walked across my lawn, kicking up an herby scent of creeping time with every step. The ominous sight of a pale envelope taped to my front door only made me groan in irritation. I tore it open, just to confirm it was what I thought. Yep, the by now familiar typed screeds of the Vampire Hunting Society greeted me. Blah blah, traitor, vampire lover, you'll get yours. All it did was make me roll my eyes. Maybe it was my recent foray into the sketchy part of town, but at this point the Slayers' shtick was getting old. Were these people total amateurs, expecting me to be quaking in my granny boots at the same insults and threats when I had bigger fish to fry? Like an actual fanged kidnapper? Okay, so it was kind of a new twist that they'd come to my home at night, letting me know they knew where I lived. But whatever, they were gone now. My porch swing's eerie rocking was just the wind. A rustling in the filbert hedge behind me made my heart skip. I whirled around and thought I saw something. An animal? Dart between the thickly planted trees, but it zipped out of sight. The hairs on my neck were standing up. As I stood on my porch on the verge of an anxiety attack, I caught a whiff of some dark, primitive scent in the night air. Musky and wild, the smell of pure malevolence. That's when I heard hysterical shrieks coming from inside my house. Pulse hammering in my ears, I plucked an Invisimint out of my purse. Unwrapped, chewed, swallowed, waved my hand in front of my face to make sure it wasn't a dud, and steeled myself to enter a possible crime scene. My dim entryway looked normal enough, and the wild scent was fading from my nostrils. Then another round of shrieking pierced the air, coming from the living room. I grabbed the ceremonial antique broomstick off its hook and ran down the hall, silently wishing I'd thought to grab it before going invisible. Hopefully, a floating broomstick would be terrifying to whatever evil creature was menacing Britt. There, on my rug in front of the couch, sprawled a preternaturally huge bear with thick golden-brown fur. The grizzly, unlike a typical wild animal, seemed fully engrossed in whatever show was playing on the screen of Britt's tablet, and would bellow occasionally as if in reaction to on-screen antics. Britt, meanwhile, was laughing like a banshee, her fangs plainly showing, her satin PJ-clad back resting against his fur. In between peals of crazy laughter, she reached into an open Costco flat of blueberries resting on my coffee table, grabbed a handful, and tossed them one by one into his waiting maw. At the sight of those saw-like teeth, I groaned. Oh, it's just you two idiots. And instantly, I turned visible. Britt spun to face me, looking more annoyed than embarrassed. A naked Graham was now in place of the bear, looking equally teed off. And with killer abs, I must say. Britt tossed him my cream chenille couch blanket. I made a mental note to dry clean that thing, and send the bill to him. If I may ask, what the unholy hex is happening in my living room? Relax, Hazel. Britt snapped the plastic flat of blueberries shut. We didn't see you after Drew's meeting, so we assumed you'd gone to bed even earlier than usual. We texted you to see if you wanted to debrief after the meeting, Graham said quietly. You didn't reply. We assumed you were asleep. I told him about how you never go out to do fun things, Britt added helpfully. And you don't have a boyfriend, and we're like your only friends. I have other friends, I said automatically. The garden store girls, Gran, other people. I trailed off. Listing my grandmother as a friend made Britt's case for her. I couldn't muster the necessary indignation to argue any further. Instead, what I felt, worming through my guts, was guilt. Not because I'd missed their texts, but because they saw me as so innocent, sheltered and sweet. Everyone did. What would they think if they knew I'd been out doing shady deals in the skeezy part of downtown, pawned my warding gig off on some poor witch too desperate for cash to say no? I wasn't sure what I thought of me. Before I could spiral into self-recrimination, I remembered the creepy note in my pocket. Welp, so much for all your super senses. I pitched the note onto the coffee table, which, I couldn't help but notice, had some animal drool on it. You two were so busy flirting, you didn't notice someone left this. At the mere sight of the typed page, Britt hissed and massaged her temples. Graham snatched it off the table, and instead of reading it, sniffed the paper like a bloodhound. What are you picking up? I asked, eager for clues. He sniffed again, deeply. I'm getting mostly paper. Britt snorted and shoved the page under her own nose, then held it away from her like a dirty diaper. Paper? Are you kidding me? Try testosterone and gamey shifter sweat.
So, like me? Graham suggested, giving her a teasing look. Way worse, babe. Like you on steroids. So that could be half the members of Carnivora, I said, totally noticing she'd called him babe. Does it matter who delivered it? Britt said. Torrin's the gang leader. He must have ordered them to. He's responsible. Unless he's got a rebellion on his hands, Graham said, frowning. Or, well, pause. I'll take it to Elliot in the morning. I felt twice as exhausted now that the adrenaline had worn off. I bagged the letter in hopes of preserving the scent and plopped down on the couch to shuck my boots. In the bathroom, I brushed my teeth and changed into my eat, sleep, cupcakes, repeat nightshirt. Then I headed up the loft steps for bed, calling over my shoulder, "Y'all can get back to your... whatever." Unfortunately, they did. The lack of a wall meant I'd barely slipped on my fluffy, cloud-shaped eye mask before their voices began to drive me nuts. That meeting was depressing, Britt said with a sigh. Why don't vampires take better care of their children? We new bloods are left defenseless, especially if... She trailed off. Especially some of us. Odd. What had she been about to say before she thought better of it? I think it's 'cause vampires suck, Graham replied, and then added, Ow! I'm pretty sure she'd punched his arm. I suppose shifters all look out for each other, Britt sulked. Like one big, happy zoo family? No, it ain't perfect on my side, Graham admitted. But our mom taught me and my brother what it meant to be a bear. Her parents taught her, their parents taught them. We raise up the next generation of cubs with as much wisdom, strength, and love as we can before we send them out into the world. Love, ha, Britt sounded wistful. I'd have settled for an orientation packet with a wallet card tip sheet. Gerard taught me nothing. He didn't want me to survive without him. That undead ass, Graham swore. You deserved better, Britt. Agreed. And now go to bed, both of you. Please. She was silent for a minute, giving me hope. Then Britt said, I'm starting to think he's not alone. Listening to Cheryl from the council tonight, I think old vampires expect most of us newbies to get picked off. A weeding out process. Graham's voice was thoughtful. Where only the most ruthless sociopaths survive. I wouldn't go that far, Britt said. Please, he scoffed. We're talking about freaking vampires. The unbridled id of late-stage capitalism. You know what? I liked you better furry and nonverbal. Grr, roar, he deadpanned. She giggled. Want me to toss more blueberries in your mouth? That was more fun than it had any right to be, he said grudgingly, which describes every minute I've spent with you. I could say the same of you, Grizzly. Well, hex it all. Amethyst was going to have to teach me her stupid headphone spell. Because no way was I going to lie here every night listening to these two flirt. Had they forgotten about that whole eternal war thing for Toad's sake? Or the lack of walls in my house? Most importantly, had Britt forgotten Graham was Max's ex? Graham? Britt's voice was suspiciously husky. Would you maul me if I kissed you right now? My eyes flew open inside my sleep mask. Not that there was anything to see up here in my loft bed, and hopefully there wouldn't be downstairs either. Graham would give a hearty laugh at her ridiculous suggestion, and they'd cue up more Golden Girls. Right? Instead, he growled, Come here, undead girl. I heard a sharp intake of breath, a low moan, and then I swear on a stack of Grand's chocolate chip cookies, the vampire and the shifter were kissing passionately. If those hunters didn't break in soon and put me out of my misery, it was going to be a very long night. Chapter 11. The next morning at dawn, 2 hours before opening,
I was frosting lemon drop cupcakes on 4 hours of sleep. I was feeling groggy as a bat in the sun, despite chugging a double mocha, when a banging at the bakery's back door startled me to alertness. I locked eyes with Cade, who was leaning over the counter while scrolling through wholesale coffee bean catalogs on his tablet. "Don't open that door." I yanked off my gloves and dug into my apron pocket for my cell phone. Given the note and the crazy tension with Carnivora last night, I wasn't taking chances. "I'm calling Elliot." "Robbers don't knock." Cade's mouth twitched. "In my experience, having been robbed. Or robbing." "What if it's an invasion?" I shuddered and flipped through my contacts. There was Elliot's number. "Carnivora sees me as a traitor," I reminded Cade, hitting dial. "What do you think they do to traitors?" "If they're coming for you, why would they announce it?" The knock came again, super loud. "Psychological warfare." "Damn you, Elliot, pick up." "Right." Cade nodded like he was humoring an insane person, then pointed toward the door. "I'll just go see who it is." Moments later, Elliot stormed in with Cade on his heels. At the sight of his chiseled, angry face, I dropped my phone back into my apron pocket. I wasn't going to let him see how bad the knocking had rattled me. "You really don't need to knock like it's a drug bust." I hoped he couldn't hear my voice shake. "What's going on?" "You two tell me," he shot back. "How many people did you talk to about that meeting at Kensington's?" Cade didn't hesitate. "Zero, dude." "No one," I echoed guiltily. Did Elliot know I'd been to the shady gig store? "Neither of you told a soul about what happened in that meeting." "Bro, who would I even tell?" Cade snorted. "Everyone I know was there." He didn't seem to appreciate being interrogated by his old friend. Neither did I. "Stop treating us like suspects," I snapped. "Tell us what's happened so we can try to help." Tilting his head, Elliot gazed narrow-eyed into the distance, like he was weighing 10 different variables. Or maybe he just wasn't used to hearing commands from me. "All right," he said finally. Moments later, the three of us were seated around the blue corner booth. "This video was anonymously file-dropped to my phone 15 minutes ago." Elliot put his phone down on the table and hit play on a grainy video, a close-up of the cackling vampire. The room was so dark you could barely make anything out, but that old cranky pants voice was unmistakable.
"Well, well, well. Looks like somebody in that little tourist-trap town's got deep pockets. I'll be needing $100,000 now. I know you got it."
I slammed my hand on the table as Elliot hit pause. "He's asking for 10 times the ransom? Wait, you thought one of us leaked info to the kidnapper?" That was insulting. Also nuts. "Not directly." Elliot had the grace to look embarrassed. "But word got to him somehow that Drew was throwing cash around." I shook my head. None of this was computing. How could anyone from the meeting be communicating with that crazy vampire? Cade and Elliot exchanged wry looks. "It's hard for someone like you to fathom the criminal mind," Elliot began. "Wow," I said. "That's not condescending at all." Cade looked pained. "He's trying to say some of these sketchy shifters would sell their grandmothers for a slice of ransom pie." I don't doubt it, but not what I meant. I was so over everyone seeing me as a sweet, totally naive witch when I was actually ahead of them in the sleuthing. If someone from that meeting was able to leak news to the kidnapper, it means he's dialed into the community. He's not a random tourist, not the lone wacko he appears to be. Understanding registered on Elliot's face. "It would mean the case wasn't what we thought at all." "Exactly." Cade rested his hand on his stubbly square chin. "Do we know for sure he's a tourist?" Elliot squinted at me. "You saw him, right?" "I saw a rude customer. Didn't know he was a vampire at the time." I thought back to the customer who'd yelled at Yolanda while Amethyst filmed it on her phone. That guy sure acted like a tourist, but it didn't add up. He's not broke if he can afford to spend his time visiting cute seaside towns, eating every meal in a restaurant. So why would he risk his unlife to kidnap a green witch for ransom? What if he doesn't know it's taboo to harm witches? Cade shrugged. Cheryl did say he was a rookie new blood, right? She said there was no record of him whatsoever, Elliot clarified, his brow furrowed. How complete are those vampire records? I asked. Elliot shot me a piercing glance. Most vampires between the turning ages of 10 and 500 years have been registered in the scrolls. Some new bloods slip through the cracks, but few of them last long enough to matter. Oof. So Britt was right. Vampire elders seemed content to let new bloods get picked off. Before about 1600, all bets are off, he went on. There must be hundreds of unregistered rogue elders roaming the planet, and some are real loons. Cade pushed a rusty lock of hair out of his eyes. So dude is either a weak lil baby vamp or an ancient outlaw. I shivered, not wanting to imagine that Yolanda was in the hands of an unhinged, ancient evil. How do we fight an old vampire? We need the Elder Council's help. Elliot's voice hardened to bitterness. We had it, till Kensington pulled his stunt, bribing those gang members. Bunch of broke shifters will do anything for cash, even help vampires. I followed his train of thought to the next station. So you think some shifter's helping the kidnapper for a cut of the ransom? I think we need to put tails on all the Carnivora members who are protecting new bloods. He pocketed his phone and eased out of the booth. Cade, you willing to do some surveillance work? Unbelievable! Cade shook his head in disgust. You have some nerve, walking in here, accusing us of blabbing about the case. And now you want me to be your spy? If Torrance so much as dreams I'm the fly on his wall, he'll squash me. A chill ran down my spine. I'd heard that once you were in a gang, there was no getting out alive. Do they think you're a traitor too? I asked. No, Cade and Elliot said at the same time. Elliot nodded to Cade, like, you talk. I was never initiated into Carnivora. They have no hold on me. Mostly thanks to Max. After I got arrested, she broke down in tears and begged me not to go back when I got out. Cade paused and raised his eyebrows at Elliot, who cleared his throat. It's common to have local kids be affiliated with the gang, Elliot said stiffly, but never officially join. Was it uncomfortable to talk about his friend's checkered past when he himself was a straight arrow cop? The two of them were acting pretty awkward, and I found myself wondering sadly if being on opposite sides of the law had damaged their lifelong friendship beyond repair. They'd been like brothers once. It's a phase for some shifters, Cade added. If we walk away at that point, we're seen as non-combatants, off limits as long as we stay out of the gang's way, which I was doing, until they robbed this place. If I get caught spying, I'm not walking away with just a black eye. I know. Elliot folded his arms across his chest. So you're going to make me beg for your help, Furball? Cade shrugged, the lock of auburn hair falling right back into his face. How about apologizing, I said, forcing myself to go on despite Elliot's glare. For acting like such an arrogant jerk cop when you came in. Elliot let out a sound of pure fire-breathing grump. I'm sorry, he said through clenched teeth. When the stakes are this high, it's hard for me to trust that people won't act like idiots. I chewed my cheeks as if considering, which earned me another fire-breathing groan. And you two are not idiots most of the time, he went on grudgingly. You don't deserve that from me. I'll make myself do 50 extra push-ups tonight, okay? He was only joking with that, making fun of me. Nevertheless, my brain was now playing a big screen movie of him in a push-up position. Did he do them every night before bed? What did he wear to bed? A warm blush spread across my face. You're forgiven, I said belatedly. Cade nodded his satisfaction. Fine, I'll spy on Carnivora for you, bird brain. Maybe that friendship was salvageable after all. Cade slid out of the booth and stood, facing me. If they swap me to death, do not replace me with an automatic espresso machine. I will haunt you. When Cade was back in the kitchen, Elliot turned to me, all business again. What's the latest on your investigation of Gerard's true death? The Vampire Hunting Society claimed credit, remember? I wondered if he was trying to catch me out. So now we're just investigating them. And honestly, Carnivora are our top Hazel. Elliot cut in. Them claiming credit doesn't close your case. It's hearsay, not evidence. Talking big to build a rep. In most cases, the killer is a family member. Have you done follow-up interviews with his widow and his new bloods yet? Especially the newest one, who found his remains? It's on my to-do list, I said, mentally adding it to my to-do list. He was right, and I felt embarrassed that I'd made such a beginner's mistake. A goody two-shoes mistake. So, they could lie about committing murder just to brag? The thought boggled my mind. Of course, they could claim credit for killing JFK. Elliot was enjoying his victory too much. They could type it on a quirky old typewriter, and it would be creepy as hell, but it wouldn't make it true. Crap! The creepy note from the vampire hunters. I almost forgot to show you. I slid out of the booth and went to go retrieve my purse from its hook on the coat rack in the back. When I returned, Elliot was standing by the cold case, sneaking a glance at the fresh cinnamon rolls that I knew he'd never allow himself to taste. The vampire hunters left this at my front door, around midnight. I reached into the main pocket of my purse and held up the note, rolling my eyes. Their threats are so dumb and repetitive, right? They came to your door? His voice was soft, but disturbingly so. A bit like last night when he was talking to Drew. Why am I only hearing about this now, Hazel? I chuckled, like I wasn't unnerved by having Deputy Elliot James's cold-fire gaze aimed right into my soul. It didn't occur to me to call you in the middle of the night? Yet you just called at 4:57. He lobbed back. Yeah, to a baker that's morning. Also, I thought I was in danger. He tilted his head like he wondered if he'd heard right. And you didn't think that last night? I had it well in hand. The image of last night's floating broomstick flashed in my mind's eye like a mental hangover. Maybe I'd never be graceful, but I was used to looking out for myself. I'd been doing it all my life. What's a baker doing up at midnight anyway? His eyes bored into me, demanding answers. How is that your business? I don't like it that they were at your door. His tone made a shiver run down my back. It was like he'd slipped off the good, if grumpy, cop mask, and underneath was an animal. Wild instinct, deadly defenses. I'll make damn sure it never happens again. Gulping, I nodded. I had no idea how Elliot planned to guard me from future harassment, but I believed him. He looked scary for a moment. Then the menace was gone, and he was just Elliot again. Grumpy, lawful Elliot. Cade handed him a drip coffee on the house. They shot the breeze for a few minutes about who knows what dude stuff, while I finished up the cupcake frosting and slotted the tray with my latest masterpieces into our cold case. Calm again, Elliot bussed his mug like a gentleman and whirled to ask me a final question. So, you really going to ward Marie Chevalier's house? I groaned. I knew it! He was just waiting for the moment we were alone so he could give me the third degree. He pressed closer, his dark eyes twinkling with curiosity. "You were dead set against it, but you took the money." "They threw it at me." I waited for him to tell me I should have thrown it back, that even in that tense room, I should have had the guts to say no. "Hazel, what makes warding so terrible for witches?" His genuine personal question caught me off guard. "I don't know." "What?" He looked at me like I was an unsolvable mystery, equal parts annoying itch and tantalizing appeal. "How can you not know?" "It's so bad, witches don't talk about it." Guilt pinged me for outsourcing it to some desperate witch who couldn't say no. But that doesn't make sense to you, does it? You'd never be satisfied not knowing something. He shook his head. "If it were me, I'd ask your grandmother." "I can't do that to her." Picturing Gran's worried face made my heart hurt. She'll know I'm asking for a reason. Elliot's gaze stayed locked on me as he leaned in. His wood moss and amber scent was like a drug, sending my senses into overdrive. "Then go ask someone less perceptive and caring than your Gran." I heaved an exaggerated sigh. "Get out of here. I don't like when you're all intense and bossy." Lies. His muscles looked even bigger right now as he loomed over me with his smug, logical authority. "You know I'm right," he said with a shrug. I waved him out. Then, mustering all my willpower, I pulled out my phone and texted Mother. Chapter 12. "Hazel, over here." My older sister Beatrix leapt from her chair to wave at me with both arms outstretched. As if without help, I might fail to spot her and our mother at their prominent beach view table. I hurried across the polished stone floor of the intimate dining room. Bea always set these mom and daughter dates once a quarter or so at some trendy upscale restaurant that was popular with tourists and other ordinals. Even though they were technically witches, Mother and Bea fit right in at such places. Sometimes that still made me jealous. Even though this time I had been the one to initiate this lunch at the last minute, Bea took over the planning after 2 texts, and I let her, because, honestly, she was way better at it. "Sorry, am I late?" I glanced at my watch. Was it wrong? Bea's text had instructed me to come at 1, but they were midway through a shared plate of barbecued jackfruit lettuce wraps. "No, you're not late, Hazel," Mother said soothingly. "It's fine. You're fine. We're just having a nice chat here, nothing to get upset about." Bea smiled and patted the seat next to hers. They'd obviously texted each other privately and agreed to meet earlier so they could chat without me, but didn't want to admit it. That was why they were acting like I was a crazy person for asking about being late. I was used to their ways, and it rarely even got me down anymore. I was proud of that. For the first 17 years of my life, I'd believed I was terrible at magic. I couldn't do what my mother and Bea did, decorating a room to look like a magazine. I couldn't give myself good hair days 365 days a year like my little sister Syndra could. While not nearly as powerful as green magic, beige magic made you look amazing. But it turned out what I wasn't good at was their kind of magic. I settled into a dove-gray, armless leather chair and cracked the menu, reading it close to my chest since there wasn't room to put it on the table. Because of Syndra. Her photo frame, that is. My little sister Syndra wasn't dead or anything. She lived in London, where she made a paltry but glamorous living as a hand and foot model. Still, Mother insisted on bringing her photo to lunch with us. It didn't cut into my elbow room that much. "Oh, the taco omelet looks good," I said. "We knew you would say that," Bea chuckled, exchanging a look with Mother. "We're getting the roasted kale bowls, light and healthy." They always ordered the same thing. "So, how's your grandmother?" Mother prompted. "Still wearing her hair like an elderly Apache princess?" Dad's mom turning out to be a green witch was a surprise that had hit her only after the wedding. My mother's upbringing as a beige witch was so sheltered, she hadn't known much about other colors of magic, and referred to Gran by the offensive term, kitchen witch. Gran's doing great. A big lie, but one I considered an act of loyalty. Gran would rather die than endure their beige pity, the sad faces and awe sounds and heart tapping, the care packages. We love to hear it. Bee smiled, curling her fingers around her matcha latte cup. And, well, how are you holding up with everything that's been going on? The question caught me off guard. Oh, fine. I mean, yeah, there's a lot going on, but it's not really about me, per se. Wait, how did they know about the Vampire Slayer Society and Yolanda and the warding? Oh, you mean Bryson, that we split up? Of course that's what she means, Mother put in. Hazel, only weeks ago you were engaged to be married. Then you flew into a rage in the middle of Thanksgiving dinner, accusing the poor man of being, well, I don't remember what exactly. A demon, I thought. He was a demon and a liar of an ex-boyfriend. I silently thanked Britt's compulsion for keeping my family's memories hazy on the details of that breakup. I'd really rather talk about something else. Honey, we know you're struggling. Mother mirrored my crossed arms and leaned in with a stiff smile that I'm sure she'd learned from some YouTube video on feigning empathy. You don't have to pretend. We're family. We know he's on your mind all the time. You're sad and lonely, no romance in your life, feeling like a failure. Having a hard time keeping up with laundry? I looked down at my slightly wrinkled but still cute button-down shirt in time to see a flit of light. And, kazam, my shirt was glamoured smooth. Bee's signature magical scent, Glossier U, spiced the air. Oh, I said, you didn't have to do that. I wanted to, Hazel. Bee smiled warmly. We're here to help you get back on track. That's why you reached out, isn't it? Oh, no. I laughed before I could stop myself. They'd clearly been talking about my breakup incessantly since Thanksgiving. Now they were out of details and were hoping I could supply some. I reached out so Mother could tell us everything she knows about warding spells. Ugh! My mother touched her perfectly rouged cheek as if I'd slapped it. Why would you mention the W word? Hazel, you're unbelievable, my sister hissed. How could you blow up a negativity bomb in our faces? She gestured to her porcelain skin. So bad for our pores. I ignored Bee's ranting. You always told us to never, ever, ever take a job warding a location. You said it's miserable work and it's beneath us. Well, it is. Both. My mother was beginning to hyperventilate. Okay, but why? Bee shook her head at me. Do you not see you're upsetting her? Mother, do you actually know anyone who did a warding job and had a bad experience? I pressed. Or is it just some superstition or something? All right, since you've asked this extremely personal and indelicate question, my great-aunt Hilda was in dire straits during the Great Depression. She was a beautiful young woman with perfect hair. Well, her family was hungry, so she took a few jobs warding rich men's houses from evil spirits. And afterwards... Mother balled up the napkin with her rose-gold manicured hands. Well, she... Go on, I said, feeling hopeful. I just can't say it. Frantically, she scanned the room, as if trying to flag the waitress to request a fainting couch. Stop trying to make her say it, Hazel. Her hair was a mess. Mother exploded, the horror of it sagging her face. From that day forward, her clothes were wrinkled, and her face was puffy, and her skin was splotchy. She had lipstick in her teeth, and her perfume signature never smelled quite right anymore. Okay, well, that's not so bad. I reached for my herbal tea, which was cold, because Bee ordered it for me before she'd told me to show up. Not so bad? Mother's voice was shrill. The poor thing ended up marrying a short man, and their children played badminton. Not football, not even soccer. What? As always, when I listened to Mother, I found myself lost in a sea of toxicity, struggling to find a molecule of sanity or sense. Hilda, I mused, isn't that the aunt you said I remind you of? What's that have to do with the price of lip filler? Mother's elegant features twisted, like she was too distraught to deal with such a silly question. The point is, her magic was broken. Bea and I gasped. Silence fell across the table. Could this be true? Did warding spells damage your gift? Or was Mother confused? Such a brutal injury would explain why warding was a tragic subject among us witches. But could a witch's magic ever really die? It was, I felt, a part of us, from cradle to crone. But was I willing to bet a stranger's magic on a feeling? I have to go. I stood on wobbly legs, panic pumping through my body. I didn't bother to look back at their wide-eyed bewilderment, or to see if Mother was arranging Syndra's photo in front of my cold tea, which I knew she totally was. This time, I chewed an invisibility mint before I hoofed it back to the iffy part of downtown. As my ghostly boot stomps echoed down the cobblestone sidewalk, I regretted wasting a mint. This part of town was dead in daylight. Hexed Vixen Video was boarded up. So were half the stores on the street. Fortunately, Get Her Done Gigs had its neon sign blazing. I threw open the door and declared, I want my money back. I'm canceling the warding gig. Fiona stared at me from across the gleaming mahogany desk, which for all I knew was just a glamoured cardboard box. Found your long-lost ethics, did you, Green Witch? I didn't know warding damaged people's magic. I refused to be intimidated by her tailored navy suit jacket and peach silk layering top. That's unacceptable. Fiona rapped her blood orange oval nails on the desk. Cost of doing business, love, she said. So Mother had been right. But don't be such a downer. It's not only damage, it's change, and change is good. I gaped. Could she be any more glib about people losing their sacred gifts? You cancel that gig. I'd found my moral center again. I'll stand here while you do. Fiona's voice took on a cloying, saccharine tone. I'm afraid that's not possible, miss. The gig has already been assigned and scheduled for fulfillment. She presented sparkling white teeth. Imminently. My heart fluttered. Tell me who you assigned it to. Not possible, not happening. She repeated in the same sing-song voice, like an evil Mary Poppins. Read your contract next time, sweetie. My blood boiled. Don't call me sweetie. And you didn't give me any contract. Who did you assign it to? Oh, let me just pull up our company database and furnish you with that private client info. Joking, Fiona added, without any mirth whatsoever in her tone. You're batty if you think I'm going to let you put the kibosh on my gig, sweetie. With a wiggle of her blood-orange fingers, Fiona commanded the door to open. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted between us, propelling me toward the door. The scent of burning grass filled my nostrils as I gasped for air, struggling to stay on my feet. But the force was too strong. I fell backwards, landing on my butt on the cold, hard sidewalk. Yep, gray magic. Called it. Private client info, indeed. Hex my life. I had no choice but to pay a visit to Marie Pierre tonight. Chapter 13. I hung a left turn in Britt's Mini Cooper to climb the hill towards sunset. It was 4:30, and the sun was, in fact, already setting over the horizon as I drove, washing the sky in peach and purple hues. Graham had insisted on joining Britt and me, for protection, but so far, all he'd contributed was making out with Britt in the back seat. You guys, I said,
I feel like a limo driver on prom night. No response. He's supposed to be your bodyguard, I growled, not your boy toy. Britt detached herself at last from Graham's lips. Having a super rough December here, Hazel, she said. Also, I haven't kissed anyone in 2 entire years. Don't begrudge me this bear. Maybe she's jealous, Graham said. You said she was extremely single. I know you think you're whispering, Graham. I sniped at my second forced roommate. But I've got bad news. Your quiet voice is loud. Britt raked her nails through his sandy hair, looking dreamy. Aw, I love your loud, grizzly voice. Well, I don't love keeping secrets from Max. My record scratch of a comment made Britt wince. Low blow, Hazel. Mood killer, Graham intoned. Hex me, they were annoying. Bet they wouldn't be acting so lovey-dovey if Max were in the car instead of off being interviewed on some travel podcast, as she often was as the voice of Blue Moon Bay. Have either of you thought about what you're going to tell her? To her credit, Britt sobered. I don't know quite yet, she admitted. But it's my problem, not yours. You mean our problem? Graham grabbed Britt's chin and pulled her in for another steamy kiss. As I turned onto Marie Pierre Street, I thought again of how depressing it was that the last person I kissed was a demon milking me for energy. I stole a glance at Britt. Her big brown eyes, lidded in bliss, dark hair wrapped around Graham's thick fingers. I wasn't jealous, exactly, but I wanted to feel what she was feeling. For a split second, I recalled the ferocity in Elliot's eyes this morning. His oak and amber scent. What would his lips taste like on mine? It was such an arresting thought that I didn't have room to be nervous till Britt and I were settled at Marie Pierre's kitchen table, awaiting tea and cookies that no one particularly wanted. Graham had introduced himself as Britt's boyfriend and parked his butt on the sad yet ostentatious velvet Chesterfield in the living room. He'd be near enough if needed, but not so close Marie would sniff him out as a shifter. Not that Marie seemed to suspect a thing. She was completely engrossed in mentoring her new maid, offering guidance and direction with every order she barked. Faster, Bronwyn! She snapped her fingers at the lanky young woman who was hastily setting the table with actual polished silverware. The oolong is ready for steeping. You must not neglect one task for another, my dear child, or you'll get behind. My dear child. Her overfamiliarity made me squirm in my seat, till I glanced over and saw this maid looked familiar. Wispy, candy-pink bangs brushed the sides of her forehead, framing a pixie face adorned with long lashes and raspberry lips. Excuse me, Bronwyn? Britt's voice was overly composed, like she was trying to hide her emotions. Aren't you one of Gerard's new bloods? The pink-haired girl looked to Marie, as if checking if it were okay to answer. Yes, I am training her, Marie said, her posture stiff and her voice tinged with sadness. I want her to acquire the skills to work in the service industry. The study of film lit is no longer a luxury we can afford for someone in Bronwyn's position. Her position? I blurted out. Marie regarded me with a mournful expression. Since Gerard's passing, we've all had to lower our expectations, myself included. It's a difficult time for us all. Britt and I exchanged a skeptical glance. Marie's concern for Bronwyn's future employment seemed rooted in a genuine desire to help her, rather than any personal vendetta. But how could Gerard have left them poor? Money is such a delicate subject, Britt began. But Gerard left a will, surely. His soul could not have been more generous. Marie clasped her hands and gazed up reverently, as if at Gerard in vampire heaven. The house and everything in it are mine, community property. But he is not declared dead, and may not be for a very long time. There is no human body, though, of course, I buried his vampiric remains, and his fake ID will not withstand the scrutiny of a missing persons case. It can take years to declare a person dead, and in the meantime, we are penniless.
Oh, Marie, that's brutal. Britt reached out to comfort the valet with a gentle arm pat. But hey, if any of you ever wants a beer-slinging type job at the Drunken Barrel, I know someone who knows someone.
Oh la la, what a fate at my age.
Marie sighed heavily and turned to me.
Is it possible I am under a curse?
You know, it could be a minor hex. I shrugged, and though I wasn't sensing witch magic on her at all, a decade of customer service had taught me that most people just wanted to feel seen in their pain, and to get a groveling apology, and free cake. Even a mini hex can be mega stressful. I put on my cashier empathy face. So sorry you're having to deal with that. How are you dealing with it? Britt added.
I'm surviving, barely.
Marie gestured to her ash-blonde chignon, little black dress, and bold patterned silk scarf, as if they represented craven squalor.
But you are not here to ask about my well-being.
Her deep blue eyes narrowed.
What do you want to know?
You said Karina moved back in with her human family. I spoke up. We need their contact info. Last name, address, and phone number.
You expect me to know any of these things?
Marie blinked in confusion, as if I were asking her to recite obscure Tibetan poetry.
And why do you want to bother that poor girl?
She gasped as it occurred to her.
Don't tell me you suspect her.
Britt's voice was calm but firm. We can't rule her out, Marie. According to you yourself, she's the one who found his body.
According to? What does this mean?
Marie demanded.
You suspect me now?
Of course not. Britt touched her arm again. I thought back to Elliot's reminder that family often murdered family. Marie seemed to worship Gerard, yet Britt said he'd treated her like a mere employee. Wasn't it possible she'd gotten sick of that dynamic? After several 100 years, maybe she wanted to boss others for a change. Like she was doing with Bronwyn? I felt sorry for the long-ago version of Marie, who was Gerard's child bride. But the Marie in front of me? Deaf on my suspect list.
Karina's an innocent girl,
Marie insisted.
And I don't just mean with regards to the murder. Her head is as fluffy as a poodle's. Gerard, in his infinite prudence, did not always choose eternity's children for their wits.
She glanced at Bronwyn and added sternly,
Don't dilly-dally with the cookies.
Bronwyn stood at the counter with tongs in her hand, a strained look on her pretty young face. Had she been eavesdropping? She resumed placing chocolate chip cookies, fresh from the oven, onto a glass platter. A golden brown cookie fell off the tongs and shattered on the tile. She cringed, cursing under her breath. Sorry. Don't worry about it, Britt said. Is it all right if we take up 10 minutes of your time? We have a few questions to ask all the new bloods. Bronwyn looked at Marie, who frowned.
The girls don't know anything about his death that I haven't shared with you,
Marie said.
Why upset them even more?
Marie, Britt pleaded, we're the only ones trying to bring his killer to justice, to bring you all some peace of mind, a sense of security.
Peace of mind is not what I am lacking,
Marie said stiffly, as Bronwyn appeared with the cookies and tea balanced on a tray. I found myself praying she wouldn't drop anything.
I have no reason to believe it was anyone but the vampire hunters who took credit. As to security...
Ah! She cried out as if stung.
What is this now? Paper towels for our guests?
She fixed a look of pure disappointment on Bronwyn, whose shoulders shrank as she passed me a folded paper towel.
Your generation. I cannot understand.
The girl ducked her head. Sorry, Marie.
Why did I have the feeling Bronwyn said those words a lot lately? I reached for a cookie and set it on my plate, determined to say that they were delicious, no matter what. Marie tutted. Mon Dieu, where was I? Security, Britt said, with exaggerated gentleness. She was treating Marie with kid gloves, and I had the feeling this was how everyone ended up treating her. Ah, yes. Marie's face brightened considerably. I have the most amazing news on that front. Some anonymous donor is paying a witch to ward this house. A witch who isn't Hazel? Britt shot me a look of confusion. Crap, why hadn't I filled her in on the warding drama? When it came to opening up in the midst of crises, I was no better than Elliot. That's great, Marie. I glared daggers at Britt to shut her up and took a sip of my oversteeped oolong. Oui, I was moved to tears by their kind gesture. Marie's lips curved up in a shy smile. It's proof that some in this community still cherish us. It was hard not to notice her veiled lament. Was it the Elder Council, embracing modernity's encroach, who didn't appreciate valets in her view? Or someone else? So, when's this fabulous warding spell happening? Britt had recovered from my blunder and was playing along. I was thankful my friend was quick on the uptake. Soon, Thursday morning. Marie's eyes sparkled with relief and a joyful anticipation seemed to radiate from her. It was plain that her unwarded house had been a heavy burden, one she was now on the verge of releasing. Which made me feel the tiniest bit conflicted about my plans to sabotage the whole thing. Come Thursday morning, I'd be here, come hex or high water, doing my best to talk some poor witch out of harming her own magic. Please don't let it be Jacinta. I wasn't sure I could survive that level of awkwardness for a second time. I bit into the cookie and nearly gagged. The bottom was black char, the inside raw flour. No wonder I was the only one eating them. I didn't blame the kid. She wanted to be studying film, not baking. Surreptitiously, I tucked the cookie into my paper towel. When I folded it over a second time to cover the cookie, I looked down to see ink stains on the paper. Bronwyn met my eyes, her expression too neutral. Not stains. It was blue cursive writing, smeared by the absorbent towel. A message. Secret. For me. Heart pounding, I crumpled the towel with the cookie still in it and tossed the whole mess into my newish black purse, while Britt stared, bemused. Marie's skinny brows shot up toward her platinum hairline. What on earth? One for the road, I explained, hoping the sweat beading on my forehead wasn't too obvious. They're so delectable. Marie pointed her finger at me and looked at Bronwyn. Now that is true politeness. 1 hour later, the whole gang was huddled around the bakery oven for an emergency meeting armed with provisions. I'd conjured up a dozen fresh, flaky croissants, infused with a focus spell to keep us sharp. Meanwhile, Cade fired up the espresso machine and whipped up frothy macchiatos for himself, Elliot, Britt, Graham, and Max. To me, he handed a piping mug of cocoa with marshmallows. Indulging in croissants at 10 p.m. might be considered blasphemy by some, but this was Blue Moon Bay, not Paris or Rome. I put down my hot chocolate and read Bronwyn's paper towel note out loud to the group again. It had taken me 15 minutes to decipher the smeared ink. Karina didn't go home. She ran away the night Gerard was killed. Marie goes to confession Tuesdays 11 to 1. Concisely written. Elliot nodded with grudging respect as he poked a straw into the pre-mixed protein shake he'd brought over. And brave, Max added just as grudgingly. Going behind Marie's back to send you a message. But is the message true? Cade crunched his croissant pensively. I can only think of one reason why Marie would lie about Karina's whereabouts. Britt looked distressed and stuffed another croissant in her mouth for comfort. To keep her off our suspect list. Running away after the murder? Looks real bad.
You did say she was protective of you new bloods, Graham said, without looking at Britt. Albeit in a creepy colonial way.
Max shot him an odd look. From the moment she dashed in, late since her podcast interview ran over, Graham and Britt hadn't so much as brushed elbows. No doubt they understood that they'd give themselves away with a mere look or touch. The sparks radiating in the air between them made me want to run through the kitchen, screaming, "They're kissing!" Instead, I mused aloud. If Marie's protecting Karina, then she can't be the killer. Marie would draw the line at shielding her husband's murderer. Wouldn't she?
What if Marie's the killer? Cade suggested. And Karina's a witness who fled the scene. Or maybe Marie staked Gerard and staked Karina for witnessing it, Elliot said.
Cade groaned.
You always gotta one-up me, dude.
I can't see Marie staking him, Britt said. I lived with those two, and there was zero tension between them. She did his bidding, he gave her blood. End of story.
If Gerard and his children are her only source of lifeblood, she's in a precarious position.
Elliot eyed the croissants like they were his personal enemies, then drained his protein shake.
Are the new bloods going to keep giving her blood forever?
He looked at Britt.
Would you give her blood?
Britt frowned and bit her lip. To keep her from dying? Sure, I'd give a pint.
Max whistled. Marie better hope Bronwyn and the other girl are more enthusiastic blood donors than you. I guess we'll learn more on Tuesday, Elliot said, while Marie's in church.
I gave Elliot a significant look. 2 whole days till we can interview the new bloods? He tilted his head down slightly.
I'm afraid there's no way for me to use my legal authority here, Hazel. There's no ordinal case, as I said. No body, no... Actually, what happened to the sludgy remains?
Buried in Marie's backyard, Britt said.
I shuddered. Croissant urge cured. Since we're all here, Elliot said, suppressing a yawn. Cade, want to give an update on Carnivora? Right. Cade cleared his throat. So tonight I was tailing Jasper, and let me tell you, all that boy does is hang with his idiot crew and drink beer at the Howling Hog's Head. They talk about girls, talk about getting high, how their parents don't get them. It was like spying on my teenage self. But the kicker is, they all had their vampire protectees with them, and they were pretty much getting along fine. No one attacked anyone.
So what, the hates all talk? I asked.
No.
Elliot, Cade, Graham, and Max answered at once.
But I do think they play it up, Cade added. You have to, or you're seen as weak. I'm sure they were more relaxed because Torin wasn't there. The Alpha was missing, Elliot said. Cade shrugged. I got the impression he's been skipping late nights at the bar lately.
All the better to leave creepy notes at my door, I said.
It had to be him. Elliot's jaw tightened. From now on, I'm Torin's shadow. Anything of note about the conversation at the bar? Elliot asked.
Cade scratched his beard.
They talked for hours. How do I know what's important? Go with your gut, Graham said, stealing a glance at Britt. I always do. Well, okay, Cade said. Some of the girls they talk about are local witches. Jasper's dating Amethyst, for example.
Our Amethyst? I knew she was going out with inappropriate boys.
But he's worried gang politics are going to tear them apart, Cade went on. Apparently, that's what happened with a former member, Orion, and his ex-girlfriend. Ree was an alpaca shifter. Carnivora doesn't accept herbivores. It broke them up. Which sucks for them, I'm sure, Max cut in. But did you really risk your wings for a high school soap opera? I guess you're right, Cade said, sounding sheepish. It's probably not important.
Then Elliot did something he rarely did. He smiled.
It is important, he said, because Orion was Torin's little brother. He disappeared a month ago, the night of the full moon. Ever since then, Torrin's been telling anyone who'll listen that vampires killed his brother. And it's only in the last month that the vampire hunters started sending threats. I glanced over to the wall, where my Season of the Witch's Garden calendar hung. It was last year's stocking stuffer from B, who was at least trying. The night of the full moon is when Gerard was killed.
And Karina ran away, Britt added.
You think Torrin's brother had something to do with Gerard and Karina? Elliot asked.
I snapped my fingers. What did you say Orion's girlfriend's name was?
The alpaca shifter?
Cade blinked.
Karina, we all said. I shivered again. We're getting somewhere, but I don't know where. We need to interview the gang rank and file to learn more about Orion and Karina, Max said. I can talk to Scruffy tomorrow.
And I'll follow Amethyst tomorrow, I said. She's connected to just about every thread. She's dating a Carnivora member. She's best friends with Yolanda. And, they both had to be in the same film class as Karina, since we know Gerard used his courses as a dating pool.
Don't you love this feeling? Elliot caught my eye. Something's starting to come together.
I think I prefer the feeling where everything's already together, I admitted. But at least we finally caught some sort of break. And we have a plan.
Chapter 14. That's what I thought, until the next morning. Elliot's back was ramrod straight as he speed-walked through Sage's bakery at 10:30 a.m., rudely ignoring my fresh pink raspberry cakes, gingerbread cookies, and cranberry pecan scones drizzled with orange glaze. A clutch of blonde yoga pants-clad toddler moms glanced up from their crumb-covered children to admire the taut line of Elliot's jaw, which looked like it could crush diamonds. He ignored them, too. Instead, he locked eyes with me, where I stood wiping the busing counter with a hot, soapy rag. From 5 feet away, I could feel the fury pouring off him, but his voice stayed low and calm. There's a new video from the kidnapper. My heart caught in my throat. Yolanda. I set my rag down and called to Cade that I was taking a break. At the corner booth, Elliot scooted closer to me, which would have made my breath quicken if my heart weren't already thumping at a wild canter. Had the kidnapper hurt Yolanda? Had our splintered community failed that poor girl, wasting too much time bickering? What if, God forbid, he'd broken vampire law and harmed her? The witch I was supposed to mentor. Guilt hung like a cloud over me as Elliot pushed his phone toward me and hit play. I wanted to squeeze my eyes shut, but forced myself to watch. I was expecting to see the grizzled vampire's ruddy, scowling face, like in the first 2 videos. Instead, a khaki sleeping bag twisted like a worm on a dusty black and white tile floor. A mop of dark hair was draped over the bag's opening. The sleeping person rolled over and made cute little sleepy sounds, and I gasped in relief. It was Yolanda. The bag crinkled as her breaths went up and down, slow and regular. I exhaled a huge sigh. It's a proof of life video, I said, and silently gave myself props for binging all those TV cop dramas. She's okay, thank God. For now. Elliot pointed to the screen. Listen.
Isn't she precious?
The kidnapper's loud, crackly voice intoned sardonically from off-camera.
I can hear that young blood humming. Bet it tastes like birthday cake.
Gross. My hands felt hot with anger and revulsion.
If you don't want your witchling to be dessert, you'll get me my money by Saturday night. Midnight. Oh yeah, and the price went up again. It's $200K now, baby. Or...
He made a disgusting, wet slurping sound, and the vid was over, frozen on Yolanda's angelic, sleeping face. I turned to Elliot in disbelief. How are we going to get $200,000 to him by midnight? Already solved that piece. Grim satisfaction colored his features. Kensington's agreed to pony up the cash.
Sheriff's Department personnel will put it in the gym locker as required." Wow, Drew's being so generous. Generous? He gave a short laugh. He's cleaning up his own mess. He tried to leverage a crisis in our community to gain influence. He threw money around, and word got around. And now, the ransom keeps going up. I nodded slowly, though for once, Elliot's logic wasn't adding up. Something about Drew made him see red, and I wasn't sure if it was the fangs or the billions. You still think the kidnapper had an accomplice at the meeting? Elliot nodded. I'm almost sure of it. Who would wish this kind of misery on the Hyacinth family? Maybe it's not about the family. Elliot sounded like he was trying out a theory. Maybe it's about survival. His gaze wandered out the window, narrowing on a tree heavy with snow. Brand new vampires face long odds. Most human families reject them. Their sires, not always helpful. I thought of Gerard and shuddered. They're isolated, desperate. If I were a new blood vampire, I'd be willing to form ties with just about anyone. I thought back to those 3 nervous wallflowers at Drew's meeting. Sure, it might be logical to suspect one of them, but I couldn't see it. Carnivora, I could see aiding and abetting a gross kidnapper. Except that they hated vampires. There was Drew's chic, polished house staff, though they seemed to be all ordinals. So who did that leave, other than my friends and me? Amethyst. That night, she'd pouted at Elliot, been grouchy about a seatbelt, and spoken up boldly for social justice toward vampires. She was acting too normal for someone whose best friend just got kidnapped. Anything jump out at you in the video? Elliot interrupted my thoughts. Yeah, that floor, I said, realizing it was bugging me. Not only was it filthy, but nobody makes those weird octagonal tiles anymore, except to be all retro. The moment the words were out of my mouth, I regretted how, well, beige they sounded. Elliot was a cop, investigating a serious case. Why would he care about decor? To my surprise, his eyebrows raised with interest, stylus hovering over his tablet screen. Go on. Okay. Clearly, no one's washed those tiles in years. I saw Elliot scribbling notes on his tablet and got so excited I began to ramble. And the room looks huge. Too huge for a house, even a huge house. Because only rich people own those, and they'd hire a cleaner. Cool. He'd followed my ramble logic. So, our kidnappers got Yolanda holed up in an institutional space. An old, unused one. His brow furrowed. Not too many places in town fit that bill. We'll find where he's hiding her. Tonight. Does it have to be here in town? I asked. No, he admitted. But it's a good bet, if he's counting on the money to be delivered to that locker at Swole Tim's. He didn't say the part I was thinking, that if the kidnapper had moved Yolanda to another town, there was little chance of us tracking them down in time to raid his hiding place. It was a bet we'd have to take. Oh. Elliot snapped his fingers as another thought seemed to occur to him. Did you notice the vampire wasn't on screen this time? Good point. Maybe he was holding the phone to film Yolanda? No, his camera's clearly on a tripod. No shaking. Now that he mentioned it, the video's quality was surprisingly good. The clarity of Yolanda's features in the dim room meant he must have played around with lighting. Something else dawned on me. When he was talking, the sleeping bag stopped making crinkly sounds. Elliot scribbled in his notes app again, immediately seeming to get where I was going with that. Editing his voice in later is a fairly sophisticated thing to do, technically. Right? I said. If he's some crotchety elder who just got turned, how does he know so much about making videos? Someone has to be helping him. Someone like a film student? There were so many to choose from. Bronwyn, Karina, and Amethyst for starters. Amethyst had even filmed the vampire before, when he first showed up at the diner. Elliot shook his head. I should have realized sooner that he had an accomplice. I'd never heard him admit to a mistake before.
But he didn't take long to dwell. "All the schools in town have basements," Elliot said, all business again. "So does City Hall, the courthouse, the library. As soon as you get off work, we'll split up and get the DeClaw twins to help us look around in stealth mode." Max and Cade could both shift into houseflies, so they could investigate without being discovered, though they could be swatted. "Max and I can check out local schools." He nodded his approval of the plan. "Cade and I will check out other buildings, and meet back here at 10? It's almost a shame, I thought, as I walked back to my post at the register. How you never get to appreciate the moments when your life is action movie thrilling. Because you're too busy being terrified. Chapter 15. Fat raindrops were leaking from the starless sky and onto the Mustang's windshield when Max pulled into the student lot at Blue Moon High. I slotted my plastic cup of bubble tea in the drink holder next to hers and was flattened by a rogue wave of nostalgia. Other than the 10 p.m. darkness, it felt just like when we were seniors here, sneaking off campus for a break from the mean girls who hounded us. Real jerk types. Like Britt Salazar. Max didn't share the warm fuzzies. "Blue moon, true moon, victory," she sang sarcastically, before adding in her normal voice, "Hate you forever, vicious hell school." In the last few hours, Max had shifted into fly form 6 times to examine the floors at Blue Moon Bay Middle School and the 3 elementaries that fed into it, as well as the Catholic school, and the weird New Agey school that no one knew much about because only ordinals went there. No dice. Some had dingy floors, but none that matched the black and white tiles in the video. I was about to say I didn't blame her for being in a bad mood, that I was in a bad mood too and would be until Yolanda was safe and sound. But when I turned, there was no one in the driver's seat, just a pile of clothes. A fly buzzed around my ears, and I rolled down my window to let it out. A transom window near the eaves of the gym building was cracked open. I figured that's where she'd head first, but of course, I lost sight of her within seconds. The engine running, I waited nervously for Max to return. We'd agreed that if she did discover where the vampire was holding Yolanda, she'd fly straight back and we'd call for backup together. Still, now that the plan was in motion, I seriously doubted Max was capable of leaving an innocent kid tied up in some corner. She'd be more likely to shift into Bobcat mode and try to gnaw the vamp's head off. Barring miracles, I'd be out a best friend. A sudden movement on my right made me jump. A grandpa raccoon was waddling toward the dumpster on the sidewalk next to the parking lot. Then a light blinked in my eyes. Just a street lamp with a failing bulb. 15 minutes that felt like an eternity later, the fly was back, buzzing at me to lower the window again. I felt pretty stupid taking orders from a housefly, but it was my only real contribution to the mission. While I was at it, I scooped up Max's clothes and moved them to the dash just as she materialized in the driver's seat, naked. I turned away while she did a deft pretzel dance, putting her outfit back together. "Wrong kind of flooring," she said, before I could ask. "Let's go. I hate this place." Max looked bone-weary, and I felt let down as she drove north toward Blue Moon Bay College, our last stop. Unlike the high school, this campus was popping at 10:30. The parking lot was half full, and a steady triangle of rain gear-clad students streamed between it, the library, and the food court, which I vaguely remembered staying open till midnight with a skeleton crew. "Ah, finals week," Max said fondly. It was almost a party atmosphere. "I don't remember loving to study that much," I said, glancing at Remington Hall, the staid Victorian building where I'd taken over a dozen business classes. Though, maybe it's because I really never got to pick my major. Gran just told me what my destiny was. "Hey, you were lucky she did." Max's tone was bitter. "Some people spend years waffling between majors. Some never find one and drop out. They wake up one fine morning and realize they've chewed up every course syllabus while they were an animal and puked it back up." Weirdly specific example. I stared at her.
Till this moment, I'd had no inkling that was why Max dropped out. I figured she'd paused her education because her blog was taking off, but her voice carried regret. Was she still wistful about not graduating? Ugh, look at that ordinal idiot. Max gestured to a Humvee that was double parked outside the auditorium. Womp womp, too big to park. I was pretty sure Max was just changing the subject, but I stole another glance at the Humvee. It's not just ordinals. Amethyst drives one. It was her dad's, and he was an ordinal, but I wasn't going to undercut my own point. Max's eyes narrowed. Isn't that her right there? A girl in a fuchsia rain jacket with the hood up was rushing up the path from the food court, her gait uneven. As she approached, I saw that her small frame was weighed down with bags, a plastic one in each hand, a satchel dangling off each shoulder, and a hip bag worn tight across her chest. Speak of the devil, I said, unclipping my seatbelt. I opened the car door and ran toward her. Amethyst! Amethyst blinked. Hazel? What are you doing on campus? I sidestepped the question. Can I help you carry all these? What are you carrying? Just my books. Her eyes shifted to the left. And dinner. Now that we were up close, I could see and smell that the 2 plastic bags in her hands were from Guac and Roll, the taco joint in the food court. And they were full to bursting. How many tacos could one witch eat? Is something I wasn't rude enough to ask. That's a hex ton of books, I said instead. Want me to carry one of your bags to the car for you? Amethyst's lips twisted into a cruel smirk I'd never seen before. Oh, how sweet of you, she spit out, in a voice dripping with false kindness. So now you suddenly want to help the younger generation of witches, do you? Is it because you feel guilty for not mentoring poor Yolanda when you had the chance? Her words were a slap in the face. I took a breath and reminded myself she was a teenager, and she was hurting. To be honest, I do feel guilty, I said. But that's not why I'm offering to help. I'm offering because you're acting really sus, and I think you might be the key to everything. It's kind of late, Hazel, Amethyst snapped. Gotta go. She pushed past me and staggered to her behemoth car. Its driver's side door was touchless, by magic or by tech. Without stopping to pull the satchels off her shoulders, she got in the Humvee and zoomed off. What was that about? Max had caught up with me. And why was she carrying, 50 pounds of tacos? Jealous. Maybe she's got a dozen friends waiting in the car? They'd fit. Max shook her head. Nah, I checked. Not unless they were ducking down or locked in the trunk. Ha. What? She was acting shifty. She has been for weeks now, I said. I just don't think a green witch who's into social justice and fairness would lock her enemies in a trunk, and then feed them tacos. Tacos. Max was extra distractible when she was hungry. We should tell Elliot we saw her and that she was acting odd, I said, when we're done with this pointless floor crusade. Max winced. Speaking of which, do we really need to fly in for this last one? Library's open. I dug in my purse for my tin of Invisiments. I got this. The hardest part was avoiding crowds on the way into the front lobby. It was easy to sidestep the front desk and hop the turnstile without tripping any alarms. From there, I strolled into the stacks. They were just as endless as I remembered them. A whole world of knowledge to lose yourself in, though it could be awkward if you stumbled on a couple who were lost in a different sort of knowledge. But the flooring, that was new. Gone was the white vinyl that carried whispers and made every shoe clack. Each floor I'd walked had been upgraded to some kind of premium rubber. It was eerily quiet, but as an invisible witch, I appreciated the extra cover. I could walk right past people, like a library ghost. And truthfully, that's what it felt like. Not just because I was invisible either. That warm feeling I'd had earlier, that little had changed since Max and I were seniors. Being surrounded by college kids, with their backpacks and their world-weary laughter and their bizarre flirting rituals, was reminding me that college kids were kids. I didn't belong here anymore. I was in my very late 20s, old enough to be someone's mentor. The realization made me feel a pang, but this wasn't the place for self-reflection. I needed to find a way into the library basement. I walked around till I spotted a technician repairing a light fixture on the 9th floor. I swiped her keys from her belt and pushed a button for the service elevator. And boom! Dingy black and white tile. It was here. Only problem, Yolanda wasn't. The place was empty, except for a rat that skitched across my path. I screamed and clamped down on my urge to curse in words. Last thing I needed was to turn visible here. My phone burbled, and I read the screen in disbelief. It was a file drop. Of course, another video. My heart was hammering in my chest. How close did the kidnappers have to be to send that? I ran back to the service elevator and waited till the door closed safely behind me before hitting play. This video was even more sparse than the last. No proof of life. No reassuring images of Yolanda. It was only trees, giant conifers. Had the vamp moved her to the woods?
You tried to get something for nothing.
A theatrical, grouchy male voiceover began.
Life doesn't work that way. Once you've paid me, I'll send you the coordinates to get your witch back. The price is now $500,000.
My phone burbled with a text from Elliot. The floor matches the college library basement. Be careful. I forwarded the video to him, and I couldn't resist sending a photo of the floor, too. Way ahead of you. He shot back another text. Get the hell out of there. I don't want to have to rescue you twice in 1 month. Oh, damn. Rude. Chapter 16. The Corvid Woods was a 3,000-acre wilderness, home to black bears and much scarier elk. But to Kate and Elliot, it was their backyard. It took the two shifters less than 5 minutes between watching the video to IDing, from memory, that particular stand of spruce trees. Midnight found us all crowded around the bakery's corner booth, staring at a projector displaying the landscape of those precise GPS coordinates. And by all of us, I really do mean everyone. Elliot, me, Britt and Graham, who wouldn't so much as look at each other with Max literally standing between them, Drew Kensington, who'd clearly never set a gold Versace sneaker in a common bakery before, the Carnivora gang, sullen-faced with their vampire charges, who also looked sullen after having been forced to endure a week of the Carnivora lifestyle of beer halls, darts, casing local businesses, and late-night gossip. Torin was even edgier than usual, hands in the pockets of his leather jacket, glaring out the window as if the full moon or Grand's flowered curtains offended him. I wasn't thrilled seeing him or Jasper in my bakery, which they'd tried to rob. Unfortunately, we needed all hands on deck if we were going to take down Yolanda's kidnapper tonight. Elliot was locked in a heated debate with Drew over a plan of attack, and Cade was busily brewing coffees to fortify everyone, as it slowly sunk in for me that Yolanda's rescue was happening. Finally happening. We were going to raid the vampire stronghold in the woods and get our girl back, safe and sound, assuming it wasn't too late. And assuming we could ever stop bickering amongst ourselves. How do you not see it? Approaching from the north is superior. Drew's million-dollar face was perplexed as he squinted at Elliot. The wind muffles our sounds, blows our scents in the opposite direction. Massive win. Drew, buddy, I know you've never done this before. Elliot seemed to take pleasure in pointing it out. Drew had begged to be involved, since it was technically his fault Cheryl revoked her offer of a century-old vampire for backup. But Elliot wasn't about to let him take over. In an ambush like this, he went on, the wind's not high on our list of problems. Being seen is. We split up, one group sneaks in from the east,
The other crouches in the underbrush over here, coming from the southwest. He bent over to draw on his tablet with an electronic pencil, and 2 diverging lines appeared on the projected map. The room was hanging on his words, and I wasn't gonna lie, he was even hotter when he was in his crime-fighting element. That plan gives us the most visual cover, Max said, thinking aloud. She, too, knew the woods like the back of her hand. Or paw. I just need to get off a clean shot to his heart, Elliot said, before he's got visual ID on us. That'll incapacitate him for long enough for the rescue team to dash in and grab Yolanda, and the stake team follows. That's how cops think, he added for the mic drop. With all due respect, this is not your typical police ambush. Drew flashed a smile at the group of us. You need to think like a vampire, am I right? Some vampires clapped in agreement, or maybe just vampire solidarity. Wrong. Torin pounded the counter. You have to think like a criminal. Glad someone said it, Jasper added. We're trying to knock him down and take what he has, yeah? Keeping out of sight is everything. The cops got it right, for once. Young man, you underestimate how good our hearing is, said the vampire who had been a vice principal. Some of us can echolocate like bats and dolphins. Torin snorted. Well, that's just friggin' creepy. She held her ground. Would you talk like that to a dolphin, Shifter? No, ma'am. They're cute. You're an unnatural monster who shouldn't exist. Protests rang out from everyone who wasn't carnivora. Britt's voice rose above the din. We have a witch in the room. All eyes turned to me as she continued. Hazel, can your magic help either of these plans? I thought it over. Logistically, it's easier for me to create a cone of silence for us, I said, than to glamour everyone invisible and keep them invisible for as long as they want. Oh, well, that changes things, said the vice principal vampire. If the kidnapper can't hear us, then Deputy Elliot's plan makes sense. Her neck-tatted carnivora bodyguard clapped her on the back, and Drew shrugged like it didn't irk him, which is how I knew it did. Scruffy the waiter from the Drunken Barrel spoke up. What if we don't want a witch to silence us? She's not silencing us, bro, Torin said. She's keeping our words from being heard by the kidnapper. I stared at Torin. Did the gang leader just defend me? Sort of. Only to put an irritating new member in his place? Scruffy had to be a raw rookie, surely. But still, I wanted to replay the moment over and over. But Scruffy wasn't satisfied. What if I'm philosophically opposed to witch magic? Then leave, Elliot said flatly. The door's right behind you. Wait, what if Scruffy's right? A second carnivora member spoke up. This witch has been known to side with the undead. Seriously? I said, as predictable murmurs kicked up. Not this traitor garbage again. Graham's chilling roar shut down the room. Suck it up, kids! Graham cast a glower straight at Scruffy. Take it from a poli-sci professor. If you don't want to be an evil dictator someday, your purest ideology must bow to the greater good. Yeah, so both of you zip it or we'll put you in a cone of silence, Torin added, looking a bit annoyed that Graham stole his thunderstick. We need Hazel to do her witch thing. Got it, morons? Weird how it took him saying that for me to realize they did need me. I was playing a vital role in this battle. Battle? I wasn't built for battle. I lost track of the conversation as my breaths turned shallow. I was a baker. Just a baker. What was I doing here, surrounded by much stronger beings, preparing to fight for the first time in my life? I had to, though. For Yolanda. Couldn't let her down a second time. There was no room for failure. While everyone was busy telling Scruffy to get over his oh-so-pure self, I slunk to the back kitchen.
Panting, I leaned against the counter to steady myself. Earth to Hazel. Cade was holding his hand up in front of my face. Your mocha? Sorry, I was zoned out. I took a deep breath. Too deep. I felt dizzy. Well, freaking out. Panicking. Cade nodded like that was all normal. It's scary stuff, he said gently. Ambushing a vampire. You look calm, I accused him. I'm just used to my ever-present panic. It's like an old friend. He handed me the cup. I held it with both hands, letting it warm my fingers. Tell me it's going to be okay, I begged. That Yolanda will be okay. He gave a short laugh. I'm better at coffee than pep talks. Can you try? Cade bit his lip. In high school, Dad would always promise me I was only going through an awkward stage, and any minute now I'd wake up and find I'd grown up into a normal stand-up guy, like Dad himself. Made me feel better. Till one night, I woke up and I'd shrunk. I was buzzing and flying through a strange landscape in the night, blinded by the light of the full moon. Holy cupcakes. Yeah. The pep talks stopped making me feel better after that. I felt kind of betrayed, even though it wasn't Dad's fault. See, he didn't know things don't always turn out okay. But I do, and so I never make promises. I stared at him. You could have said she'll probably be okay. Oh, yeah, true. He cleared his throat. She'll probably be okay. Thanks, I said sarcastically. I can't say it with any more conviction, or it would sound like a promise. I tossed a dish towel at his back. You did turn out to be a stand-up guy, I thought. But I didn't get a chance to say it out loud because he turned to head back to his espresso station just as the front door chimes dinged and the buzzing in the front room turned to stunned silence. I ran back in to see Drew's assistant Marina standing in the doorway. She was carrying a giant yellow duffel bag, which wasn't good. She was supposed to have dropped it off at the police station, along with 2 identical cash-stuffed bags, for the officers to place in the kidnapper's locker at Swole's gym. Elliot got to the point. What happened at the drop-off? It went not quite as smooth as silk, said Marina, who was a fashion designer by training and by passion. More like polyester satin in a house with cats. I deliver 3 bags to the police station. I wait with Officer Potts. I help her with Sudoku, while Sheriff Gantry and Officer Murthy drive away to place the money in the gym locker. I expect them to stay and monitor the premises, but they come back. They say it did not all fit, so they brought back the 3rd bag. She held it up, her eyes flashing rage. Why? They simply did not place it in the locker next door with a small note? Because they're incompetent idiots, Drew said with feeling. Good enough for government work does not mean good. Elliot didn't argue, for once, just swore under his breath. Shoot! Max's hand flew to her mouth. If his accomplice tells him the money looks light, I hope the kidnapper won't take revenge. On Yolanda. A low, angry buzz filled the room. The thought of that gross kidnapper hurting Yolanda minutes before we could get her to safety was awful to contemplate. Don't you worry. A trembling female voice spoke up. That evil bloodsucker's not going to live long enough to count the money if I have anything to do with it. I looked up to see a frail older woman who was the shyest of the new bloods. To my surprise, all the carnivora shifters high-fived her. You heard the lady, let's go rescue a witch, Jasper yelled, and the whole room roared with one voice. Against all odds, we were as ready as we'd ever be. Chapter 17. Proving that the kidnapper was a low-energy old man at heart, his hideout's coordinates were barely 1 mile from a trailhead with ample parking. At 12:42 a.m., when our caravan of half a dozen cars and several motorcycles arrived in the Raven lot, the weather was doing that Pacific Northwest freezing rain, snow, sleet combo they call a wintry mix. Wintry mix? Like, seriously, what kind of BS is that? I zipped up my puffer coat to my chin and pulled up its quilted hood. I want to do the cone of silence before I go invisible, I said. It won't take long, but we need to stand in a circle. You heard her. Gather round, Elliot barked. Scruffy threw me a contemptuous look, and I was definitely worried he was going to spit in my rosé next time I went to the barrel for drinks. But he joined the others in forming an awkward oblong shape around me. Reaching into my belt bag, I pulled out a half-pint jar of crushed herbs and scattered them in a circle. I was nervous. Stress, in my experience, upped the challenge of a spell. But what I hadn't factored in was the power of nature to put a green witch into a trance. The grass shimmered where my herbs had touched it, and the face in the full moon winked. The trees all around me seemed to sway closer and whisper, "You got this," in the most unbelievably calm tree voices. "Step forward thrice," I commanded, like a witch who knew what she was doing, and was shocked when they all did indeed take 3 steps closer to the center of magic. Me. Now we were a real circle. I could speak the ancient words. Within this hallowed dome, our voices freely roam. The secrets herein blessed, no enemy shall rest. I prayed I wouldn't have to use the thick, pointy wooden stake Elliot had issued me, moments before I glamored myself invisible. "So, how do we know the spell actually worked?" Torin demanded, as we trekked through the forest as part of the Southwest faction, aka Team Stake. "Of course it worked. She's a professional," Drew Kensington snapped. "Hazel would no sooner ship a dud spell than serve a subpar wedding cake." I flinched with bad memories of Drew's ill-fated wedding, but I appreciated the sentiment. "Thanks, Drew," I called from my invisible spot in the rear. "Also," Max added, "I gather it's a pretty elementary spell." "It is," I admitted, thinking that all the annoying people were in my group and all the good people were in Eastern group, the ones who would rescue Yolanda. Torin still looked doubtful. "Maybe we should stop and test it to make sure." "We can't stop, young man," said the vampire vice principal. "What's gotten into you?" What had gotten into Torin? Back at the bakery, he'd gloriously shut down Scruffy in my defense. Now he was suddenly unsure of my casting skills? Even if it were possible to test the spell, stopping would put us behind the other group. We all needed to arrive at the spruce stand at the same time. "Have I ever questioned your ability to intimidate people and break windows?" I said. Torin paused, then shrugged as if to concede a fair point. Maybe he was just unnerved at being dissed by a disembodied voice. Half a mile in, we had to go off the trail, and I was deeply regretting my cowardly choice to glamour myself invisible. It was nearly impossible to hike through slushy, leaf-encrusted mud at a 15% grade without twisting my ankle when I couldn't see said ankle. No one else seemed to be struggling. And why should they? They all had godlike superpowers. Once again, I felt my vulnerability, the only somewhat regular human in the group. We crunched through endless leaves until we could hear the Eastern group's feet crunching over frozen grass not far from us. "We're very close to the hideout," Elliot's voice rang out, surprising me. Weird how it didn't sound like where the crunching footsteps had come from. Was my spell distorting the sound's location? Okay, fine. Something might be wonky about that spell. But not like I was going to share my thoughts with Torin. "Rescue group is crouching immediately to the west of the copse," Elliot reported. "Stake group, are your weapons ready?" "Ready," we called. My heart was tap dancing inside my rib cage. "Taking my position to aim for the suspect's heart," Elliot yelled.
When you hear shots.
Ew, what is that horrible smell? Britt interrupted, just as a young female voice took possession of the forest night air, through what sounded like a loudspeaker. "Greetings," she intoned, "from your friendly local vampire hunters." Oh no. Oh no. Had we fallen into a trap?
"Who the hell are you?" Elliot yelled. "Identify yourselves, now!"
Ignoring his command, the young woman continued in a world-weary tone. "As you can see, we freed the young witch." I crept up to peek between the trees. There indeed was Yolanda's sleeping bag, the tips of her dark braids easing up and down with each sleeping breath. Breath. She was breathing. Alive. I felt a lump in my throat. "We watched you fail," the loudspeaker voice said, "and understood we would have to take over, to do the job you should have done again." Something about that girl's way of speaking sounded familiar, but I couldn't place her voice. Was she using voice distortion software? Or magic? Come to think of it, I could smell a perfume, heavy with cocoa notes, which I'd assumed was one of my teammates. Was that what Britt meant by the smell? Could it be? Was a beige witch behind this all?
"Let's go!"
Torrin's voice jolted me out of one adrenaline haze into another. He shoved his charge, a middle-aged guy vampire who I was pretty sure worked at the library.
"We're not your bodyguards anymore. We align with the hunters. Shifter pride forever."
The carnivora members in my group followed their leader and took off running. Rustling and crunching from the east, as well as loud protests, let me know the same thing was happening in the other group. They were leaving us here. Was that the play all along? "Oh, my heavens," the trembly-voiced vampire lady wailed. "They've delivered us straight to the hunters."
"Outrageous," Drew spat. "I paid them good money to protect innocent vampires."
"You're free to write a bad review," Graham said wryly.
"So-called vampire hunters, show your faces now," Elliot demanded.
"I think they're hiding behind beige magic," I said. "Why would a beige witch join the vampire hunters?" Britt sounded betrayed, and I remembered she'd been friends with several beige witches in high school. Max said 3 words it clearly pained her on all levels to speak. "I don't know." I didn't either. Nor did I understand how they knew where to find Yolanda's kidnapper, given that he and his accomplice just moved his hideout tonight. Had the accomplice stabbed him in the back? Or the front? And how was Yolanda still dozing through this confrontation? Had the kidnapper compelled her to sleep? Or was she, too, under a witch's spell? Any hopes that the vampire hunter girl would shed light on these mysteries died when the loudspeaker clicked. I heard frantic scrambling through the brush. The smell of perfume grew uncomfortably strong. Then I was knocked down flat on my butt. Not by the perfume smell. Another invisible witch had run right into me. "I think she's gone," I said, pulling myself to my feet.
"So's the kidnapper," Elliot said grimly.
He was standing only a few steps away from Yolanda's sleeping bag.
"They were right about one thing. They did do our job for us. Look."
We all drew closer, then recoiled en masse. At Elliot's feet was a smoldering pile of greenish-brown, jelly-like, ugh. Gagging, I averted my eyes. Suffice to say, that was the source of the awful smell Britt noticed. At the sight of the vampire corpse, the new bloods resembled startled emojis, their facial muscles contorted in a mask of fear, as if they were trying out for a horror movie and overdid it just a tad. From several yards beyond the spruce copse, a young male voice piped up. No loudspeaker, no distortion, just an angry yell.
"Behold, the vampire Walter J. Veruca," he cried. "Please note, this is the second vampire we have cured this community of. The first was Gerard, another disgusting menace.
One by one, we are freeing the community of dangerous and unsavory vampires. We're the Vampire Hunting Society. Remember us." With the snap of a twig and crunching footsteps on frost, he too was gone. "Anyone else find it weird that he kinda used that speech to build their brand?" Max said. "Did anyone recognize that young man's voice?" Elliot sounded desperate. "Speak up now." Cade, Graham, Britt, Drew, the other vampires, and I all stared past each other. Distant gazes that showed the weight of too many shocks in too little time. No one said a word. The sleeping bag rustled, and a soft yawn rang out. Yolanda's eyes popped open. "Whoa." She blinked in groggy confusion at the motley crew huddled around her in the moonlit forest. "Where am I? What's going on?" I ran to her side, forgetting that I was invisible. "It's okay, Yolanda. You're safe. You're coming home." Rather than being spooked by the reassurance from a phantom, Yolanda smiled her familiar sweet smile. "I've been dreaming about that for days," she said. "Now my dreams are coming true." Elliot seemed to study her face. "How long do you think you've been asleep?" he asked. Yolanda's eyes traveled upward, like she was trying to think clearly. She was already sounding less groggy. "The last thing I remember," she said, "is that mean customer looking into my eyes back in Perfect Pancakes and telling me to fall into a deep sleep." Britt let out an astonished gasp. "Babe, you should never look into a vampire's eyes." "That guy was a vampire?" Yolanda said, widening her eyes. It struck me, and maybe the others too, how innocent Yolanda was. "Hey, you've been asleep for nearly a week," Max said. "You must be so hungry." "I bet your mom will make you her best magic pancakes ever," I said, bursting with healthy green magic. Everyone laughed except Yolanda, who incongruously broke into sobs. "She's been through a lot," Elliot reminded us. Finding Yolanda alive and well was an oasis of joy. A victory over the divisive forces that fought to tear apart our town. But only a couple of hours later, I sat up in bed with a start and was so panicked it took several gasping breaths to orient myself. I was in my peaceful loft in my cozy house. All was quiet except for Graham snoring. I was safe. Yolanda was safe. The vampire kidnapper was dead. So how come everything felt absolutely wrong? Yolanda's homecoming had been both sweet and tearful. She and Jacinta flew to each other in the doorway of their apartment above Perfect Pancakes. Mother and daughter squeezed each other tight in such a vice of affection that I was honestly anxious for their ribs. After this bone-crushing hug, Jacinta breathed a sigh to end all sighs. "Thank God you're home, sweet girl," she said. "And thank goodness for the vampire hunters." Everything about that sentence went clunk wrong. The hunters weren't heroes. Them gaining clout among shifters and witches was frightening. Yet at the same time, who could blame Jacinta for being grateful her daughter was home safe? Yolanda, apparently. She winced. "Mom, they're not that great. They're vigilantes who happened to be helpful once. In some ways, they're as bad as the kidnapper." "How can you say that?" Jacinta demanded. "He was an evil, blood-sucking monster." "Mom, stop. You hate it when people say wicked witch. How's this any different?" Max, Britt, and I hung around while Jacinta frantically made pancakes for everyone. They smelled like butter, sugar, and chocolate chips. She was probably too drained and exhausted to add green magic. "You should call Amethyst," Jacinta nagged her daughter. "She's been worried sick." Had she really? I wondered, thinking of the invisible witch who crashed into me in the forest. "Wait, where was Amethyst when the kidnapping happened?" I asked, remembering she was upstairs in Perfect Pancakes after having filmed the bad customer incident. "Why didn't she hear the vampire dragging you away?
Yolanda looked confused. I don't know. I was unconscious. Sorry, of course, I said. Why was I interrogating the victim? It was Amethyst who had quite a bit of splainin' to do. We said goodbye to the two, leaving them to bicker gently on. But now, waking up in the night, I marveled at how rational and articulate Yolanda sounded about her own kidnapping. How could someone who'd just been kidnapped be so stinkin' philosophical and nuanced about it all? Most people would be in shock, taking years to process it. Yolanda's resilience was inspiring, but it was also, if not suspicious, odd. Even odder than what happened to the ransom money, which, if you listen to Officer Murphy tell it, was, "Nothing. Nothing could have happened to it. No cars drove up to Swole's gym all night. No people ever went through the doors, front or back." Yet, be that as it may, he could not deny the locker was empty. Someone had snatched the two duffel bags, spirited them out of the building, and that someone knew enough to block the security camera with spray paint. "So what happened to the money?" I wailed to Elliot on FaceTime as Graham drove me and Britt home from the police station at 2 a.m. "Did the accomplice take it?" Elliot shook his head, looking weary. "What do you think, Hazel?" "I think the accomplice is one of the vampire hunters." "I do too," he said. It was a surprisingly comfortable feeling, albeit in a stressful context, to work so closely with Elliot. The way our minds worked dovetailed nicely. "Gosh, how many of them are there?" I asked rhetorically. "More than I thought," he admitted, and paused like it pained him to go on. "More than I can handle," he said. "I hate to say it, but I need to ask for help from the Elder Vampire Council." So even though I longed to climb back into that healing rainbow light of the moment we found Yolanda, as I lay in bed trying to soothe myself back to sleep, I couldn't shake the sense that nothing was really solved, and nothing was as it seemed. Chapter 18. I'd been waiting approximately 14 years for Elliot James to ask me out. But on Sunday, he finally strung together words that sounded like a dinner date. And it was far from magical. "You're coming with me to Farm to Beach House. The Vampire Elder Council's meeting there tonight, and I need their help with the hunter situation." I shivered, not just from the chilly evening air. It had started to snow just as I was locking up the bakery, moments before Elliot caught up to me on Ocean Street, heading to the bus stop. "You've got to be kidding," I said. "Why not bring Graham?" If the meeting went south, as a grizzly, he could probably remove their heads. Elliot gave me a patient look. "It has to be you." "But why?" Despite my terror at the thought of being surrounded by the 1,000-year-old undead, I was flattered Elliot chose me as his second. "I guess I did solve a murder before you," I preened, admiring my nails, which Britt had painted for me last night. Green, of course. "And I am something of an expert on vampires these days." "It's 'cause you're neutral," Elliot interrupted, his patience wearing out. "Right, the whole green witch thing." Neutral. I stuck out my lower lip and blew out my bangs. "You really know how to make a girl feel special." He gave me a whatever look, not deigning to acknowledge my snark. Farm to Beach House wasn't just any old fancy, all-local and organic restaurant that my mother drooled over. Sure, it boasted a Michelin star, and a killer view of sunset on the boardwalk. Sure, people went crazy for the fried golden beets and sun-dried tomato focaccia, but the place also belonged to Max and Cade's parents, Nor and Aaron Dweck. It was a labor of love for the foodie farmer couple who had taken me in senior year and fed me warm, delicious meals when I lingered at Max's house to avoid my own family. No part of me envied the Dwecks their success. Becoming local celebs hadn't changed them one bit. And Farm to Beach House's popularity was well-deserved.
Still, there was something a little surreal about how my teenage comfort food was now the town's chic date spot. The first wave of the dinner crowd was already gathering. Several well-dressed couples stood under heat lamps outside, waiting to be called. As we entered the waiting area, a trio of bankers in suits filed in behind us. At the fire pit bar, stylish patrons sipped wine and enjoyed a view of the moonlit beach boardwalk. The bartender was chatting up a pretty woman in a fuchsia bodycon dress and sky-high heels. A look that made me feel underdressed in my Sage's Bakery t-shirt and a blue slub cotton maxi that was the skirt equivalent of sweatpants. I did a double take. The pretty woman was Leah Lynn. Weird how at every step of this investigation, I ran right into that beige witch. Weird, bordering on suspicious. Especially now that I had reason to believe a beige witch was somehow mixed up with the vampire hunters. The timing didn't quite line up. She hadn't arrived in town till weeks after Gerard's death. Or had she? You could never be sure of anything with a witch whose magic was all about preening and playing dress-up. Who even knew what the real Leia looked like? Or acted like? In some ways, a beige witch was like an overgrown teenager, trying on views and values like outfits, and looking fierce in all of them. No wonder Amethyst had clamored to have Leia for her mentor over a solid and sensible Lorelei. The start of a theory was bubbling in the cauldron of my mind, but unfortunately, Elliot stood mere inches away, smelling great and being super distracting. Instead of his tan uniform, he was dressed in date clothes, a black jacket, crisp blue button-down, and jeans that didn't look like they'd spent time in the woods or in a tree. His cowboy Chelsea boots looked like Italian leather. I unzipped my parka and turned to face Elliot. "I need to blend in. Give me your jacket." His eyes narrowed slightly. It was kind of a power move. "If you'd given me a heads up," I said, "I'd have dressed differently." "I like how you're dressed." "Well, I guess that's the important thing," I quipped. He looked at me for a moment, then took off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. His touch electrified me, but I tried not to let on. "Does the council always meet at cool restaurants?" I asked. He shook his head. "Normally, they meet at each other's mansions, eat what their chefs cook, drink from blood dolls, and play board games. But shifters aren't allowed at those meetings, explicitly. This is the only place they might be willing to parley." I laughed. "To parley?" "Talk to the other side, my kind." "I know, it's just, like that's so pirate talk. Arr, ye matey." He gazed back at me, not sharing my amusement. "It's a war. To my people, it's no joke." I faltered. "Okay." I knew what he meant. Even before the hunters came along, the enmity between vampires and shifters in Blue Moon Bay ran deep. I just hadn't grasped until this moment that Elliot had a personal stake in it, so to speak. Feeling more than a bit off balance, I trailed after him toward the host station, where a stunning blue-haired hostess devoured Elliot with her eyes. "What can I do for you?" she purred to him, ignoring me. As usual, he seemed perfectly clueless that a woman was throwing herself at him. "We're with the Juventus party," he said blandly, "in the private dining room." There was a private dining room? How come I never knew that? The blue-haired temptress looked him up and down. "Of course," she murmured. "Follow me. I'll take you down to the wine cellar." She spirited us through the kitchen and down a set of back stairs to a cool, stone-walled basement lined with wine bottles and oak barrels. The decor here was not trendy, but classic, old-fashioned. A Persian rug on the stone floor in cream, wine, green, and gold hues that felt classic. There was one long oak table that looked fit for a medieval castle, and seated at one end were 3 people. Just 3. No security. But why would you need it when you were a 1,000-year-old vampire? No blood dolls,
They were probably waiting at home, setting up the board games. The image made me chortle, but Elliot's glare wiped the smirk off my face. As a whole, the vampires didn't look like my idea of the wealthy, immortal elite. It was disturbing how all over the place they were, thematically and aesthetically. The terrifying lunch lady was there, Cheryl, with a stain on her shirt that was stretched over her tum. And a jolly, round, balding man in a Lululemon half-zip, joggers, and Hoka sneakers, who I could imagine barefoot in friar's robes a millennium ago. A youngish-looking woman in a puff dress and slouchy jean jacket wore her long mushroom brown hair in a mass of Cypriot curls on the top of her head, like a Roman statue. Was she an actual ancient Roman chick? They went silent when they saw us, an unnerving silence that made the hostess scurry back upstairs without waiting for us to be seated. The possibly Roman chick broke the silence. "Who is your companion, Vigile?" Elliot nodded to me. I was glad he didn't presume to speak for me, but nervous about introducing myself to these ancient creatures. "Hazel Greenwood. I work at Sage's Bakery down the street. Actually, I co-own it, or will own it." The old one's eyes narrowed, as if to say, "Get to the point." "I'm a neutral green witch," I blurted out. All tension evaporated like butter on a sizzling pan of golden beets. The friar patted the seat next to him and poured me a goblet of ruby wine. "Hazel, you must try the Burgundy." He had a faint British accent and totally crooked teeth. And I opened my mouth to demur, but made the mistake of meeting his jolly crinkled eyes. The homely vampire was suddenly the most charismatic man in my world. Too starstruck to demur, I sat down beside him and accepted the glass. As I drew it to my lips, Botticelli angels swam through my vision. Mantovani violin music hummed in my ears. I wanted to weep. Because this wine tasted so good, it had ruined me for the cheap crap I could actually afford. Forever. No one offered Elliot a seat. It was downright weird to see him being disrespected. "You may ask your questions, then be on your way." The Roman chick addressed Elliot as if she were his queen, which I reckon did not sit well with the shifter. But he was putting up with it, more or less. He knew he was in enemy territory. "We're here to enjoy ourselves, after all, not solve your problems." "About that," Elliot cleared his throat. "I wanted to alert you to a problem you might not be aware of. This vampire hunting society is bigger, more powerful than we'd realized." He paused dramatically. "And they've claimed a second kill. I thought you'd want to know." Elliot's tone implied, "You're welcome," but the Vampire Council's reaction was not of gratitude, but amusement. "We heard they put down the silly kidnapper." Roman chick, I'd begun thinking of her as Flavia, gave a golf clap like a hummingbird's fluttering wings. "Congrats to them. Killing a new blood might even be a fair sport for those burdened with a pulse." "Hear, hear." Friar Tuck raised his glass. "To fairness and sport." It was distressing how likable he was when you didn't think about what he was endorsing. Or that he'd probably feasted on people's eyes back in the Middle Ages when even humans ate weird stuff. "So, you're not at all concerned." Elliot's voice was calm, but his face looked on the verge of twitching with frustration. "That a vampire hunting society is racking up kills and gaining clout in town." "What should be our concern precisely?" Cheryl ripped a piece of focaccia and savored it. "Consider them part of the ecosystem," Flavia said. "Culling the weak. Let's face it, this town is too small to support so many vampires, and you can't get anyone to move out. It's too idyllic here. The sweet little downtown." "The sunsets," Cheryl agreed, sounding dreamy. "Salty sea air." "Good food and wine," the friar added,
and the trio clinked glasses. But I couldn't force down even one more sip, and not just because I'd already emptied my goblet. I felt sick. Britt was totally right. The elder vampires not only didn't care if the new bloods died, they secretly kinda preferred it. Your community values are noted. Elliot's irritation wasn't far below the surface now. But your lack of concern is misguided. The hunters aren't just culling your herd for you. Gerard Chevalier was hardly a weak new blood. At Gerard's name, all three elders slumped in frustrated deflation. Oh, that guy. Friar Tuck sighed and stabbed the oily, fried disk of a golden beet. Flavia muttered, "Tramas putitas." What does that mean? I ventured. Does that mean nobody here liked him either? Cheryl, the lunch lady, was sharp enough to follow the look in Elliot's eye. Don't overthink, Vigili. It wasn't us who staked that fool Chevalier. Would have been within our rights to execute him eventually, but we'd agreed to a more modern approach first. Contempt twisted her mouth. He was recently placed on a performance improvement plan, just 20 years ago. What are you talking about? Elliot snapped. What were his crimes, and why weren't we told about them? Flavia cleared her throat. Some years ago, she said, this council censured Gerard for creating new bloods without following protocol. It was no one's business but our own. We cautioned him to cease and desist his activities, Friar Tuck explained, pouring himself more wine. Guy just kept coming back with lame excuses. He told us the law was different in his time. Flavia looked disgusted. As if we are not familiar with change ourselves. It's not 1600 AD anymore, buddy. Look around. She gestured around the ancient-looking wine cellar. Perhaps, she muttered, I did not choose the best location to illustrate my point. The others laughed and threw back their wine. Did anyone on the planet like Gerard? I asked rhetorically as we sat side by side at the bar, minutes later, debriefing. Elliot had ordered a double shot of whiskey, Mr. Low Carb. I, still buzzed from the fine burgundy, was sipping ice water. I can think of only one person, Elliot said. Marie Pierre. That doesn't count, I scoffed. His blood was all that kept her young and beautiful, not to mention alive. He gave me an appraising look. Since when do you know about valets? I'm a fast learner, Elliot. The friar's wine was making me bolder. Really, you can stop underestimating me any time. What makes you think I'm underestimating you? He gestured toward the hidden stairs to the wine cellar. I brought you to a vampire council meeting. I let you in on the kidnapping case. Yeah, only because you needed a witch. You should have let me in because I'm good. His eyes twinkled with amused fire that belied his nonchalant response. Sure. Okay. Was he being infuriating on purpose? I returned to the subject at hand. So Gerard was breaking vampire law, I said, when he turned Britt and the others. Are they entitled to any compensation from the council? Or from Marie? Elliot's amusement faded. It works the opposite way, he said. They're unregistered new bloods, the lowest rank of vampire there is. No record of their existence in the scrolls. No vampiric penalty for killing them. I shook my head as the implications for Britt sunk in. I'm starting to think whoever killed Gerard did us all a favor. Just starting to. Elliot downed his whiskey and flagged the bartender to ask for another. It's highly likely his own kind whacked him, by the way, an execution, for being non-compliant. Then what about the Vampire Hunting Society? I wondered aloud. You think the council staked him and then paid them off to take credit? Maybe they even created the Vampire Hunting Society and funded it. No, not the council's style to play around like that. Threatening new bloods is beneath them. Elliot sounded certain, and I wondered if there was anything hotter than a man who knows exactly what he's talking about,
Because he pays attention all the time. If anything, he went on, they must be annoyed at the hunters for drumming up interest in Gerard's murder. They don't want us digging around. You heard Cheryl. She said it would have been their right to execute him. They want us to drop it. I thought about what he'd said. They wouldn't play around. What happens if we don't drop it? I mean, to us. Elliot leaned over, his expression teasing. His woodsy cologne tantalizing me. Are you worried they'll invite you over to play board games, Hazel? I crossed my arms. I was hoping you'd say nothing bad could happen, because I'm neutral. Well, they won't kill you, he said with bleak cheer. But if you cross them, they might make you wish you were dead. I shivered. Not reassuring. I'm a crow. We don't blow sunshine. He clinked glasses with me. Welcome to the war, witch. I rolled my eyes. Could he be any more patronizing? Do me a favor and try to think back to how you felt, I said, when all of this was new to you, and confusing, and scary. His smug smile only got smugger. What happened to, don't underestimate me, Elliot? Before I could think of a zinger to properly shut him up, his phone beeped. He peeked at the screen, then silenced it and drank his second shot. I'm going to hang out here a while, he said, setting the shot glass back on the bar. Aaron and Noor will be in later, and I haven't said hello to them in a while. What about you? Gonna stick around? I grinned. Is this your convoluted way of asking me to have dinner? No, I just kinda want to know when I'm getting my jacket back, he deadpanned. But there was a twinkle in his eye, and his words didn't matter. The way he was looking at me right now did, like I was the world's most entrancing witch. Like he was underestimating me. Like he could spend the whole night like this, bantering back and forth until the last riposte transformed into a kiss. My heart quickened to an untamed waltz as I met his gaze. Though a less mature version of me would have wondered if there wasn't a hotter woman standing directly behind me. Then I heard a soft, charming voice. Elliot. Hey, you're early. Elliot's posture straightened. We said 8, right? I turned around very slowly, knowing what I would see, but hoping until the last second I was wrong. Leia was standing at the corner of the bar, reaching out her hand to touch Elliot's arm flirtatiously. I know, I just couldn't stay in my boring apartment, she said, giggling. I was so looking forward to seeing you and, oh, hi, Hazel. My face burned. Had I gotten everything wrong? Everything? Elliot crossed his arms and turned to me, for once tongue-tied. Hazel, it's not what you... He trailed off. I met Leia a week ago, and we started talking. Great! I'm happy for you. Normally, I didn't interrupt people ever, but adult Hazel was no longer in charge. If I had to hear the story of how they met, I wouldn't be able to hold it together, to pretend I was anything but stunned and devastated. Have fun, you two. With a big, fake smile, I took off the jacket, handed it to him. Don't forget the golden beats. People go crazy for them. Ignoring him calling my name, I hightailed it for the door. On my way out, I flagged the blue-haired hostess and arranged to buy their table an order of focaccia. It was my last classy adult move before teenage Hazel, the bullied and forgotten middle sister, was running the show, fueled by hurts that were a strange mix of old and new, like the restaurant itself. Marching up Ocean Street in the bitter cold, I knew exactly what I was going to do before I did it, because teenage Hazel was a kid I knew well. She would dig into her purse for an invisibility mint, shuffle back home, and stay up late reading a grimoire while snacking on her own baked goods. She'd ignore her roommates, carrying on a thrice illicit courtship downstairs. She'd ignore confusing Elliot and his weirdness. She'd ignore everything, except getting better at magic, because magic never let you down. Magic helped Gran and the community. Damn it, Elliot! Why did it have to be that beige witch? Chapter 19. As predicted, I'd spent the evening binging on grimoires and bad chocolates. And when my alarm beeped from under my pillow the next morning, I was so deeply in communion with the ghost of Hazel past that I half expected to find myself late for sophomore PE. Washing my bleary face in the bathroom, I allowed myself a moment of gratitude. Elliot was choosing to date a beige witch instead of me, and that sucked. But I was a free adult witch with a fabulous job. One crap thing, though, about working at Sage's Bakery was having my work alarm go off at a time that could be described as night. Living alone, it had never quite sunk in for me what a giant bummer it was not to get to sleep in past dawn. Till I was forced to tiptoe through my dark living room, past the bear snores emanating from Graham's extra-large sleeping bag. Britt's petite, satin PJ-clad form lay spread-eagled on my futon, looking like she died of relaxation, while I was already in work-appropriate clothing, and a puffer coat, and a hairnet. Powered by resentment and lots of milky tea, I shuffled outside at 4:30 a.m. and slammed the front door shut. A blue piece of paper fluttered like a fall leaf onto my porch. Dread butterflies dancing, I scooped up the page and breathed a sigh at the benign moon logo on the letterhead. It was only a notice from BMB Metro Bus. Phew. No, not phew. They were canceling early morning bus service, effective today, due to a driver shortage. Dear bakery lady, I'm retiring to Maui to volunteer with a sea turtle rescue. Someone had scrawled in ink at the bottom of the page. Safe travels, Francis. P.S. Might be time to get you a car. It was more than she'd said to me in 2 weeks of rides. Godspeed, Francis. Save those baby turtles. I'd have to rescue myself. My gaze narrowed on Britt's gleaming dove-gray Mini Cooper, preening in my driveway. Dateless until her 9 p.m. waitressing shift at the Drunken Barrel. Oh, I'd get me a car, all right. I marched back inside. No point trying to wake the undead girl, and swiped her keys from the coffee table. A low growl made me fumble and drop them. What are you doing? Graham stood behind me suddenly, fully dressed, deadly calm. My bus was canceled, I stammered. I have to get to work. You don't want to see what the people in this town are like without their mood-boosting muffins and stress-melting cookies. I took in his flannel jeans and boots. Dude slept fully dressed? Actually, that made sense for a bodyguard. Wait, you just growled at me, but you're in human form. Got your attention, didn't it? I rolled my eyes at his smirk. Would shifters and vampires never get tired of trolling me? You're right about the cookies. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. Take my truck. He tossed them to me. You can keep driving it to work while I'm here. Least I can do for all your hospitality. I willed my jaw to return to closed position. Wow, thank you. Don't you have a job to go to? I thought of his lumberjack flannels and boots, his ancient truck. Was he losing a week of logging wages to take care of Britt? Or cowboy wages? Or whatever rugged thing he did? Nah, it's dead week, he said, looking a bit sheepish. I teach poli-sci over at Reed. Graham was a college professor? I asked my TA to proctor the final next week, he went on. Don't worry, I got her a stack of gift cards with the cash that rich vampire threw at me. Student instructors don't get paid enough. Hey, what's that look? Look? What look? I blanked my face, unaware I'd been broadcasting. I just thought you were some kind of outdoorsman, the way you dress. His brown eyes narrowed. You think I'm a poser? Hey, none of my business. Not gonna lie, I was relishing this moment. Me being the smug one. Well, my outdoor hobby kinda is your business since you're about to drive my truck.
He put his hands in his pockets, looking pained. The smells can linger. Smells? Really, I don't need to know, I said frantically. Please, hauling deer carcasses, there's a lot of blood. Too late. Hunting elk is worse. Let's not even talk about moose. No, let's not. In the end, I cranked down the windows and drove with my scarf wrapped around my nose and mouth to drown out the thick, metallic scent. The local deer were sulky, entitled pests who'd nibbled a hole in my herb lawn. But that didn't mean I wanted to picture Graham hunting them in bear mode. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop picturing it the whole time I was in the truck. Breathing in the fresh air of Sage's bakery was a privilege I'd been taking for granted. In the kitchen, I inhaled deeply and nodded to Cade, who was across the room, funneling cinnamon, nutmeg, vanilla powder, and cocoa into shakers for our coffee bar. He met my eyes for a moment, and I tried to ignore the energy crackling between us. An elegant white demi-tasse was waiting for me on the counter. "What's that? A very tiny mocha?" I asked Cade hopefully. He wagged his finger at me. "Mochas are only a gateway. You're ready for the next level." "Oh, you're confusing me with someone who loves bitter-tasting awfulness." He pouted. "It's a dry cappuccino with our finest roast." I took the tiniest sip and made a face. I like my drinks wet. Secretly, it wasn't that bad. Complex flavors, caramelized milk and velvet foam, a sprinkle of nutmeg. But it just wasn't my thing. After dealing with Elliot last night, I had to admit it felt good, empowering to be able to hold my own with Cade. "You're the worst." He didn't look the slightest bit upset. "You know, it's kind of adorable, though." His green eyes sparkled with trouble. "How you're almost scared of anything not sweet." "Shut up, I'm not scared." I felt a blush coming on at being called out. Sure, I preferred sweet-tasting things. I was a baker, not a kale farmer. "Your cheeks get so bright pink when you're embarrassed." He shook his head as if in wonder, at me. "Man, you really have no idea how attractive you are." Okay, you can stop making fun of me. Anytime now. "I am dead serious flirting with you, Hazel." I looked up to see Cade gazing intensely into my eyes, looking totally exasperated with me. "What do I have to do to get your attention, witch?" A million replies whooshed through my brain. How can I possibly pay attention to your hotness while Britt's still on the run from Slayers, when Marie's like a walking Medium article about the victim-to-abuser playbook, and Carnivora is clearly up to no good? And then I thought back to the way Elliot's romantic gaze lingered on that beige witch, Leia. And why shouldn't I have a little fun in my life? Hex Elliot, he couldn't be the only man in town worth flirting with. That annoying lock of auburn hair that kept falling over Cade's eye did it again. And this time, I couldn't resist. I reached out, grabbed his soft hair between my thumb and forefinger, and smoothed it behind his multi-pierced ear. At my touch, his look of consternation melted away. His skin smelled warm and woodsy, and I wondered if he'd slept in the woods last night as a bobcat. With his mouth opened slightly and his eyes half closed, I could picture him as that cat, stalking his prey, a natural carnivore, yet still with human awareness lingering in his mind. How had I never seen what a complex being Cade was? More importantly, how had I never before gotten this close to his hypnotic, forest-scented body? Now that my hand was in his deliciously scented hair, my other hand felt totally left out of the fun. Experimentally, I ran both hands at once through his thick auburn hair, which was short everywhere but the front. As if in a trance, I gently tugged at the short hair on his nape, lightly scratching the back of his neck,
which made him shiver. He grabbed my face in his hands and kissed me, and I kissed him back. "We're going to hang out," he said between kisses. "Outside of work." Kiss. "And if this blows up later," kiss, "we'll never be able to look," kiss, "each other in the eyes again. We'll die of awkwardness." Sounds like a problem for future us. I felt breathless, and more than willing to burden future Hazel for the sake of more of this. Britt had Graham. Elliot apparently had Leia. Ugh, hex it. Why shouldn't I have one moment of throwing caution to the wind? Cade was hotness itself. This man I was kissing had biceps and triceps and probably other seps. He dressed like he knew what decade this was. He made me coffee. Had Elliot ever made me a mocha once? He probably didn't even own sugar. Where are we going on this date thing, this hangout? He could have said the moon or the back seat of his truck. In that moment, I would have been down. How about getting a drink tonight? I stared. Go out on a Monday? Monday night was for cozy tea and grimoire drills, and my new microwavable slinket. It was just like Tuesday and Wednesday nights that way. Also Thursday. There's a great live band over at the Barrel on Mondays, Cade explained. They play classic blues stuff, and there's dancing. The Drunken Barrel? My voice didn't hide my slight disappointment. It's not like I thought I was too good for our local watering hole where Britt sometimes waitressed. I just didn't want to run into Britt. Or Max, for that matter. How was Max going to feel about me dating her twin? Was I supposed to say something, so she heard it from me first? It was too early for an announcement, but too late to ask for permission. Maybe this was a bad plan. Please let me introduce you to blues dancing, Cade whispered in my ear. I'll do all the work leading. You just melt into the music. I never got to slow dance with you in high school, and it's one of my major regrets in life. Plus, the berry puree margaritas are half off. Oh my God, yes. Just, yes. Let's do this. Unless... I hesitated. We're not going to run into Max there, are we? Huh? Cade squinted like he couldn't figure out why I was bringing up his sister. Cluefulness was not among his stellar attributes. She has her RPG group tonight at Gunner's Games. Relief flooded through me. Whatever price I paid for this vacation from sanity, it would be worth it. Like herbs needed sunlight and crappy soil, I desperately needed to cut loose for a night. To drink margaritas, dance with a hot man, and make out like there was no tomorrow. So, can I pick you up at 7? Cade asked. That's perfect. Now back to your cash register, I admonished. And take this monstrosity with you. I pointed to the coffee cup. Yes, boss, he smirked. But not yet. One more kiss. Still in a daze after work, I floated through the front door into my living room. Britt and Graham were lounging on my sofa back to back, their legs and feet up resting on opposite sides of my couch, each reading from their own tablet. She'd changed into leggings and an oversized plaid shirt that had to be Graham's. A half-eaten bag of barbecue chips rested on the coffee table between them. I refrained from pointing out how totally married they looked because I needed a favor. Help me, I said to Britt. I have a date with Cade and I don't know what to wear, how to do my hair, or anything. Yes! Britt rubbed her hands together like a tiny evil genius. Finally, I have a valid excuse to take you for a mall makeover. Mall makeover? I glared at her. 2 of my least favorite concepts. Why would she put them together like that? My mind flashed back to senior year when Britt and her fellow mean girls tormented me and Max with the threat of a forced makeover to make us less weird and dorky. Hazel, I know what you're thinking. Britt sighed.
Yes, I was a horse's butt in high school, but this is different. I'm not trying to change who you are. I'm trying to do fun, girly stuff with you. And live vicariously, she added with a shrug. As an undead person whose looks can never change, no matter what I do. Aw, I'd never thought of it that way. It's just, we don't have much time. Then let's pare down to the essentials. She held up 3 fingers. Highlights, brow shaping, mani-pedi. Girl, your toes need love. As your roomie, I see what goes on under those witch boots. My date's in an hour. Lip gloss? Can't go wrong with a little black dress and lip gloss. Poor Britt looked so deflated, I went from wanting to smack her to wanting to hug her. Britt, would you, put my hair up in a messy bun? The fringed donut kind? They're harder than they look. When Cade picked me up in his gleaming truck that smelled like lime air freshener, he was wearing faded jeans that hugged his smoking hot body and a gray Henley over a black band shirt. It was obvious that after running home to shower and dress, he'd stopped at Bubby's Bubbles, the local car wash. A thoughtful gesture, but somehow it made everything too real. Who bothered with car washes? Not the bad boy shifter of my high school fantasies. A man on a date who wanted to impress her. That's who. I also wasn't prepared for the awkwardness when we met each other's eyes, as 2 people who'd impulsively enjoyed a makeout sesh in a food service kitchen. Cade's open, boyish face looked expectant, like he couldn't believe we were actually on a date. Honestly, neither could I. You look amazing, he said softly. I do, don't I? At his amused look, I conceded, You always look amazing. He grinned and glanced down, looking oddly shy for Cade. Didn't think you were paying attention. I laughed as I buckled my seatbelt. Please, how could I not notice my coworkers hot like the 4th of July? The shyness intensified. I didn't think you saw me as boyfriend material. Well, shoot, I swallowed. He'd hit the nail on the head. My reservations about Cade as a boyfriend went beyond his checkered past. It was hard to picture him taking the lead in any situation, or sticking to a budget, remembering to buy milk or eat vegetables. What kind of a dad would he make someday? But I didn't want to have a big talk about the possible distant future. Not tonight. I wanted to be crushing his lips with mine. Cade? I owed it to him to make sure we were on the same page. I don't know if we're a match. I'm better with cookies than crystal balls. But I know I like you, and I like kissing you. Can we start there? His features relaxed. Yeah, I'd really like to start there. He rested his strong hand on my knee, and we drove down Filbert Street toward downtown. 2 heavenly strawberry margaritas later, my doubts about his ability to take the lead melted away on the dance floor. Blues dancing was absurdly sensual, and the perfect antidote to stress. Cade was a crystal-clear lead, his touch signaling my next move with just the right amount of pressure. I wasn't a graceful dancer by any stretch, but he made me look downright decent. It didn't entirely feel like a date, because I wasn't nervous. I felt like I was just hanging out with a good friend, who happened to be kiss-worthy. And I'd never had so much fun dancing. Only thing was, every time the door swung open, my pulse sped up thinking it might be Max. Why do you keep looking up at the door? He asked me, after I'd signaled I wanted a break. I sat down at the nearest table to the dance floor, and Cade flagged the waiter over. I'm not looking at the door, I lied. Yeah, you are. His expression softened. Carnivora likes to drink beers here after 10. You're nervous about seeing them, aren't you? I seized on the excuse. Yes, I am very nervous about running into scary gang members. It wasn't technically a lie. Well, don't worry. I would never let those idiots harm a hair on your head, he whispered in my ear.
but don't look now. Terror flooded me. Is Max here? No, it's carnivora. He gave me a weird look. Like, almost all of them. A dozen shifters strutted in and settled down at a long table in the back. Torin, I couldn't help but notice, wasn't among them. Scruffy the waiter, who'd been dragging his feet in a languid, roundabout journey toward our table, instead rushed to bump fists with his brothers. He headed back to the bar to pour their pints, muttering, "Thanks for your patience," as he brushed by me. "He's so zealous about the whole thing," I said. "Like, he genuinely hates me for being friends with Britt." Cade nodded. Scruffy was obsessed with carnivora. Like, more of a fan than an initiate. His not being much of a fighter made him a tough sell, though. "At least he's a barrel of fun," I said. Why did he want to join? For political reasons. He read All Glory to Nature by Sylvan T. Lycos. Anti-vampire propaganda, he added. He used to follow the gang around with a notebook, recording what they said. Anything mildly interesting that happened, he said it was a harbinger of the revolution. He was so annoying, they made him be their errand boy for years before they finally let him in. Political? Anti-vampire? That got my attention. Do you think it would be worth interviewing him to learn more about the gang? An odd look crossed Cade's face. I don't know. Maybe not a good idea. Why? You think he wouldn't talk to a traitor like me? Nah, he'll talk your ear off, but I mean, what's the point? It's not like Torin trusts him with sensitive info. Does he not like Scruffy? The two did seem to butt heads. I get the impression Torin's barely aware of Scruffy, Cade said. He leaned in. Why do you think Max wouldn't be happy to see us together? My eyes nearly bugged out of my head. Damn it, why did he have to suddenly get a clue? He really was just like Max. Because she's my best friend, I said. And you're her brother? And because she nearly murdered me in high school because she mistakenly believed I was another Ashley Stone, a mean cheerleader who pretended to be Max's friend while scheming to get close to her hot brother. A touchy subject all around, as Ashley was dead now, and Cade was a suspect in her murder till we found the real killer. She loves you, and she loves me, he reminded me. Us being together would be a dream come true for her. Again, he was talking like there was an us, instead of two idiots who gave in to temptation and made out in the back kitchen of a bakery. One of them wearing a hairnet the whole time that makeout session was going down. Besides, he added, she's always wanting me to date someone non-screwed up and respectable for once. I wrinkled my nose. Is that how you see me? Respectable? And hot, he said quickly, which, if you think about it, is a rare combo. Unicorn rare. I laughed. Nice save. Scruffy finally showed up at our table, looking surly as usual, instead of happy and convivial like when he was chewing the fat with his boys. More margaritas, the opiate of the people? Yes, please, Cade said, ignoring the dig. And we'll split the nacho plate. And, I added, hoping this wasn't my dumbest idea all day, we have some questions about Rhee and Orion. Scruffy scowled. What do you want to know? Everything? I gazed up at him with my best helpless damsel expression. I heard you're an expert on all things carnivora. I heard you're the historian of the revolution. Cade was right. Scruffy's principal dislike of me paled next to love of hearing his own voice. He went and poured himself a pint, then settled into the chair across from me. They were high school sweethearts, he began, in the tone of an eccentric historian being interviewed for a Ken Burns documentary. Then Torin talked his brother into joining Carnivora. And then they were like Bonnie and Clyde, I said. More like Romeo and Juliet. Star-crossed lovers? I blinked, wondering if I'd understood him right. But they were both shifters. What was the problem? Hello? This is Carnivora we're talking about?
She's an alpaca, a fluffy freaking llama for crying out loud. She chews her cud. Seriously? It was the dumbest reason for rejecting her that I could think of. Surely Torin and all the rest of them had eaten a few salads in their lives. If not, I didn't even want to imagine what their arteries must look like. But I thought family connections meant everything to shifters. Orion was Torin's brother, and she'd been his girlfriend since forever. Lady, these people are hardcore. They almost wouldn't take me. Can you imagine? I really could. Scruffy appeared 13, and could not have prevailed in a street fight against my customers Helen and Margaret. I feigned surprise, though. Wow. Right? And I'm a dog. Scruffy unfolded his arms and took a slug of his beer. Dog, bone, it's classic. What could be more carnivorous? Sorry, but aren't dogs sort of omnivores? I'm so sick of hearing that. We strongly prefer meat. He growled, sounding uncannily like a small terrier, and launched into what sounded like a well-worn rant. Sharp teeth are called canines. Ever notice that? Sure, I'll scarf down a supreme pizza, because it's there. You wouldn't let a glass of rosé go to waste. Does that make you a winetarian? I held up my hands in surrender. Didn't mean to hit a nerve. I just don't get why it's so controversial. So, back to Karina. She didn't belong, he said simply. Orion reluctantly bowed to pressure to dump her. Last I heard, she was enrolled at the community college, majoring in film and video, trying to find herself. Poor Karina, I thought. She'd found Gerard instead. Was Orion really killed by vampires like Torin says? I asked. Scruffy scratched his namesake beard. Orion was talking about getting back with Ree, and then he disappeared. Torin thinks it was vampires, but who knows? Orion was a wreck without Ree, and Torin's been a wreck ever since Orion disappeared. Have you noticed he's not even here to show the flag? He pulls a fade half the time lately. The words could have been compassionate, showing concern for a comrade in the grips of grief, but Scruffy's tone gave away his contempt for his leader. What's your problem with Torin? I asked. He's a disappointment. He spat out words like a furious typewriter, each keystroke punctuated with venom. He talks about how vampires are an abomination, but does he take action? Sometimes I think his hate is performative. It felt like a mischievous ice cube took a detour up my spine. By action, I assume you mean hunting them down and killing them. Right, that's what I thought. I made the mistake of looking into Scruffy's eyes just then and saw a revolutionary in his own mind, a self-important would-be killer. The table swam in front of me as I pondered what the odds were that Scruffy here was the kingpin of the Vampire Hunter Society all along. What if it was right under our noses? Like Kaiser Soze turning out to be the meek, mild-mannered accountant. Or, more likely, was Scruffy the one who was all talk? He sure did like to talk. I used to dream about being part of something as glorious as Carnivora was, back when I was a pup. He propped his feet up on the chair next to mine, giving me a view of his pristine hipster sneakers, and closed his eyes to reminisce. That was in the golden age of Haugen, he said. A legendary thief who stole only from vampires. Booster and Viper were still alive. Nova and Wildfire hadn't gone to prison. All the great criminals of Blue Moon Bay were active in those happy days. Okay, enough about the past. Cade spoke up, proving he was listening. He'd looked pretty bored while Scruffy went on, but now he was squirming. No one wants to talk about ancient history. Of course, the last thing he wanted to discuss on his date was the past, when Cade himself ran with Carnivora. As if reading my mind, Scruffy hooked his thumb toward Cade. This guy was something else back in the day. They called him Ghostwing. He could find his way into locked buildings that seemed airtight. How'd you do that, bro? Yeah, how? I asked. See? Scruffy said to Cade. She's interested. He turned back to me. Haugen should have been my leader, but it's just my luck his own clan punished him for breaking the rules of their society. They hired a red witch who ritually pulled his magic right out of his being. My breath caught. Red magic was taboo, and from this cruel story, I could see why. She took away his shifter magic? So he no longer had super senses and he had to stay in human form forever? Scruffy shook his officious head. The great Haugen might as well be dead now, which is why we have Torin, the green-haired wonder. He can barely plan a simple heist, so the gang's turned into a social club. Story of this dog's life, he whined. I show up just as the golden age is petering out and turning into the crap age. It was all I could do not to mime playing the tiniest violin. To my great relief, Scruffy stood to serve a table on the opposite side of the room, after warning me not to side with vampires anymore because, as the group's memory and soul, I will not forget. I thought he would never shut it. Cade kneaded his face dramatically. I thought we'd both croak of old age at this table, listening to that little creep moan. I winced. Sorry I called him over. He was creepy and whiny, but I did learn some things. Yeah? Like what? Why did he suddenly sound suspicious? Like that Karina would have been in a vulnerable state of mind when she agreed to let Gerard turn her, and that Orion loved her, even though Carnivora forced them apart. Did Cade look relieved? His brow unfurrowed. So, what does that tell you? He asked. That if Orion wanted her back, he might have gone to Gerard's house and confronted him. Cade rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You think Gerard's the vampire who killed Orion? Maybe. No one seems to know what happened to Orion. There's a big piece missing to the story that I think only Karina can fill in. Tomorrow, when I interview the other New Bloods, I need to get my hands on something of Karina's and get Gran to help me do a memory spell. Okay, let me know if I can help in any way, Cade said, and his voice turned sultry. In the meantime, wanna dance again? The live band had packed it up, but a dozen tipsy, fun-loving souls were still out on the dance floor, grooving to the deep house booming from the barrel speakers. No, I better get some rest. I stood and untangled my purse from the back of the chair. I'm afraid tomorrow's going to be exhausting. Say no more. Cade fished his keys from his pocket. I'll take you home, boss. I smiled at him calling me boss. This has been an amazing vacation from reality, I said, and could have cringed the moment the words were out. Cade stared at me. Okay, he said finally. I can start off as your vacation from reality. Challenge accepted. The entire ride home, his hand on my thigh, I wondered what just happened. Did I really issue a challenge? I didn't mean to. Sure, I was open to dating Cade, seeing how things unfolded, but I kept coming back to that thing he'd called me earlier. Respectable. I wanted to be his fun fantasy like he was mine. Respectable was a Roth IRA and 5 servings of dark green veg. Not very swoony stuff. I kissed him on the lips before I climbed out of his truck to head into my house. But it wasn't the lingering kisses we'd shared earlier. Setting down my purse, coat, scarf, gloves, and hat at home, where Graham and Britt were cuddled up asleep on the couch, I told myself it was just because I was tired. But as I brushed my teeth, my brain was spinning, replaying all the things Scruffy said about Carnivora's ill-fated lovers, Karina and Orion, spinning on the missing random money and Amethyst's heavy bag of late-night tacos. How many people were those meant to feed? I spun on Yolanda's week of sleep that lent her the mantle of an enchanted fairy tale princess.
Jacinta's pancakes frying on a griddle that didn't smell like magic. The long march to the spruce trees, where I could have sworn the sound of crunching leaves weren't coming from Elliot's group. Was Torin deliberately trying to slow us down? And why was Leia popping up everywhere? I was this close to solving the case, but there were so many jagged pieces that didn't quite fit. It was driving me insane. Yet I was so tantalizingly close, I could taste it. Almost. The strange thing was, when I imagined myself cracking open the whole smorgasbord of a mystery, the first thing I wanted to do was rush to the police station and throw it in Elliot's stupid, gorgeous face what an amazing sleuth I was. It was very annoying that this thought kept popping up in my head. And if I was honest, my recurring thoughts about Elliot were another reason I didn't feel like kissing Cade. I'd tried to get over Elliot, and it hadn't worked. Now I had a new problem to add to the growing list. If Cade really liked me, then Max was going to kill me. Not for kissing him, but for breaking his heart. Chapter 20. This time when the Mini pulled up to Marie's black iron gate, someone inside buzzed us through before Britt could even roll her window down to mess with the intercom. Graham opted to stay in the car, since it made more sense from a security perspective. As Britt and I walked over, Bronwyn waved to us excitedly from the upstairs window. 2 seconds later, thanks to vampire speed, she was throwing the door open with a triumphant squeal. "I can't believe you two are here!" She shook her pink head in wonder. "My napkin note worked." "Girl, that note was brilliant," Britt said. "Not to mention brave." Bronwyn ducked her head shyly, as if it was the first time she'd heard such complimentary terms in reference to herself. Sadness washed over me as teenage Hazel peered out of my eyes for a moment. I knew what it was to be starving for a kind word. The girl seemed to catch herself and glanced around worriedly, as if Marie might be watching. "You'd better come in," she said. "We don't have much time till she's home from church." The new blood led us down the hall, her long hair swaying behind her, freed from the tight bun it was in last time we were here. She moved with slinky grace, in a fringed and feathered boho mesh top over a curve-hugging slip dress. Without Marie hovering over her, she was a different person, a bubbly free spirit. Was there a reason she had to keep living here, even after Gerard's death? Was it out of loyalty to Marie, or fear of being out there on her own? A second teenager was waiting on a giant beanbag in the TV room. She, too, was gorgeous, in a future high-powered lawyer sort of way, with her slouchy blue button-down and rectangular glasses. Coily bangs framed a stunningly symmetrical oval face with high cheekbones. "Hey, I'm Landra." She held up a vial of blood. "Mind if I eat lunch while we talk? We just got a new shipment from Hemolife." "Go for it, babe," Britt said with a tight smile. I averted my eyes while Landra chugged. It was healthy blood from well-paid donors. It still squicked my stomach. "Sounds like Gerard didn't get a chance to teach you three how to hunt discreetly," Britt ventured. "You know, before he left the building." She mimed, staking herself in the heart. "He didn't teach us stuff," Bronwyn said flatly. "He was as useless alive as he is dead." Ouch. As a green witch, I couldn't think of a worse thing to have said about me. "Is it true those vampire hunters are the ones who killed him?" Landra adjusted her glasses and frowned in confusion. "Vampires sleep deep," she added, looking at me. Bron and I didn't hear any commotion from downstairs. Marie broke the news to us the next morning. She was crying so hard it took a while to get out the words. That Gerard was dead, staked in his own kitchen. "And then you made mimosas?" Britt said cheerfully. "I would have." At Landra's raised brows, she added, "Gerard's my sire, too. Ask me anything." The new bloods looked at each other, their eyes saucers. "Okay, how'd you get out of here?" Landra asked,
putting the cap back on her empty vial of blood product. Britt pointed down the hall. 10 years ago, I walked out that door, she said. You can too. And be target practice for the hunters? Bronwyn shivered. No thanks. Landra folded her arms and glared at Britt. Face it, things were easier 10 years ago. It's bad out there. We have nowhere else to go. So don't try to sell it to Bron and me like we have some great options. The honesty in her anger tore me up. All along, Gran had been trying to get me to see it. Most kids weren't choosing between me and some perfect mentor. Too often, it was a choice between nothing and something awful. Britt leaned in and glared right back at Landra. You realize, she said, by your own logic, the vampire hunters can get you in here too. There was a fire in her dark brown eyes, a glint of the mean girl energy from high school. Now she was using it for good. You two want your last night on the planet to be this? She said, gesturing around the TV room with its odd mix of dorm lounge vibe and medieval museum energy. Popping Hemolife and dusting Marie's antique armoires? Marie promised to keep us safe, Bronwyn protested, as if she were trying to convince herself. She's getting the house warded for us. Abandoning ship would destroy her. We're her family now. Karina didn't see it that way. Landra reached for a fluffy couch blanket and wrapped herself up like a burrito, looking pensive. Hope she's okay, all alone out there. What makes you so sure she ran away? I asked Bronwyn, instead of staying with her parents like Marie said. She didn't take any of her stuff, Bronwyn said. And Karina's parents are shifters, Landra reminded us. They wouldn't accept a vampire daughter. I nodded. That tracks, but why would Marie lie about it? All three vampires groaned and started talking at once. She's always trying to sugarcoat, Landra said. Marie's obsessed with protecting us, Bronwyn added. Or saving her husband's rep, Britt added. Even after his death, going home to your parents? Sounds respectable. Runaway new blood? That's a scandal. Marie can't stand any whiff of disgrace to the household. Well, that's hilarious, I blurted out, given Gerard being on a performance improvement plan all these years. Suddenly, I was painfully aware of three vampires staring at me, giving me nowhere to look but at the ceiling. They hadn't known, hadn't even suspected. Britt was savvy enough to grasp the concept of an unregistered new blood, but not that her maker had been sanctioned for creating them. Her features twisted in confusion. Performance improvement plan? You mean his job was at risk? Not exactly. More like his unlife, I thought. Spilling secrets I'd overheard at a council meeting might make the elders angry, a thought which terrified me. But it felt wrong not to tell Gerard's children the truth about him. So I told them everything. Whoa, Gerard was slated for execution? Landra couldn't believe it. We're unregistered? Bronwyn sounded worried. What's that mean? Nothing good, Britt said sadly. So to recap, Landra's voice was bitter. He charms us with compulsion, turns us into vampires, then gets staked. Karina vanishes. We get a death threat from the vampire hunters. And now we learn Gerard left us high and dry in every way there is. Not to be a stickler for weird details, I said, but you mean Gerard got a death threat from the hunters, not you, right? Trust me, I think I remember having my unlife threatened, Landra snapped. The letter came weeks after his death. Why do you think Marie's so freaked out? If we die, she's got to find another source of lifeblood. Britt and I exchanged grim looks. When Marie showed us that letter, she'd been very clear that it was sent to Gerard, that she'd agonized over whether to take it to the council. And after his death, she deeply regretted not doing so. These errors of fact could not be accidental. Why would she make this story up? There was one possible benign explanation. She was trying to protect the new bloods, to draw suspicion to the hunters instead of Karina. Even so, evidence was piling up that Marie was a skillful, habitual liar. Her word couldn't be trusted. And that made me even more worried for Karina's safety, the safety of all three girls. "Can we check out Karina's bedroom?" I asked. "I might be able to enchant one of her possessions with a memory spell and get some idea of what her last memories in the house were." The upstairs floor was a glossy honey wood, and the room at the end of the hall had a white shag rug straight out of Pottery Barn Teen. "She was sharing a room with me." Bronwyn gestured to the frilly twin bed nearer to the door. Its duvet, a crushed rose velvet, matched the bed on the other side of the room. Meaning, it wasn't Karina's own style, but something Marie had likely bought for a generic New Bloods room. Creepy thought. How many girls had slept here? Over how many years? At least the nightstand looked personalized to Bronwyn, holding a mason jar of dandelions, a Kindle, and a pair of sparkly purple hair combs. She slid open the mirrored closet door. "I packed up her clothes and stuff," she said, reaching for a large cardboard box on the top shelf. "I kept thinking all these things were important enough for her to bring to a new life. Maybe she'll come back for them?" "If she hasn't been murdered," hung in the air, unsaid. While I poured through the box's contents, Bronwyn went about folding her laundry and putting it away. I took it as her graceful way of giving me a little space, while still keeping tabs on me. Karina had left behind jeans and t-shirts, socks and underwear, a cute little black dress and a cream-cropped leather jacket, sneakers and manga, earbuds, an antique watch, still ticking, a silk scarf similar to Marie's. Was that a love-bombing gift from Gerard? A framed photo of two baby alpacas gazing up at their mother. Right, Karina was an alpaca shifter. Was that a photo of her family, in animal form? A carved wooden jewelry box was stuffed with handwritten notes. "Love you forever and ever, O." More photos and a ring with a tiny fleck of sparkle. This was the mother lode of personal effects. I tried not to choke up. Wherever Karina was, she'd fled without her most prized possessions. I wished there was a way to give them back to her. At the bottom was a lumbar pillow with an embroidered case reading, "You are home." A double meaning? Must have had sentimental value because the pillow felt lumpy and misshapen. Unless... Why was the pillow so lumpy? Surreptitiously, I felt around until I had unzipped the case as quietly as I could. Instead of one of those white inserts was a stuffed animal, and not just any stuffy, a cuddly meerkat. Torin was a meerkat, so his brother must be one too. Had Orion given her this, a playful token from one shifter to another? Even after they split, she'd kept his memory close. Even gone to the trouble to hide it from Gerard and Marie. I re-zipped the little pillow. "May I borrow this?" I asked Bronwyn, who glanced up eagerly. "I'll bring it back, promise." She nodded. "Whatever you think will help her." When we came down the stairs, Britt and Landra were arguing in the living room. "I can't not work, okay, Miss 10 years ago?" Landra was sounding defensive. "Or the lights will get turned off around here. And my parents sure aren't going to support me. They think I'm in some weird drug scene." "So get a part-time job and student loans." Britt was no more fazed by Landra's attitude than Landra was intimidated by Britt's. The two of them were, in a strange way, sounding more like cousins or bickering old friends than people who just met. "Dropping out is for losers," Britt said flatly. "Ask me how I know." "Wait, you're quitting school too?" I asked. Like Bronwyn. They were giving up on college to support Marie because they felt she was the only one offering them safety. What a mess. Landra's perfect face looked tired. "You think I'm happy about this?" she said. "I love school, love my classes. Even the new prof who took over from Gerard is fantastic.
teaches video editing techniques, taught us about special effects. But there has to be money coming in or there will be no Hemalife. So, I'm starting a full-time job next week, bookkeeping for a law firm. She's got mad accounting skills, Bronwyn bragged, but the look in her eyes was one of compassion. We're both gonna get our degrees someday, Rumi. Got plenty of time now, right? Resignation dulled Landra's voice into a monotone. At least I can work from home. Britt pulled out her phone and held it out to Landra. Text yourself. Landra narrowed her eyes. What? Why? Because I need your contact info. You too, she said to Bronwyn. I'm going to work out a plan to get you both into non-dysfunctional housing for next semester. In the meantime, reach out if you need anything. Or you just want to talk. It would... She stopped and shrugged, like she wasn't sure she should say this out loud. It would mean a lot to me to be able to help you. Landra hesitated, then grabbed Britt's phone. Her texting thumbs were a blur. Now get out of here, she said, handing the phone back, before the queen of passive-aggressive comes home from church. It was still the lunch rush when Britt dropped me off in front of the bakery, with a line out the door. Cade's eyes twinkled as he nodded at me from behind the counter, where he was serving one hungry customer after another, panini and gourmet hand pies. I headed straight to the back, and was surprised to see Gran's old-fashioned purse resting on the counter. She sat on a high-backed stool, sipping fragrant lavender tea, gazing into the middle distance. I gasped. Crap! Was I supposed to take you to your doctor's appointment today? Gran looked up and smiled serenely. Oh, no, Hazel dear. That's what I dropped in to say. I've canceled that appointment. Got better things to do with my time. Are you sure? Where was this coming from? I thought it over, she said in a calm and reasonable tone. And what's the point of seeing a magiopath? I know what's wrong with me. Age. She chuckled. Nothing can fix it because it ain't broken. Gran, I know you don't like doctors, but I gotta suck it up, Buttercup, she went on, pushing away her mug, and be grateful for what magical ability I still have. Rather than sitting at home watching soaps while my magic dwindles, I should be mentoring you. I forgot whatever argument was about to come out of my mouth. It had been so long, so very long, since she helped me learn a new spell. It would save me time, energy, and frustration. Well, now that you mention it, I said slowly, I could use your support casting a memory spell. What, right now? She gulped. With that line stretching out the door? You want to start a panini panic? Cade's got it. Funny how fast I'd gone from not trusting him with the till to low-key avoiding him. I feared our relationship had peaked somewhere between the first kiss and the middle of our only date, and it was, as we'd anticipated, awkward. Besides, I said, it's kind of urgent. I need to help this new blood who ran away the night her sire got staked. All right. Gran waved her hand in front of me. Enough about the nocturnal neck nibblers. I'll help with the dang spell. Now what's your memory anchor? It's a stuffy, from the boy she loved. I opened my messenger bag and retrieved the lumpy pillow. I pulled out the meerkat stuffy. Get a copper bowl, she commanded. Rub it with a lemon balm tincture to clear past energies. Then fill it with the dried white rose petals we charged under the harvest moon. I'll get the seeds and herbs ready. A few minutes later, I was deep in a magical trance. Birds sang honeyed harmonies directly to my ears, while neon dandelions bloomed en masse across the kitchen floor. Side by side at the counter, Gran and I chanted together. With this token left behind, your tragic loss I gain. Inside my mind alights, another soul's remembered pain. Instantly the counter faded away. I was lying on the floor in a dimly lit room. Above me, two figures were yelling, fighting. Men, an older and a younger one. I felt revulsion, terror, despair, and love. Then both men were gone,
The dim room was gone. I was back in the bakery kitchen. Granny Sage was slumped over her bar stool, face down on the counter. Her mug knocked over, spilling herbal tea everywhere. Gran had fainted in the middle of the spell. Chapter 21. The Magiopath's office was an hour's drive up the coast in Pacific City, a peaceful beach town with golden dunes, dramatic cliffsides, and a beachfront pub that was ideal for hosting weddings on the sand. That is, if brides didn't mind a chance of fog and drizzle, even in July. On this freezing December afternoon, though, no wedding bells rang. The beach was deserted except for a lone jogger. Gran had been so quiet all through the drive, I'd flipped on the 80s station, hoping some upbeat tunes would make things feel less dire. Weird, I never noticed it before, but it turns out the lyrics to most 80s songs are depressing as hex. Following my phone's directions, I steered us from the stark empty beach to an unbusy street on the edge of downtown. I parked in front of a sagging old inn that at some point got converted into business suites. The witch doctor shared the second floor with a weight loss hypnotherapist and some guy hawking blue-green algae smoothies. Not sketchy at all. But I didn't have time to question her reputability. Guiding Gran up those stairs, in the weak state she was in after fainting, was a process. I had to steady her from one side while she clutched the railing on the other. On the top landing, I pretended not to notice that my normally energetic Gran was severely out of breath. As I rapped on the locked door to the offices, I was fighting back tears. A woman Gran's age, with a bright silver mane and a spring in her step, opened the door, startling me. I don't know what I'd been expecting her to wear, scrubs, a white coat, but the cone-shaped hat and black rag dress was kicking it really old school, like the Middle Ages. "Hail, fellow crone!" She greeted Gran with ritually opened hands held out in front of her. "No matter how ail thee, thou art welcome." "Well met," Gran replied softly, and they said at the same time, "Blessed be." Okay, were they going to talk like Shakespeare the whole time? Super awkward. The Magiopath nodded to me. "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Susan." Oh, thank God. I may have said that out loud. "That you're here," I added quickly. "I'm Hazel, Sage's granddaughter." "Hazel, I know who you are." Susan seemed stunned that I would introduce myself. "Your bakery's reputation precedes you, not that I'm much of a dessert person." It was a sentiment I sometimes encountered, but Susan was the first to speak it with neither judgment nor apology. "More of a lentil gal myself," she went on. "I make a mean red lentil loaf with date ketchup." Gran, despite her weakness, managed a snort of derision. On second thought, getting healthy doesn't sound worth it. "Ah, there she is." Susan's face lit up in a smile. "You're exactly who I thought you'd be. Now, let's see what we can do to help you get back to feeling your best." She ushered us through the lobby into a parlor, not an exam room, with comfy armchairs that didn't look the slightest bit medical. Susan's clear glasses and bold geometric earrings looked reassuringly modern, as did the tablet she pulled out of the front pocket of her rag dress. "So what seems to be the issue for you today, Sage?" she asked. "I notice your aura's looking a little muted." I listened as Gran explained to Susan how her magic had gotten more and more difficult to access in the course of normal spell work. None of it was news to me, but that didn't make it easy to hear. Susan's electronic pencil glided over her tablet. "When did this start?" "A month or so ago," Gran said. "But it's probably just aging, right, Doc?" The doctor's eyes were sharp behind her glasses. "If you believed it was normal aging, would you have come all the way over here?" "Guess not," Gran admitted. "Did you teleport?" Susan asked. "No, my granddaughter wanted to drive me." Gran avoided her eyes. "We're making an afternoon of it. Probably get some pie on the way back." "Gran, you're leaving something out," I blurted out.
I just asked her to help me with a complex memory spell, and she fainted in the middle of it. She's been feeling groggy and weak ever since. I don't know if she can teleport." I was half expecting Gran to toss me an annoyed look for tattling on her, but Gran's eyes looked frightened. "So if it's not aging," she said, "what is it?" "I don't know yet." Susan's voice was gentle. "Is it okay if I ask you some more questions?" Gran barked a laugh. "Ha! I suppose that's why I'm here." But she sounded like she was no longer sure she wanted to find out the truth. Susan didn't just ask some questions. She asked all of them. Which spells were feeling harder? How quickly were the changes progressing? Were her other senses affected? She asked about Gran's eating, sleeping, hydration, bathroom habits, and vitamin intake. When was the last time she danced under the full moon? Had she ever been aware of eye floaters or indistinct smoky shapes at the edge of her vision? She even asked therapy-type questions like, how did it feel to be moving toward retirement after such a long, illustrious magical career? All in all, she asked more questions than Dr. Nguyen, my GP, had ever asked me in 5 years. I was trying to decide if she was a total quack or Nguyen was a lackadaisical lump when Susan looked up from her tablet with a grim expression. "In my medical opinion," she said, "the most likely cause of your symptoms is a deliberate magical attack. Sage, I believe you've been the victim of gray magic." I gasped. "You mean someone did this to her on purpose?" Gran scrunched her brow with skepticism. "Who'd want to harm me?" "It wouldn't likely be personal," Susan said. "Most gray magic victims are targeted for financial reasons. Has there been a lot of gray magical activity near you lately?" "No," Gran started, just as I said, "yes." I turned to Gran. "It could have been that corporate cafe that was competing with us," I told her. "Java Kitty? The whole place ran on gray magic. I could smell it coming off their auto-magic espresso machines." "What?" Gran's eyes widened. "How could I have missed that?" "Are you the sole legal proprietor of Sage's Bakery?" Susan asked. "If they were aiming to sink a competitor, attacking you would be written into their business plan. Beginning with the subtlest of strikes and slowly turning up the onslaught till you were incapacitated." I snapped my fingers. "Didn't your symptoms start right around the time Java Kitty opened?" "Well, I'll be hexed. They did indeed." She frowned as if thinking back. "The first symptoms were very mild. So mild I wrote it off as rust." "As if a diamond like you could ever rust," Susan chided her. "Well, now you're talking sense, sister," Gran said with a small smile, but it faded fast. "There's still one thing I don't understand," she said. "That tedious cafe closed down weeks ago. So why am I still getting worse, not better?" Susan cleared her throat. "Because you haven't treated it, Sage. It's a magical wound, and it needs to heal." "What's your prescription?" Gran sounded suspicious. "Not lentils, I hope." "Rest," Susan said simply. "Complete magical rest should halt the condition from progressing, and in time, we hope, reverse it." My eyes stung. "So reversing it is possible?" "At this stage, yes," Susan said. "But you have to take rest seriously. Your aura needs time to heal, several weeks at minimum. Complete magical rest means no spellcasting," she clarified, in case there was any doubt. "Miss Sage, can you comply with that? Doctor's orders?" "Gran, please, you have to," I begged. Gran crossed her arms over her dress. "So I gotta sit still and die of boredom then?" "Isn't it worth a few boring weeks to get your full powers back?" I reached for her hand and squeezed it. "You're right, Hazel dear." Gran sighed and squeezed back. "Thank you for being the grown-up in the room," she said with genuine feeling. "And thank you," she said to Susan, "for all your help. It's a huge relief to know what's going on with me, and that it's treatable." Susan bowed.
Go thy way, hail be thou, cometh back in ane moon cycle. Honestly, though, she could have just said month. We stopped for pie at Pacific City Creamery on the way home. Gran insisted it was her treat. Date ketchup. What in Hecate's realm is date ketchup? Were the last words she'd grumbled to Susan, who laughed with delight as if she was being ribbed by the goddess of magic herself. But sitting in the diner booth across from me, Gran admitted, "She's very good, Susan. It won't be fun following her prescription, but I'd better do it. I don't want to see what the next stage of this looks like." I don't either. We clinked coffee mugs. The waitress arrived balancing my cherry pie and Gran's strawberry rhubarb, and we dug in. "Hazel, dear," Gran ventured, "why didn't you tell me before about that Java Kitty Cafe being riddled with gray magic? That must have been a real cauldron of trouble to stir." "It was, but..." I floundered. "Guess I wanted to handle it myself?" Her opal eyes saw through to my soul, as always. "You didn't want to burden me with that magical mess. Didn't think I was up to it. And you made a wise call." She patted my hand. "I owe you an apology, Hazel. I've been giving you guff about not understanding your duties as a witch, but I was the one who didn't understand how much you had on your plate." "Aw, Gran, thank you for saying that." Warm tears stung my eyes. "Still am confounded as a toad in a hat, though," she went on, "as to why you're so interested in helping vampires." I laughed despite the sentimental lump in my throat. Gran was going to be Gran. "Don't you worry." She reached for a spoon and dug into her pie slice. "I'm going to do what the doctor tells me, and I'll be right as rain, ready to lead my heir straight to the next level of magic. Because now I know she's ready in her heart." I let the tears fall, unembarrassed. No cherry pie was as sweet as Gran's understanding. My enjoyment of the moment was interrupted by a cranky voice behind me, carping and familiar. "Excuse me," it boomed. "Why don't these napkins have napkin holders? What is the world coming to?" I turned to see the cashier, a smiling young man, tilt his head in bewilderment at the customer bullying him. A red-faced older man, a face I'd been seeing in my nightmares. Holy hex! It was definitely him, the kidnapper. I scrambled to set my phone camera to video. "Gran, hold the phone up so you're filming that guy, but don't make it obvious. I'm going to go talk to him." Gran squinted across the room. "What guy?" "The rude customer up front," I said impatiently, waving the phone at her. "I'm 99% sure that's Yolanda's kidnapper." "I thought he was dead." She still hadn't taken the phone from my hand. "Not undead, but dead. The vampire hunters got him." "Apparently not." While we were arguing, the old man started to walk out. I couldn't just let him get away. Never mind that I was a mere green witch, alone, without shifter backup. Leaving Gran at our booth with my phone, I raced outside onto the beach to catch up with him. I was planning to sneak up behind him and put him in an analysis paralysis hold, a defensive spell that rendered the subject unable to decide on his next move, giving me a fighting chance. But he was moving slower than I'd expected from a vampire, and I ended up knocking him down instead. He must have been surprised because he went down like a ton of bricks, cursing a blue streak. "Stop, kidnapper," I said, and prayed I could recite the incantation despite my body's trembling. "In the face of your might so fierce and so grand, I cast this enchantment to level the land. Hesitation engulfs you, a wavering veil, to muffle your mind so that I may prevail. Decision eludes you, struggle you shall—" "Ow! My shin!" His horrible voice knocked me right out of my trance. "Are you on drugs, young woman? Or merely under the influence of bad slam poetry? Never mind, I'm suing you either way." Slam poetry? I faltered. Did he not realize I was casting? I needed to finish the spell before he could rise to his feet, but all I could do was stare at the bloody bruise forming on the old man's shin. Why wasn't it healing instantly? Vampires didn't get bruises.
Humans got bruises. Did I knock over the wrong jerk? But that face, that voice from the videos, it was unmistakably him. Unless he had a more evil twin? "Idiot! Look how you made me drop my doggy bag," he lectured, pointing to the styrofoam container lying splayed open on its side several feet away. A pair of seagulls were fighting over the pancakes strewn on the sand. "For shame!" "I'm so sorry, sir." I helped the old guy up. The least I could do, having just assaulted a senior. No way was this elder strong enough to have carted off Yolanda. "I didn't mean to crash into you. I was just practicing my poetry, like you said." "Is it something in the sea air," he taunted me, "that makes all you coasties dumb as driftwood? Boy, I can't wait to get back to Barstow." "I'm sure Barstow can't either," I muttered, and hoped Gran had gotten at least a few snaps for me to forward to Elliot. But if Rude Guy from Barstow was just a tourist, then whose jellied remains did the vampire hunters proudly present to us in the forest? And, even more baffling, who really kidnapped Yolanda? The moon glowed a little too brightly over Marie's backyard as Britt's shovel worked the loose soil like a sewing machine needle stitching through fabric. Max and I stood by her side, under the weeping willow tree where Marie claimed she'd buried Gerard. At least, I assumed Max was nearby. It was hard to be sure since I'd glamoured her invisible while Britt was parking the Mini, a block away from Marie's. As for myself, I opted for good old invisiments as glamouring took more magical energy. I was conserving mine for the memory spell I would now have to cast alone. Thunk! Britt's shovel hit something harder than dirt. "Here we go," Max muttered. She was nearby. I was glad I'd gone to the trouble to do a glamour spell instead of handing her an invisiment, or she'd have just blown it by speaking. No judgment. Took me years to stop doing that. "Let's see if you're really in there, you jerk," Britt said, dropping her shovel. She leaned into the hole, which was little more than a foot deep. Had it been dug hastily? My heart was leaping out of my chest when she pulled out a designer shoebox, tore the box open, and peered in. I steeled myself for brownish-greenish goo, but there was none. "Holy hell," Britt said, and I gaped along with her. Gerard wasn't in there. The box held nothing inside but a blood-stained shirt, bunched up and wrapped around something long and thin. It was a skewer, like you'd use to roast marshmallows at a bonfire. Part of me wanted to believe its dark stains were innocent char, but even I wasn't that naive. Not anymore. "That looks like our murder weapon," I said, flashing visible on purpose. I held out my hand to Britt. "Here, I'll hold on to it for now. Elliot would want that skewer and that shirt for forensics. When you're done backfilling, hand me the shovel. Then you two hop the fence. I'll pass you both items and squeeze through the bushes like before." Britt backfilled the hole in mere seconds. She patted down the dirt by stomping on it, which must have had therapeutic effects, despite Gerard's not technically being there. I timed popping my second mint for the exact moment she handed me the shovel, which disappeared along with me and the shoebox. When invisiments were good, they were very good. "Oh, that's really clever, Hazel," Britt said. "Yeah, slick move," Max agreed. "Thanks, guys," I said, and promptly turned visible. So did the shovel and the box. So much for having mastered invisiments. "Hazel, what are you doing?" Britt hissed. "Ugh, sorry, I can't resist a compliment," I said, and popped my third mint, the last one I had on me, just as Marie's kitchen light blazed on, illuminating the back deck. Britt blurred into a run toward the side yard, easily hopping the 8-foot fence. Max was slower, but not by much. Making as little noise as possible, I snuck to the very back of the yard, up where Marie's pink flower bushes butted up against a neighbor's roses. The sliding glass door opened, and Marie stood on the deck in a long white nightgown, a baseball bat in her hand. "Who's there?" she called, sounding frightened. "You stay away from my house, evil vampire hunters!"
I stood as still as a rabbit while she stalked the yard, disquieted, brandishing the bat and muttering under her breath in what might have been Middle French. "Stay away from my girls," she growled at the whistling wind. "They are all I have left. Mark my words. I will do what it takes to protect his line." With a banshee wail, she raised the metal bat over her head and cracked it hard against the hot tub lid. Several minutes after she'd gone back inside, I was still frozen in prey animal mode. Max and Britt tried to coax me to give them the shovel and box, but their voices sounded far away to me, like they were being filtered through pea soup fog. Eventually, they had no choice but to jump back over the fence, boost the items themselves, and threaten to pick me up with their super strength and help me over the fence, at which point I rallied. Tossing and turning in my loft bed that night, I dreamed that Amethyst and Yolanda were Gerard's latest new bloods, locked in a stifling pink bedroom in his house in Sunset. If they dared open a window, the vampire hunters shot arrows at their hearts. When I woke up sweating, I tried to soothe myself with the knowledge that Gerard was dead and gone. But after all I'd seen today, no knowledge seemed certain anymore. Chapter 22. I spent all of Wednesday, my day off, reading about memory spells. At sunset, I ground seeds in my pestle and gathered herbs to brew in my stovetop cauldron. After some thought, I decided to do things a bit differently from how Gran showed me yesterday. Having a mentor to guide you was great, but the benefit of doing something alone was you got to do it exactly how you wanted. By the time Max rang the doorbell, I had been chanting for half an hour and was in a semi-trance. Barely looking their way, I motioned to my friends to join me around the table. Graham sat on the couch reading, to stay out of our way and also to keep Max from guessing what was becoming more and more undeniable, that he and Britt were a couple. I pulled the meerkat stuffy from my carpet bag. Karina. The sound of her name caused the bowl of herbs and ground-up seeds to glow a deep green. The shiny, glowing mass jumped from the bowl, pouring itself down to the floor like magic jello. It stretched and spread into an ethereal green grass that blanketed my living room. Giant stems formed next, flowering into daisies and dandelions. A mint-green butterfly landed on Britt's shoulder, and she stared in amazement. My vision tunneled, and a familiar dizziness took over the air as I began the spell. With this token left behind. A crunch interrupted my trance. At the smell of buttered popcorn, I looked up at Max, who was holding a large bag. "You brought popcorn to view someone's tragic memory?" "You said it would be like a movie," she said, defensive. "Where'd you even buy that?" Britt frowned as her butterfly disintegrated into pale green pixels. "Downtown Theater. Concessions are still open." She held out the bag generously to Britt and me. "Want?" Ignoring her, I squeezed the stuffy and chanted in earnest this time. "With this token left behind, your tragic loss I gain. Inside my mind alights, another soul's remembered pain." Instantly, the dining table faded away. I was in a dark kitchen, lying on cold tile. Marie's kitchen, where we'd munched almond cookies and sipped tea. The young man had just been knocked to his knees on the tile. The older figure swooped down on him, moving so fast his body blurred. Gerard. He would prevail. He would kill the young man. The only reason he hadn't yet was that I was fighting too. Not the real me, Karina. In memory mode, I felt almost like I was her. My desperate hope flared as she pounced on Gerard's back, giving Orion time to scramble to his feet. I'd do anything to save the boy I loved. He dared enter a vampire's den to find me and bring me home. Never mind that I'd become the thing our families hated most. Love was love. Brave was brave. Her love and her brave were both ribboned with darkness, though. Hopelessness. Even 2 against 1? How could they win against the old vampire? He'd been growing turnips since before the U.S. history books began.
He might be trifling, pathetic, a loser among vampire kind, but weak he wasn't. My body thudded with pain when Gerard hurled Karina across the room. They had no chance, and it never stopped them from fighting. Karina didn't even have to meet Orion's determined dark eyes to know his heart. He wasn't going to run. He would fight to the death. But it wouldn't be long now. Waves of sadness rippled through my chest as a reel of Orion memories hit Karina. Sweet memories of holding hands at school, hot memories of dancing at a beach rave, goofy memories of running through woods and meadows as an alpaca and a meerkat. She forced herself to her feet again, but Gerard pushed her again hard, throwing her at the far wall. Terror swamped me as Gerard advanced on Orion, spun him around. I winced at the snap of a neck being broken. Orion collapsed in a lifeless heap on the kitchen floor, and Gerard turned on Karina, who was sobbing over her boyfriend's body. "So this is how you repay my gift of eternity," he snarled. "I tried to elevate you from your animal status. I alone saw your potential. And this is the thanks I get? If you beg for my forgiveness, I will spare you and give you a second chance." Karina kept sobbing and did not attempt to defend herself, but neither did she cower. It was clear in that moment she would rather face the true death than bargain with this monster. So that was how she died, I thought in panic. Then, with a sickening squish, a stake pierced Gerard's barrel chest from the back. The film and video professor swore in French and looked utterly annoyed. Then clutched at his heart and fell, convulsing and turning into a greenish-brown hunk of sludge. Ew. "Oh, God!" Britt cried out in shock. "I can't believe this!" "I know, right?" Max commiserated, pushing away her popcorn. "I so didn't want to see that while I'm eating. Anyone want the rest?" "Max, you're missing the point of this memory," I snapped. "Look who's holding the stake." Marie was holding the stake, a stoical look in her eyes. "Thank you," Karina breathed. "But if you'd done that earlier, you owe me your life." Stepping over Orion's body, Marie stalked over to Karina. "A debt you can never repay, but you may start by making a small cut in your wrist with the fangs he gave you." "What?" "I need to feed, girl," Marie hissed. "Hold out your wrist." Oh. Until that moment, Karina hadn't known Marie drank blood from Gerard. She hadn't really had much time to consider Marie's situation at all. She'd been in a daze ever since Gerard brought her here. Truthfully, since Orion's gang started pressuring him to dump her. Now she was thinking clearly, though. More clearly than she'd ever thought. "Of course," she told Marie. After greedily drinking from her wrist, Marie looked up with a victorious expression, as if she'd gotten away with more than just murder. "Now both the men who worshipped you for your beauty are dead," she jeered. "Only I am left to protect you, to teach you the ways of vampirism. You never should have been turned, but if you want to survive, I am your everything now." Yep, no surprises. It was coldly satisfying to have Marie spell out every prejudice and envy Karina had guessed from the first. All in all, a nice little speech, but she couldn't stay focused on it. She was too busy noticing that Orion's pulse was still beating. Weakly, his breaths so shallow they could not be seen. But with her new vampire senses, she could hear his body humming with life. She wanted him to keep living. "Of course, yes, ma'am," she stuttered, eager to placate the valet and get her the hell out of the room. What should I tell the other girls? Marie would want to control the message. "I will speak to them myself," she hissed. "Go outside and dig a hole to bury the boy's body, since it is your fault he came here. Bury Gerard with him. Don't forget the stake and the clothes he left behind." She wants my fingerprints everywhere. And how was anyone supposed to bury a lump of sludgy jelly? Corina wiped away tears and focused on the only task that mattered. Gently, she slipped her hands under Orion and picked him up like a sleeping child. In the backyard, she bit her wrist and brought it to his lips. "Come on, baby. I know you're there." He didn't stir. She hit him across the face, hit his mouth. He groaned. "Drink it, babe. I won't promise eternity like that fool promised me. We'll be hunted down by your gang family. But if all we get is one more day together, we can go dancing, go to the beach one more time. Come on, drink." She forced his mouth open. It might just have been animal instinct, but she felt a tug of pressure as he sucked the blood and gurgled and fell back into unconsciousness. All she had was hope, but hope was enough for now. She marched back to the kitchen, wrapped the gory steak, it was just a skewer, in Gerard's white shirt. Her gaze fell, disdainful, on the sludgy remains. Marie kept a shoebox on the counter, packed with mail for girls who didn't live here anymore. She emptied the shoebox, tossing all the mail in recycling, and donned dish gloves. It was a mercifully brief transfer from floor to box, though Corina couldn't help gagging at the jigglier parts of the operation. There was a shovel in the garden shed. With vampire super speed, she became a blur, digging a hole under the willow tree. She hurled the box into it and backfilled the hole. Sinking to her knees, she threw her arms around Orion's still body and began to sob from sheer exhaustion and stress. Instantly, her vampire senses picked up subtle vibrations running through his body. He was changing. Or he was dying. It would take about a day to know for sure. Either way, it was time for them to go. She stood and slung Orion over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. No need to treat him like a fragile package now. He was either a dead man, or no mere jostle could ever harm him. Her soul sang with gratitude to whatever powers had led them to be together again, racing away from her old prison. The two of them, one blur in the night. Chapter 23. The pendant lights flickered over my kitchen island, and the garden of neon astral blooms around us faded into nothingness. Britt, Max, and I gaped at each other across the butcher block countertop. "What did I just see?" Max wailed. "That memory spell must have been a doozy," Graham said mildly from the living room couch where he was watching a basketball game on TV. "Y'all doing okay over there?" A thumbs up was the only response I could muster. My muscles felt melty, a wrung-out feeling I associated with wielding magic a step beyond my skill level. But I also felt emotionally wiped. Karina's memory was complicated. "So, did Orion die in the end or not?" Max wondered aloud. "We don't know. This memory is from a month ago," Britt reminded her. "They could both be dead now, or—" She forced a smile, showing her fangs. "They could be new bloods together, living the dream." Graham whistled softly. "More like a nightmare." Britt's brows knitted with annoyance. "Wow, you're usually better at reading the room," she said. "It's not a time for vampire jokes." "I'm being serious, Britt." I cringed. He'd almost called her babe. They were so acting like a couple. Luckily, Max didn't seem to notice. "Getting turned sucks for shifters," she explained to Britt with trademark Max bluntness. "They're hated, snubbed. Their own families denounce them as turncoats. If Torin found out his brother wasn't just killed by a vampire, but was a vampire, he'd stake him." I shuddered. Then a thought occurred. Wait, how'd he find out about Orion's death at all? Graham scratched his chin. "Maybe Orion was telling people he was going to confront Gerard," he said. "And the gang figured they both died in the fight?" I shook my head. It didn't add up. "If everyone knew Orion fought with Gerard that night," I said, "how could the vampire hunters claim credit for the kill and have it stick?" No one had an answer, and it was going to bug me till I did, like a pebble in the bottom of my sneaker. Was someone slipping info to Torin? Other than us, who out there knew the whole story? Marie and Karina both seemed unlikely confidants for the gang leader, though Karina was at least plausible. I just can't believe Marie was the one who staked Gerard. Britt shook her head. Tears were in her eyes. I guess she'd finally had enough. Yeah, but why now? Max glanced down at her cold popcorn, but couldn't bring herself to dig in. He treated her like garbage for centuries. I thought of how the New Bloods were grudgingly accepting Marie as their mom figure, their mentor. Yes, but he always took care of her, too, I said. From the time Marie was a young girl, Gerard was her ticket to survival. And what could be more powerful than survival? Principles? Graham offered from the couch. Love? For you, Britt said. Marie's not that evolved. I can't see her putting anything ahead of her survival. That's it. I pounded the counter with my palms. That's why she killed him. Gerard stopped being a net asset to her when he defied the Elder Council because he put both their lives in danger, Britt finished, excitement causing her words to tumble over each other. Since she can only feed from vampires of his line, she must have thought the girls were a better bet. Which is why she's so desperate to protect them from threats, I added. She's practically sitting on them like a mother hen. Max's head was whipping back and forth between me and Britt like a cat driven insane by a laser toy. Gerard defied the Elder Council, she said. Graham whistled again. Moron. Probably shouldn't have shared that detail. My blood ran cold as I imagined myself forced to defend my blabbermouth tendencies to Flavia, Cheryl, and Friar Tuck, who would not be offering wine. Sorry, would you two mind terribly if Britt poofs away that memory with her compulsion gaze? You want to let a vampire mess with our minds? Graham's tone was icy, and it felt like our relationship had regressed back to day one. It's just Britt. I gestured in her direction, feeling petulant. Britt snorted. Hazel, I'm not your genie in a bottle. Just to make it unanimous? Max raised her hand. A world of no to compulsion? I let out a frustrated sigh. But you guys, the Elder Council's scary. Believe me, I've noticed, Britt said, zooming to my side to pat my arm with her cool hand. Which is why your secret's safe with me. Me too, Max nodded somberly. Lips sealed. Graham pantomimed zipping his together. I rolled my eyes. All right, fine. Hex it all, I had no ethical alternative but to trust people. And speaking of Britt's undead overlords, Max narrowed her eyes, doesn't Gerard's murder fall under their jurisdiction? I stared at her. Are you saying we should turn Marie into the council? What if they execute her? The three of them looked unruffled at the prospect. Well, Britt threw out her hands, shrugging. She's had a good run. It's not for us to decide, Max added. This is a vampire matter. Graham pointed to Max as if to amplify her point. Let the undead bury the undead, he said. I squirmed. But we don't know that's what's going to happen. I turned to Britt, hopeful. It's not like the elders are going to miss Gerard. They had him on a kill list. Won't they be grateful she took the task off their plate? Yeah, but they'd still put her to death, Britt said. To make an example. They'd just do a nice champagne toast in her honor afterwards, and then sit down to an 11-hour game of Twilight Imperium. Harsh. And decadent. I shook my head. You guys, I don't think I can do this, I said. Marie's terrible, but I'm a green witch, and we're all about life magic. I can't send her off to certain doom. Britt locked eyes with Max. Well, we don't know for sure what they'll do, she said, and raised her eyebrows at Max. No one can predict the future. Yet. Max conceded, sounding reluctant. So there's a chance they'd let her off with a warning? I said eagerly. Or maybe a ticket that says she has to take a class online and pay a fee?
Britt groaned. "You're making this really hard, Hazel," Max said. Okay. I pulled out my cell phone. "It's vampire justice. I've made my peace with it. I'm calling Elliot." In the week since Farm to Beach House, I'd given myself more than one stern talking to. Just because I'd crushed on a man forever didn't mean I was entitled to him. Elliot was free to date anyone he wanted, including a beige witch. It was high time I stopped pining and flirting and began treating him as a business associate. Maybe someday a friend, when it didn't hurt so much. None of these sober thoughts could slow my heart's drumming, though, while his tall frame filled the center of my living room. Dressed in faded jeans and a blue t-shirt, Elliot scribbled notes on his tablet computer as we caught him up quickly on the memory spell, the skewer, and all of Marie's lying. I tried not to notice that he had bags under his eyes. Too many dates with Leia this week? I was also trying not to take it personally that he'd rejected my overstuffed couch and squishy armchair in favor of the hardwood floor. "Sure I can't offer you a cushion?" I said. "I'm comfortable." Elliot brushed me off and glanced down at his notes, eyes narrowed in concentration. "In the memory sequence you all watched," he said, "the shoebox Karina buried contained Gerard's vampiric remains, correct?" We all nodded from our various comfy perches in my living room. "But when you three dug it up last night," Elliot went on, "in your crazy cloak and dagger operation, seriously unsafe and ill-advised, by the way." "Get to the point, bro," Max cut in from my velvet chaise, which she was hanging off in a show of exaggerated impatience. "The remains were gone." Crap, he was right. Elliot looked at each of us in turn. "So, who moved Gerard? Any theories?" "Well, the vampire hunters had motive," I said. "They needed some remains as proof that they slayed the kidnapper. And they had to plant that proof themselves because there was no vampire kidnapper to slay. That rude tourist is just some ordinal. He had nothing to do with kidnapping Yolanda." "So, who did kidnap her, Hazel?" Elliot did that thing where he bored into my eyes, and for a dazzled moment, I couldn't tell if he was stumped or had a theory he wanted me to corroborate. He showed his hand. "Was she kidnapped at all?" he said. "Or was it just a hoax?" I blinked. Maybe both, because it was the vampire hunters. It was the only thing that made sense. We know there's a witch working with them, the invisible witch who crashed into me running out of the forest. We know Yolanda was under a sleep spell the whole time. What if they nabbed her, then led us to her so they could be heroes for slaying her fictional captor? Graham's jaw dropped. "You're saying Yolanda's entire kidnapping was a hoax by the vampire hunters?" "For the money and the notoriety," Elliot confirmed. It kind of annoyed me that he wasn't shocked because it meant he'd gotten there before I did. How had he beat me to the punch? "Was Yolanda in on the take?" he wondered aloud. "No," I said quickly. "The sleep spell suggests Yolanda was kidnapped by people she knew and would be able to recognize and tell on." "Or," Elliot said dryly, "that she wanted a fig leaf of deniability, in case the others all got caught." I shook my head. Yolanda was such a sweet kid. There was no way she'd deceive and worry the whole community for cash. No, my gut says she's not capable of something like that. "You never know what people are capable of," Max said. "Even people you know and trust." Everyone but Elliot winced. "Okay, but what about all those videos of the vampire kidnapper?" Britt said. "Are you saying they're deep fakes?" "Exactly," I said. "And who could pull off a combination of special effects and glamours?" I snapped my fingers. "A film student with a beige witch mentor." "Amethyst," Britt and Max said together. I turned to Elliot, and as casually as I could, I said, "Next time you see Leia, ask her if she taught her mentee complex glamours."
I was proud of myself for bringing it up without maximum bitterness, but my words came out a bit strained nonetheless, and it led to an awkward silence. Elliot swallowed, his face hard to read. Finally, he said, "Sounds like you really want it to be Amethyst and not Yolanda." "Amethyst has been acting suspiciously this whole time," I retorted, noting that he dodged my question. "She has to be one of the vampire hunters." I thought a moment. "Though it's weird, because she's the furthest thing from anti-vampire."
"Well, it's not like they're actually harming real vampires," Graham pointed out. "They've claimed 2 kills so far. Turns out the first one was killed by his own wife. The second one didn't exist."
He laughed with more frustration than joy.
"To think I've upended my life for weeks. Britt was driven from her home, and Hazel's given up hers because of these jokers. As far as we know, they've never committed a single violent act."
"Gosh, you're right," I said. "Everyone's so scared of the hunters, but they're all talk."
"Actually," Max said, "they're mostly just writing."
"So what are they trying to do?" Britt said. "If not kill vampires."
"Get rich," Elliot suggested. "Get street cred," Graham said.
"Maybe they don't all want the same thing," I said. "We know Amethyst isn't acting alone. There's at least one young man involved, too." We'd heard his voice. Plus, Amethyst would need help from someone who knew where Gerard was buried.
"That's Marie and the New Bloods," Max said.
"And Orion," Britt said, "if he survived as a vampire." "From those, I pick Karina," I said. Amethyst and Yolanda had even mentioned having a vampire friend.
Elliot let out a dry laugh. "So Karina, a vampire, is one of the hunters."
"Possibly?" A wild idea hit me. What if all the supernatural kids we know are in on this vampire hunter thing, just for kicks, or for money, or to get attention? I don't know.
"If it's literally everyone, I'm retiring."
Elliot rose to his feet, only to lean against my wall with his knees bent at a 90-degree angle, as if holding himself in an invisible chair with the strength of his quadriceps alone.
"I don't have the energy for a bright new generation of creative criminals."
"My God, why do you hate my furniture?" I blurted out, before I realized it was a form of flirting.
"I don't hate it."
Elliot's lips curved up in a smirk that seemed as flirty as ever.
"It just doesn't support an upright posture."
"Yes, by design."
Why couldn't I stop myself? Girlfriend. He has a girlfriend.
"Most people like slouching. You're the outlier."
"So I've been told many times."
His lips twitched up again. Then he was back to business.
"Getting back to Marie, I agree with you all," he said. "It's a matter for the Vampire Council. There's a protocol for this, but it's a lot of paperwork. I'll warn you that it can take a week or more to wind through their bureaucracy, and they probably won't ask for my assistance in the arrest or even update me on the case. We're handing it off into a black hole."
Britt groaned. "Sounds like them."
Elliot turned to me. "Hazel, your word will mean more than anyone else's in this room. I need you to write a statement as a witness once removed. That's the term used in co-memory testimony."
I censored myself from saying that I loved it when he got all technical. "Of course." A thought poked me in the shoulder. "Wait, Marie's house is getting warded tomorrow morning. Is that going to be a problem? Could she hide from the council in there?"
His eyebrows went up. "Maybe for a little while, but the elders are insanely powerful."
Max spoke up.
2 seconds of eye contact with a new blood, and they'd have an invitation to enter the house. Under compulsion, the girls would probably even help with arresting Marie.
"Well, that doesn't sound traumatic for anyone," Britt said, looking distressed. "Maybe I should text Landra and Bronwyn. Give them a heads up?"
"I can't let you do that."
Elliot's voice wasn't loud, but it left zero room for dispute.
"It could easily tip off Marie. If she decides to vanish,
She might talk them into going along. Now they're accessories to her evading justice. I shifted in my seat, knowing I would have to share something vulnerable. I was going to go and try to talk the warding witch out of doing the gig, sister to sister. No, not a good idea, Elliot said, and it was the first time in a while I'd begrudged him his authority. It would harm her magic, I said, maybe irreparably. And that's sad, he said. But she signed up for the gig, and your interference could spook Marie. He seemed to notice me bristle, and his voice grew milder. I'm making you mad, I know, he said, and his level of awareness did soothe me a bit. I have to, sometimes. He sounded regretful, though not apologetic. Look, it's imperative that Marie doesn't see this coming. For the next week, we don't want her to change her routine, much less flee. I get it, I said, and I did. Well, I don't want the new bloods to be caught in the crossfire, Britt said. I think she's right to be concerned, I said. Elliot nodded. I'll recommend to the council that they arrest Marie on a Tuesday, on her way home from confession. Well, at least now we know what all she's been confessing to, Max said, and everyone laughed, though it wasn't all that funny. It had been a long, draining night, and it wasn't quite over. When I walked Elliot to the door, he wasted no time locking me into his gaze. Hazel, Leia's not my girlfriend, he said firmly. That was not a date. I haven't been on a date in 2 years. To be honest, I can't be bothered to. Most people aren't that interesting. Present company excluded, obviously. So much to unpack, and unfortunately my brain was just replaced by a pack of marshmallows. What? But I thought, Leia said it was a consultation thing, he said impatiently, as if his meeting with Leia was too uninteresting to recall. Her idea, to discuss redecorating the police station. Oh. Well, that made sense. It was pretty 1950s in there. She's very good at marketing herself, I said. I mean, her decorating business. I could afford to be generous now. It was still sinking in. Elliot wasn't with Leia. I tried not to smile like an idiot, but the corners of my mouth kept turning up. Try to get some sleep, witch. Elliot touched my arm. Electric. Now that I know you're down with dodgy spy missions, he added, a wicked gleam in his eye. I want your help with tailing Amethyst. Tomorrow, we're going to uncover the Vampire Hunters HQ. Chapter 24. I'd really meant my promise to Elliot last night. I was not going to go talk the warding witch out of her gig. But Mother and Gran agreeing was as rare as St. Elmo's fire, so if they both said warding spells harmed witches, I couldn't exactly stand there and do nothing. Nice truck, Hazel, boomed a tinny voice from the intercom as I rolled up to Marie's front gate at 10 a.m. in Graham's elk-hunting horror-mobile. But where's my sorority sister? Oh, it's just me today. I smiled at Landra's bespectacled image lit up on the video screen. I was hoping to lend a hand with the warding spell. I mean, if you don't... The buzzer interrupted me before I could launch into my spiel, and the metal gate pushed open. We appreciate you, Landra said with feeling. Tell Britt if she doesn't get her butt out here to visit soon, I'll bite her, okay? Will do. I parked in the driveway and strolled into the front yard, pleased with how smoothly my plan was running so far. The cool morning air was scented with winter sweet and burning incense. The latter made me cough. I could hear her mumbled chanting before I saw her, standing proud in warrior pose between two pink camellia bushes, a tall witch with cinnamon-red bobbed hair. Welp, I'd rolled and got snake eyes. Jacinta looked up from chanting to herself. Hazel? She tugged on her hair self-consciously, a high nervous laugh escaping her. What are you doing here? I came over to be your magical support, I said, with forced brightness. If you want my assistance, that is.
I'd spent sleepless hours the night before researching my options, and I'd come up with several concrete ways to help. Cast a shower of magical protection to shield the witch's aura. Conjure a curative balm post-spell to speed her magical healing. Also, this one freaked me out, no lie, I could roll up my sleeves and assist with the warding. I was no expert, obviously, but I could take direction and take a little of the damage myself. I didn't know what reception I'd been expecting, but Jacinta's narrowed eyes and confused chuckle were not it. "What are you wearing?" she asked. "Just warding clothes?" With a sinking heart, I looked down at my jeans and ancient Sage's Bakery t-shirt. Everyone kept talking about how warding was such a dirty job, so I'd naturally put on grubbies. But now I was noticing Jacinta wore a hunter green pencil skirt, flowy peasant top, and chunky heels. Her statement necklace sported a jade pendant. As if she'd noticed me staring, her fingers flew to her pendant. "I always wear this on my gigs." She straightened to a dignified posture. "It reminds me I'm still a green witch." I blinked, wondering why she'd need reminding. Even if warding spells weakened her a bit, what else would Jacinta be but a green witch? "I mean, yeah, you're the chapter president," I said dumbly. Awkwardness clung in the air. That was when I realized I had no idea how warding spells worked. None of my grimoires even alluded to them. In my effort to be helpful, I'd wandered out of my depth. Self-doubt engulfed me like a tidal wave. What had I been thinking? To my utter shock, Jacinta reached out and hugged me. Her plumeria perfume enveloped me, peachy and flowery. "Come on, Hazel, let's go inside. While we still can." I feigned a laugh at her bad warding joke and followed as she jogged up the porch steps with apparently renewed energy. Marie's front door was unlocked. In the quiet house, everything looked immaculate, including the black and white kitchen floor. After Karina's memory, though, being in here made my stomach queasy. I kept imagining the spotless tile stained with blood and goo. The sole site of clutter was the kitchen tabletop, which Jacinta had set up as her makeshift spell station. Dozens of clear vials and test tubes with brightly colored liquids were strewn around a large, industrial-looking steel mixing bowl. A plasticky chemical smell pervaded. "So, where are your herbs?" I asked, confused. "Oh, Hazel, don't play down your generosity with silly jokes." Jacinta shook her head at me, and her eyes filled with tears. "It's really quite touching, the way you're showing up for me. To think I ever doubted your commitment to the Blue Moon Bay Green Witch Association." "It's not a big deal," I said, embarrassed by her hyperbole. "Any witch could have—" "Wait, you doubted me?" She shrugged. "You always seemed reluctant to participate. I wondered if you lacked the pluck and mettle befitting a proper green witch." Ouch. But kind of fair, too. Not long ago, I was even afraid to enter this house. Okay, I was still terrified of this house. Who could blame me? But now I get you. Jacinta winked conspiratorially. "You're not a witch of small gestures. You've got more community spirit in your pinky finger than any witch in Blue Moon history." That was a bit much. I was about to beg her to tone down her gratitude before I died of blushing, when a vacuum cleaner blasted on in the next room. Bronwyn walked by the open doorway, brandishing a steam wand. As usual, she looked like an alt-fashion model, in a sheer black mini dress worn over neon green joggers and white tank, advertising the Drunken Barrel's annual Battle of the Bands, her hair in a bandana. "Oh, hi, Hazel," she yelled and turned off the vacuum. "Don't mind me. I have to go over this room again. My lines weren't neat enough the first time." Oof, I winced. Marie must be in a mood. Where is she, by the way? "Hiding in her room until the spell's over." Bronwyn leaned over and whispered in my ear. No offense, but witch magic creeps her out.
Too bad. I was hoping to say hello. Lies. I was giddy with relief that Marie wasn't around for tedious small talk. Having agreed to rat her out to the vampire elders, I didn't want to have to look her in the eye. And not just for vague, weaselly reasons. I had a rotten poker face. It was hard enough chatting with Bronwyn here when I wanted to scream, "It was Marie in the kitchen with the skewer, and she is so busted." "Hey, Bronwyn, you're a hard worker," I said instead. "You ever thought about getting a barista job? Or a bakery job?" She puffed out her lower lip and blew at her pink bangs. "I would," she said, "but Marie doesn't want me to limit myself to lit major cliché." Her deep brown eyes bored into me, conveying silent horror a la Jim from The Office. Instinctively, I averted my eyes from her vampire gaze. "Did she seem okay to you?" I said to Jacinta when the girl had moved on to vacuum the parlor. "I'm a little concerned." "I have a teenager at home. They're never okay." Jacinta shrugged vaguely. She'd been busily rearranging her vials the whole time I'd been talking to Bronwyn, almost as if she hadn't wanted to be anywhere near her. "It just seems like she's cooking and cleaning all the time," I said, more to myself than to Jacinta. It chilled me that Marie was turning someone into her unpaid servant, as Gerard had done to her so long ago. And Landra's working full-time. "She keeps them busy." Jacinta shrugged it off. "I'm sure it's good for their personal development." She pursed her lips. "Better than having them run wild." Her meaning was all too clear. She didn't give a fig about the personal development of these girls. She just wanted them far, far away from her own precious Yolanda. Jacinta had reasons to be on edge. After all, she believed her daughter was kidnapped by a vampire. But that didn't give her license to be a bigot for the rest of her life, did it? "Ready to get this over with?" she asked, gesturing to the brightly colored vials and tubes of heaven knows what. "Oh, sure." My pulse had sped up, but I calmed myself with a deep exhale. "Here, let me do one thing first. A supporting spell." I reached into my belt bag and held up a tincture of lavender and savory. Dabbing a drop onto each wrist, I half closed my eyes till I could see green astral dandelions bloom along the wall. I recited the incantation I'd learned last night. "Enveloped in emerald, a deluge divine. Guarding your aura, protection is thine." A shower of shimmering dots surrounded Jacinta, surprising her as she sipped coffee from a big silver thermos, creating a soft green glow around her from head to toe. "Aw, thank you." Her shoulders relaxed and she closed her eyes for a moment, as if receiving a spa treatment. "You really are amazing, Hazel. Now, shall we get to the main event?" "Let's do it," I said. But Jacinta didn't do anything. We stood there staring at each other in the murderer's kitchen. "Hazel," Jacinta said softly at last, "what the sweet syrupy hex are you waiting for?" Light dawned. "Oh, you thought I was going to—" "You said you were my magical support." She moved her head in small circles, blinking over and over as if this repetitive motion could rewind us to a moment that made more sense. What was I supposed to think? "Not that I'd do the whole spell for you." I couldn't believe this witch. It was kind of my worst nightmare. I offer to help, and my help is pathetically inadequate. "I don't mean to disappoint you," I said, as calmly as I could. "But I think you heard what you wanted to hear back there." To my surprise, Jacinta's puffed-up anger deflated like a balloon. "You're right," she said. "I wanted to think that someone would show up and take care of me for once." A heavy sadness poured off her. "Feels like I've been taking care of everything and everyone for so long." I felt her sadness, her exhaustion, and it filled me with compassion for her. "I'm sorry, I've kind of taken your leadership for granted all these years. I never thought about how much you might be carrying." Her face softened. "Ah, well, that's what being young's about. You never see the glue that holds things together. Glue's boring. You only notice when it stops working.
when things fall apart. In one graceful move, she rotated her arms and clapped, her fingertips connecting with her opposite palm. Gray smoke poured from the space where her hands had touched. It smelled familiar, like burning grass. Holy hex! Did Warding use gray magic? Is that why no one wanted to talk about it? Why it was so taboo? I stared in disbelief as the brightly colored vials and tubes flew up from the tabletop and collided with each other midair. Glass shattered, but instead of landing on the floor, every shard traveled in a sparkling arc over our heads, splashing neatly into the steel bowl. Meanwhile, the liquid that had been in the vials swirled together in the air as if stirred in an unseen cauldron by an invisible spoon. Within moments, the liquid conjured the shape of a giant gray padlock. Jacinta's voice echoed strangely in my ears as she recited, "Ward this place from ill intent. Thieves and pirates intercept. Its gems for thee alone are kept. Ne'er unlock and ne'er relent." Suddenly, I felt myself being lifted off the ground by a strong, cold wind. But it wasn't exactly a wind. It was the gray smoke that carried me aloft, 3 feet above the floor. "What on earth is going on?" I yelled, more like shrieked as it swept me out of the kitchen and toward the front door. "Is this normal?" "Absolutely." She was right behind me, borne on the same smoky wind. "I had another client buy this package once for her beach house." "What do you mean, this package?" We were hovering 3 feet above the front porch, heading for the lawn. "Super Ultimate Ward," she explained, as the gray wind slammed the door behind us. "Goes above and beyond to keep valuables protected. Marie's house is full of precious antiques, millions of dollars worth of chaises and ottomans. It made sense for her. Hold on, second verse." She held up her hand and intoned, "In shadows deep ye shall reside, my essence sold, my soul denied. Heed all ye sisters my sad plight, beware the spell that binds too tight." The gray smoke dissipated into the cloudy sky, and I was unceremoniously dropped to earth. I landed in a deep crouch on the misty grass, thankful I'd worn sneakers. Jacinta, meanwhile, floated down like an emerald Mary Poppins, making me wonder how many times she'd had a chance to practice that move. "Tell me to shut up if it's too personal," I said, dusting myself off. "But how many warding gigs have you done?" Her coal-lined eyes darted from left to right as if she were doing mental math. "Let's see," she said. "I've been shut out of green magic 7 moons so far, and I have 8 to go. Plus, add another 3 to my total today, so a lot." "Shut out," I said. "You really haven't been able to practice green magic since last spring? Who sentenced you?" She looked at me like I was stupid. "The magic." "Oh." I knew as well as anyone that performing gray magic spells went against our green witch vows, but until this moment, I hadn't realized the penalty for breaking a vow was imposed automatically. My mind flashed back to Scruffy's tale of the gangster who'd had his shifter magic removed. Unlike shifter packs with their stern ritual punishments, or the Vampire Council with its paperwork and executions, witch justice was private and relatively gentle. But there was also no hope of leniency, no one you could appeal to. Suddenly, I was triply grateful Jacinta hadn't ended up using my help. If my access to green magic was denied, how could I ever do my job at the bakery? Come to think of it, how did Jacinta do her job? My mouth fell open as the truth hit me. "All those shifts Yolanda and Amethyst work," I said slowly. "They're so tired. They're the ones doing all the magic, aren't they?" Because she couldn't. Jacinta looked down at the clumps of heather growing beside the driveway. "I had debts to pay," she said. "I never meant to burden my daughter or kill her dreams." "Hey," I patted her arm. "Working at the magical family business isn't such a burden. I mean,
That's my life with Granny Sage, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. She shook her head. That's different. For one thing, your mentor's a legend. I haven't been able to teach my girl any magic for 7 months and counting. I blinked. So the mentoring program you forced on us? Jacinta's eyes shone with emotion. It was all for Yolanda's sake, she said. I'm so afraid that she'll have no one to guide her into adulthood. Damn, this witch had mad guilt trip game. You know what? We'll figure something out, I said, and hoped that didn't amount to a 13-hour-a-week commitment. Though if it did, I guessed I could deal. How's Yolanda doing anyway? I asked. Jacinta averted her gaze to the heathers again. All right, I think, considering. Is she talking to someone about what happened? I pressed. A therapist? Anyone? She shook her head. She's very resilient. I guess it helps that she remembers almost nothing. Basically slept through the whole thing. That is a blessing, I agreed, though a chill was running up my spine. When I got home, Graham and Britt were out, probably enjoying a leisurely breakfast together at Perfect Pancakes. I pounced on the moment of having the house to myself and took an extra long shower, using up the last of my homemade rosemary and clary sage scrub. Cleansing herbs. As I breathed in the stringent herbal scents, Jacinta's words echoed in my head. I didn't mean to burden my daughter or kill her dreams. He told me fall into a deep sleep. That's what Yolanda had said about the vampire kidnapper who wasn't. And what were her dreams? What would she be doing if she wasn't stuck bailing out her mom's restaurant? Wearing my green velvet kimono, I combed my long hair in front of the foggy bathroom mirror and whispered a simple spell. Goodbye steam, bathtub gleam. The mirror cleared and a fresh grassy scent filled the bathroom. I let out a sigh of gratitude for my magic, that I had access to it any time I wanted. It was not something I would be taking for granted again anytime soon. I texted Cade to say I'd be at work in 15, then texted Elliot. Forget following Amethyst tonight. Let's follow Yolanda. She was in on her own kidnapping from the start. Chapter 25. Elliot sat across from me at the bakery's corner booth as a crimson, gold, and tangerine sunset washed the sky above the bustling boardwalk. We were closed, of course. Our blue and white star-patterned floor swept and mopped to a high shine, and you could see your reflection in the empty cold case. Elliot's eyes were closed, too, but every muscle in his body looked tense. He was waiting for me to put a spell on him. Astral essence, shimmering veil, I began, stirring my bright green bowl of fairy wand and candy leaf, along with other boiled herbs that together smelled sweet and spicy. Conceal these forms, their presence pale. I paused my stirring. Elliot's facial muscles had tensed up in anticipation, as if he were about to receive a painful shot. What, are you scared of my magic? I teased. No. His eyes flew open and he looked annoyed. Get on with it. Aw, I had no idea you were capable of feeling nervous. Was I taking his admission he found me interesting as full license to flirt? Yes, I was. I'm about to let a witch turn me invisible, he growled. Wouldn't you be nervous? I shrugged. Not really, 'cause I could just... I snapped my fingers. Go visible again any time. Yeah, asked the wrong person, he conceded. Ooh, idea. I reached into my purse and pulled out my trusty silver tin. There is a simpler way to do this, I said. It's not as foolproof as a glamour, but it'll give you a bit more control. He narrowed his eyes. What is that? Breath mints? Not just any breath mints, I said. You eat one and go invisible. The catch is, it only lasts until you speak, which can make for awkward times. It felt strangely intimate to be sharing one of my oldest spells with him. Gran gave me my first pack when I was 16, I added, feeling warmed by the memory. A low whistle escaped his lips. Do I even want to know what kind of crazy trouble you and Maxine got into with these things?
Next to none, sadly.
Right.
He didn't believe me? Elliot, you saw what I was like as a teenager.
Or maybe I saw what you wanted me to see, and then you took one of these.
He held up the mints, his amused grin making me wonder what kind of secret life he'd imagined I'd led. Had he forgotten all about my gaggle of citizenship awards? My high school nickname, Goody Two-Shoes? No. Outside of one or two magical shenanigans with Max, I'd been a model youth. No wonder I'd first assumed Yolanda had to be innocent. She was quiet, well-behaved, and polite. She reminded me of me. Mostly, I used those mints to hide from bullies, I admitted. And my family, but I repeat myself. What was left of his amusement faded.
I didn't know that. About your family.
Yeah, well, anyway. I felt flustered, though I'd brought it on myself. Here. I placed the tin in his hand, then pulled back. Shifter's skin ran hot, but Elliot's palms were icy cold. He wasn't just a little nervous. Given all the dangers he faced, supernatural and not, in his line of work, why would sitting still for a glamour throw him? He'd been okay with the cone of silence thing. Then again, that spell wasn't being enacted on his person. Would it feel more comfortable, I ventured, if you could change yourself back any time? What do you think?
That I hate witch magic,
he said with some passion. My surprise and hurt must have shown, because he added quickly,
It's not you. I had a bad experience once. Long time ago.
Got it. His opening up like that, even in a small way, was big for Elliot. It made me determined to be helpful, to ease his anxiety. Well, which option do you hate less? I asked. Mints or glamours? I can list the pros and cons.
He shook his head. You're the witch. You decide.
He didn't say it straight out, but I heard the subtext. Make up your mind before I change mine. And he trusted me enough to put the choice in my hands. Glamour, I said. Mints, now that I think about it, have a learning curve, I added. Turns out it's pretty much impossible not to talk.
For you, he muttered with a hint of a smirk.
Seconds later, I made Elliot's smirk disappear, along with the rest of him, and me, when I dipped my fingers in the fragrant herbal mix and brushed his open hands with mine. There was a sharp gasp, and suddenly the seat across from me looked empty.
That's it?
Said Elliot's disembodied voice. He let out a breath. What had he been expecting? That's it, I said. How do you like being invisible?
Oh, I could get used to this level of stealth.
His voice let me know he was halfway back to his cocky self already.
The applications are endless. I'm assuming there's a cone of silence built in too, right? He added. So no one can hear our invisible selves?
I blinked. Actually, I've never combined those spells.
How could you not? It's a no-brainer.
The real answer was they were both heavy lifts in terms of magical energy. Also, I'd just done that tough memory spell by myself last night. Would I have enough juice to hold our glamours and keep up a cone of silence? Still, it would make life easier if we could talk to each other in front of the people we were spying on. Elliot was annoyingly brilliant sometimes. Let's do it, I said, and a rush of exhilaration swept through me. Maybe I was finally pulling out of my magical rut. Undetectable by sound or sight, we reached the alley behind Perfect Pancakes right at 6 p.m., their closing time, and caught our first lucky break. Amethyst was taking out the day's trash in the dumpster and had left the back door open. We slipped through it, into the spacious restaurant kitchen, where Yolanda was deftly boxing up what looked like the day's final to-go order. 80s music belted from the sound system. Singing along half-heartedly to Madonna's Who's That Girl, she stuffed 2 eco-tainers full of California Club sandwiches, spooned truffle mac and cheese into bowls, and stacked all 4 containers into a white paper bag. Jacinta stood by the sink, a look of quiet contemplation on her face as she washed the dishes by hand. She didn't have to do it. The girls could have sparkled up the kitchen in a jiffy with green magic.
but perfect pancakes was Jacinta's other baby. I could only imagine her pride commanded that she contribute to the running of it, even now, any way she could. If I was honest, I'd have felt the same in her place. She was swiftly working her way through the stack till a soapy plate slithered from her wet hand. I cringed. Before it could smack the floor, she cried out, "Magic wake, stop the break!" The bone-white dish nosedived anyway, smashing into pieces. A gust of burning grass wafted into my nostrils. Elliot couldn't smell it, of course, but I could, and it was all I could do to keep from coughing. I put my invisible hands over my mouth, just as Yolanda did cough. Jacinta whirled around, shame in her eyes. "I can open the windows." "It's okay, Mama." Yolanda squeezed her mother's shoulder. "No chore to clean the floor." She snapped her fingers. A broom and dustpan sailed over from the supply closet to clean up the shards. I was about to go up to my room to study anyway. "Yeah, right," I said aloud to Elliot. "What do you want to bet she's meeting with the other vampire hunters?" "Exactly $500,000, Elliot said dryly. He sounded like he was sitting on the counter, mere feet from Jacinta. Bold for someone who'd never been invisible. He was adapting fast. Jacinta's eyes traveled to the to-go bag. "That's your study snack? Wish I had your teenage metabolism." Yolanda wrinkled her cute nose. "Whatever, Mama. You look amazing." "If I had to guess," I said to Elliot, "the second our little Yolanda gets upstairs into their apartment, she'll run down the fire escape to go meet the other hunters." "We'll be right behind her," he assured me. "Hun, before you go," Jacinta hesitated. "I heard about a young witch uptown, a crisis counselor. She's quite good, according to Lorelei." Elliot said what I was thinking. Jacinta really doesn't know. Yolanda's face was all sweet innocence. "Mama, I told you, I don't remember a thing. I was very lucky." Jacinta's frustrated expression softened. "We were lucky, dear heart," she said, and gently kissed her daughter's forehead. It felt awkward, snooping on a sweet family moment. "They've always been close," I said. "Guess that's not a hoax." "No, their love for each other is very real." The discomfort in Elliot's voice mirrored my unease. It wasn't just love, I realized. This mother and daughter were a team, even more than me and Gran. And just like us, they tried to show up strong for each other, even when they felt weak. To sweep imperfection and infirmity under the rug. Or in this case, into the craft closet. Yolanda's sky-high regard for her mom had survived the revelation of her mistakes. But a craft addiction and a lapse in magic were small potatoes. If Yolanda really was the mastermind of her own hoax kidnapping, I sure didn't want to be there when Jacinta found out. I was thankful when Amethyst burst in, bundled to the teeth. Her adorable purple knitted hat and the matching fluffy scarf wrapped around her neck were almost certainly Jacinta's handiwork. Well, it had to go somewhere. "I just had a brilliant idea." She threw out her arms dramatically. "Now that Yo's home, we should host an event for the Greenwich community to show our gratitude for all their help." "Great idea, Am." Yolanda's instant enthusiasm made me suspect this was all pre-rehearsed. "We could offer breakfast at dinner and maybe invite some cool speakers to raise awareness about bias against vampires or shifters or other beings." "Well, well, well, isn't that interesting?" I said to Elliot. "It sounds like they feel bad for having stirred up hate," he said, sounding thoughtful. "Maybe they came up with a crazy scheme to get money to pay off Jacinta's debts, but didn't think about the big picture. Who does at 18? "Discrimination?" Jacinta made a lemon face. "Wouldn't it make more sense to host a fundraiser gala for victims of vampire attacks? We could dedicate the evening to the heroes who rescued you, the Blue Moon Bay Vampire Hunting Society." Amethyst and Yolanda looked at each other with concern. "Wow, they're really trying to backtrack," I said, feeling oddly sorry for the girls. "But it's gotten bigger than them." "It was always bigger than them," Elliot said quietly. "They just didn't know they were playing with fire.
I just hope no one gets burned.
Jacinta, why don't we table your idea for now? Amethyst said, pulling her mini backpack off its hook on the coat rack. I have the feeling once you attend our DEI night, you'll gain a new perspective. Jacinta looked peeved, but she said primly, Of course, dear. I can see our visions don't quite align. It's a generation gap. She looked like she wanted to say more, but Amethyst was packing up and Yolanda, hefting her giant bag of food, turned toward the back hallway. We followed Yolanda up the single flight of stairs and caught a second stroke of luck. When she unlocked the door to the apartment she and Jacinta shared, a white kitten bolted through it and charged down the hall. "Oh, Sugar!" she yelled, exasperated. It took me a moment to figure out this was the cat's name. While she corralled Sugar, Elliot and I slipped through the open door into the apartment. I gasped. It wasn't quite as bad as TV's Hoarders, but there was a strong warehouse vibe. Cardboard boxes lined the living room walls. Crafter's Cove shopping bags took up seating on the couch. A stack of boxes blocked the TV. With Sugar purring in her arms, Yolanda strode past it all as if she didn't notice how off things were. Maybe she didn't anymore. We trailed after her down the hall, into a small bedroom that, nonetheless, felt spacious because it was kept so neat and tidy. The twin bed was made, the floor bare and swept. Framed posters from famous witch movies adorned the accent wall. A grinning photo of Yolanda, Jacinta, and Amethyst in aprons and chef hats perched on the nightstand, next to a doorstop grimoire. With a parting scritch, Yolanda deposited Sugar on her crisp white bedspread and marched back to the living room. Seemingly unaware of Elliot and me bumping into each other as we scrambled to follow, Yolanda snatched up the to-go bag of food. "Fire escape time," I said. "I vote we wait till she's all the way down the steps before we follow suit." But instead of opening the fire escape door to sneak out, Yo whispered something under her breath and snapped her fingers. In a blink, she was gone.
Wait, did she go invisible too?
Elliot had rarely sounded so perplexed.
Think she detected us somehow?
No, it's not that. She just... It was hard for me to say it.
She teleported.
He swore with admiration.
Green witches can do that?
Some of us, I said, pushing down feelings of inadequacy that were older than my invisiment's habit. Well, someone's been studying hard. Elliot's boots clanged down the hall away from me. He returned holding Yolanda's grimoire, which, thanks to his invisibility, appeared to be floating in midair. Its blue leather cover looked well worn. Numerous pages were marked with scraps of pastel-hued sticky notes. He cracked it open, and the page it turned to was a chapter heading, "Snore Through the Apocalypse, Heavy-Duty Sleep Spells."
"Can you do a memory spell on this book to see if it'll show us where they meet?" he asked urgently. "Or use other magic to trace her location?"
No time and no. I shook my head. We have to catch up with Amethyst.
Right then.
His invisible hand pushed open the steel fire escape door, and I followed him onto the rickety metal platform. At the sound of his tactical boots echoing down the stairs ahead of me, I felt a twinge in my temples. Was it nerves or magical fatigue? Don't look down, I told myself. But I had to look down or I might miss the step and trip, and fall, and die because I was out of spell fuel.
Is it a heights thing?
Elliot was already halfway down from the sound of it.
Because I can always carry you. Just say the word.
Oh, please, I've got this. Having pride was annoying sometimes. It's not like he'd sounded judgy, and how amazing would it feel to be carried off in his arms? But no, I had to be all, I got this, self-eye roll. Finally, I jumped off the last fire escape step. No time for a victory dance. We tore past the stinky dumpsters and around the corner to Ocean Street, just in time to see Amethyst storm out the front door in her regal purple knits, her backpack like a gold mini-shell behind her. Thank goodness she's so brightly colored, I said. Easy to track. I spoke too soon. Amethyst was booking it down the block, heading toward the bustling downtown nightlife core of bistros, bars, and lounges. This close to the holidays, Thursday night foot traffic was insane.
So we don't lose each other in that crowd, I began. I'll veer left till we get to the statue, then I'll go around it. Or you go around it? Or we just hold hands and stick together, Elliot said, in a tone that suggested he was gearing up for pushback. Yes, brilliant, I said. I was expecting our unseen limbs to comically flail in their search for each other, swimming through the air, brushing one another's invisible forms most awkwardly. Instead, they found each other like two magnets. Shifter heat coursed through his skin as his big hand pressed mine firmly. Oh, sweet gingerbread. I was holding hands with Elliot James. Not like I had time to savor it, though. To keep up with Amethyst, we were walking at a clip, and his legs were roughly twice as long as mine. Okay, not really, but it felt like it. Maybe because all the magic I was juggling was exhausting me? My temples felt that strain again, and for a split second, Elliot's black boot flashed visible. Panic washed over me. Then, resignation. I was about to let Elliot know the glamours were living on borrowed time when a teal arched door in the next building burst open with a squeal. The leader of Carnivora strutted out of the howling hogshead, alone. Torrens leaving the bar awfully early, Elliot said. Maybe he's heading to the same place as I blinked. Where'd Amethyst go? Her purple knits were nowhere to be seen. Everyone in the throng seemed to be wearing dark-colored coats and hats. Shoot, I lost my beat on her too, Elliot said. I groaned and smacked my forehead. Lost in the crowd. It's a beginner-level spell. She must have glamoured herself to blend in because... I stopped as the truth hit me. Because she didn't want Torrens spotting her. Does that mean Torrens not one of the vampire hunters after all? Elliot said, and I could almost see his forehead wrinkle. But if he's not in on it, then... Why is he acting sus from day one? I finished. Wish I knew. As if to prove the point, Torren was currently skulking toward a dark alley. Can you do a counterspell to see through Amethyst's glamour? Elliot asked hopefully. Or should we bail and follow Torren? I sighed. I don't have the energy to hold up our glamours for much longer, I confessed. Hate to say it, but we're toast. At least for tonight. Nope. Elliot didn't miss a beat. I just got an idea. Come with me. Chapter 26. Tired, headachy, and more than a bit demoralized, I let Elliot's hand guide me toward the bronze statue of Percival Moonbeam, one of our eccentric town founders. Elliot let go of my hand. His boots thudded on the statue's 2-foot-tall marble base. Then he reached out to help me climb up beside him. As soon as we were away from the bustle of the sidewalk, he said, Okay, you can drop the glamours now. But what about Torren? Just take one of your mints and go follow him, he said, like it was obvious. Without me. My jaw about hit my collarbone. That's your big idea? You're abandoning me? No, Hazel. You're ditching me, he said calmly. I'd be dead weight. You're stealthy. You've got years of experience with this magic. Besides, I'll watch over you and make sure you're safe. Yeah, right. How was he going to do that? My head felt like a spinning top from trying to guess his plan, but there was no time to chat. When it came down to it, I trusted him. I popped a mint in my mouth, exhaled deep, and released all my spells. My glamour, his glamour, the cone of silence. Instantly, my legs felt lighter. My temples stopped throbbing. It was the most profound relief I'd known since yeeting my stiletto heels after B's 6-hour lawn wedding. Elliot's form flashed visible. Then he seemed to melt away, leaving a pile of clothes strewn on the marble. Frantically, I scanned around, my heart pounding in my ears. Look up. The thought whispered itself, almost as if I'd heard Elliot's voice in my mind. I glanced up. On top of Founder Moonbeam's stovepipe hat, a majestic crow stretched his wings. He was closer in size to a raven, with unnaturally shiny black feathers. My gaze froze. I'd never seen Elliot's crow before. Until this moment, I realized, a part of me had been considering a far-fetched theory, that he could have been Hugin, the legendary thief of Carnivora, who 10 years ago, for his crimes, had his magic wrung from his soul by a red witch. But no, Elliot's shifter magic was intact, to my immense relief. I popped a mint and dove into the alley. My plan was to stay 25 feet behind Torin and keep quiet, while he cased local businesses or smashed windows to grab cash boxes. Whatever was on Bro's agenda. But Torin wasn't doing crimes in the alley. He was just walking, and moving at a clip. I was already 2 blocks behind Torin's dark form and had to jog to keep him in my sight. Elliot's crow moved from rooftop to rooftop, from ledge to ledge, always between us. It felt good knowing he was looking out for me, even if he couldn't actually see me. The alley ran north to south, right along Ocean Street for miles, and Torin showed no signs of slowing. Was he just out for a moonlit stroll, needing a break from his boys? I was totally confused. Torin reached the north end of the alley and dashed to the right, through the parking lot of New Life Church. As I followed, Elliot's crow swooped onto the church spire. We weren't even technically downtown anymore, but Torin kept up his eastward march, away from Ocean Street, crossing onto Sandview Street, and then Meadow Lane, where the road was less traveled and poorly lit. In fact, there was really only one thing on this road until you reached farmland. Peaceful Bay Gardens. The cemetery. Is that where Torin was headed? What the hex was he up to? I power-walked after him, determined to know. The gleaming gold cemetery gates were closed, but with his shifter agility, Torin hopped over, not even skimming the Art Deco finials. The gate was a no-go for me, of course, and the fence around it was 12 feet high. Its curvy, intricate designs were too small for my feet to gain purchase. Unless... Reluctantly, I slipped off my bulky sneakers and dropped them into a bush. Hooking my socked feet into the fence's metal curlicues and flourishes, I began to climb. The metal was cold. Midway up, I hit a dicey part. I dug deep for elementary school monkey bars memories and grabbed the next rail up with both hands so I could shimmy my foot up to the next foothold. Going over the spiky top rail was no picnic either, but I bit my lip to keep from cursing out loud. I lowered myself down, feeling like a freaking Olympic athlete. Torin was stalking across the manicured grass. Suddenly, he stopped at a grave marker that looked new and was well tended to, decorated with wildflowers of every color. From the pocket of his leather, he took out a smooth rock and placed it on the gravestone. I saw many other rocks had been placed there. Wincing as cold, wet grass drenched my socks, I crept closer till I could read the name of the deceased. Orion Mangusta, of course. 19 years old. Torin's eyes were dry, but his thick eyebrows drooped with grief. So Torin had feelings. Okay, I hadn't wanted to know that. It was easier to think of him as the square-faced crook who delighted in ransacking my bakery. Was his grief for Orion what had driven him to hate vampires? Had I been overthinking the bakery break-in, the posturing, the name-calling, abandoning his vampire charges in the forest that night? All along, perhaps, it was the simplest of motives, the most understandable. Vengeance for a loved one lost. Elliot's crow perched on the back of a granite memorial bench, but Torin's moment suddenly seemed too personal for our presence. Weren't we just intruding on a man's grief for his brother? Then I heard a rustling, and a pale figure appeared behind one of the tombstones. It was a teenage boy with a familiar face, beige and square and similar to Torin's, yet somehow more innocent. A face I'd seen in his beloved's memory. Orion smirked at his brother. Took you long enough? Yeah, well, I had to get another pint with the guys, Torin said, sounding weary of it all. Jasper and that stupid little dog were giving me crap again about never being around. Anyway, screw it. I'm here now. Without another word, Torin pulled his leather jacket collar away from his shoulder. The boy dove for his flesh like he was starving. He came up, fangs dripping blood. Did I just see the leader of the shifter gang let a vampire feed from him? I would have pinched myself if I wasn't afraid I'd squeak and blow my cover.
"Thank you," Orion said, wiping his face. Then he licked his hand for good measure. "Don't want to talk about it," Torin grunted.
Course he didn't. What would happen if his gangmates saw what I just saw? I had a feeling that would be the end of both brothers, and this time there would be no flowers or rocks to honor their memories. From his troubled expression, Orion seemed to be thinking along the same lines.
"Bro, did you ever stop to think maybe that's the whole problem here, is none of us talk? We just growl and attack." "Great, a fanged philosopher, just what the world needs," Torin growled.
But it was an amused growl. He was a little high from the bite. Even shifters weren't immune to that side effect, I noted. Suddenly, he sniffed the air and seemed to focus.
"What's that minty smell?"
I stood as still as I could on my frozen feet, willing the wind to change.
"Who cares?"
Orion seemed annoyed.
"You should be glad it smells like mint around here, given the other options. You're just trying to change the subject, and you're not even going to ask me how she's doing, are you?"
Torin shrugged.
"You'll tell me anyway."
Orion did.
"She's really scared. We both are. That money was supposed to buy us cred or get us safely to LA. Now we're stuck here, with nothing."
Nothing? I begged to differ. Unless LA was even more expensive than people said, $250,000 was not too shabby, even when you factored in the split with their co-conspirators, Yolanda and Amethyst.
"I don't get it. We followed the plan to the letter."
Orion shook his head like he couldn't figure out what went wrong.
"Unless you don't think those witches double-crossed us."
Was he implying Yolanda and Amethyst nabbed the ransom money that was in the gym locker? Kept it for themselves?
"Green witches?"
Torin snorted at the idea.
"Nah, they live by a code. It's ancient or something."
He sounded strangely respectful. Orion's tune turned bitter.
"Maybe Rhea and I are just doomed no matter what we do."
"What did you expect?" Torin said.
"Once the old man turned her, it was game over."
His brother raised his voice in frustration.
"None of this would have happened if you all had accepted her in the first place. Carnivora has standards. The code of carnivores means something." "No, it doesn't. Not anymore."
Orion met his brother's glare, and his own eyes sparkled with a revolutionary's charisma.
"Who cares what she shifts into?" he demanded. "Who cares if I drink beer or blood? Just random body stuff, isn't it? Like being tall or short? It's not that important. All that matters is love. And I love her." "Well, that's great, Romeo, because now you're all each other has left."
Torin looked disgusted.
"You gave it all up for some llama chick."
"Alpaca, damn it!" Orion corrected him.
"Thought it wasn't important,"
Torin snarked, and playfully shoved his brother. But Orion was so strong now, the shove didn't move him a centimeter. At Torin's agape expression, he laughed, displaying his new fangs. Eventually, Torin laughed too.
"Shoot, maybe we don't need to go to LA," Orion said, clapping his brother on the back. "If you can accept me, then why not the rest of them?"
He grinned.
"You and me together could always talk them into anything, right?" "No. No, no, no. You gotta wake up."
Torin's voice was harsh, but his eyes gave away his fear for his brother.
"Let go of that delusion. They will stake you on sight." "But we took credit for 2 kills. We proved which side we're on."
Orion was high on hope, his magnetism suddenly flaring bright again. Infectious. I could see why he'd been a promising member of Carnivora before this derailed him.
"Anyone can see we're not loyal to the Elder Council. We're loyal to our shifter kin. You could barbecue that whole council, and it wouldn't matter to our kin."
Torin's face was as bleak as his humor.
"You're dead, Rye. At least to Carnivora."
Orion looked up sadly at his brother.
Am I dead to you?
It was a straightforward question, and I had to give the baby vamp props for daring to ask it when clearly the answer meant everything to him. Torin shrugged and glanced up, then down, before quietly saying,
Nah, you dumb meerkat. I'm still here.
Orion threw himself at his brother in a hug attack that looked like it would have caused injury to an ordinal. Then he turned in the direction of the cemetery entrance, became a blur of vampiric superspeed, and vanished over the gate. All these supernatural brats are impossible to follow, I complained half an hour later, back at the bakery. They teleport, they self-glamour, they blur with superspeed. It's beyond rude. I shook my head in disgust and stirred more sugar into the tea I was guzzling at the kitchen counter.
These kids are exhausting. For real.
Elliot, back in human form, stood next to me downing black coffee like water. We were getting testy as the night wore on, and caffeine probably wasn't helping much. I'd stopped to retrieve his clothes from the statue downtown and marveled at how no one had stolen his wallet. Classic Blue Moon Bay.
At least we learned something about Big Brother Torin, he said, and added, he's an accessory.
Just as I said, he has a heart. I sighed. Okay, so we failed to follow the real hunters. But what if we don't need to follow them?
What do you mean?
Elliot asked, eagerly reaching for his third soft pretzel. He was so hungry after shifting that he'd consented to eat a baked good. A red-letter day. Or night. If they're all going to the same place, I said, then we just need to guess where.
Right.
He rubbed his stubbly chin.
If I were a young green witch, where would I take my newly turned friends to hide out?
Never mind. It'll be the last place we'd ever guess, I said, since we don't think like criminal geniuses. Elliot's mouth twitched in amusement.
Hazel, are you suggesting these kids are too smart for us? Come on, they're just a bunch of idiot college students. We were them 10 years ago, with better hairstyles.
I snapped my fingers. Oh my gosh, that's it.
The hair thing?
He tilted his face. No, the college thing, I said. I know exactly where their hideout is. While we sped toward campus in the police car, I explained my reasoning. Remember when Max and I were searching all over town for that dirty floor that matched the one in the video? I said. We ran into Amethyst double-parked outside the library. She had a ton of food. I think she was delivering it to the group, but instead she hopped in her car and left.
Because seeing you so close to the hideout spooked her, Elliot said, nodding as he pulled into the South Campus parking lot. She must have texted the others to clear out ASAP.
I closed my eyes, trying to picture the scene in my mind. Karina and Orion panicked, I said. They grabbed sleeping Yolanda and they blurred off into the woods with her. Then they dashed off a final video and planted Gerard's remains as evidence they'd staked the kidnapper. They went invisible to watch us rescue Yolanda. But after it was all over, Karina and Orion went right back to their hiding spot, in the college library basement. Elliot parked in front of the library and turned toward me, looking proud.
I don't know if you're right or wrong, but you've got great instincts.
I beamed. Rather than messing with invisibility, Elliot simply asked the librarian to unlock the service elevator so he could check something downstairs. Being a cop must be its own kind of magic, because they did what he said without asking any questions. In the elevator car, I rested against the back wall as we sank down a level and a half. Elliot and I exchanged expectant looks. It had been a long night, and we were approaching the moment of truth.
Be proud of your instincts either way, he said.
I nodded. The doors parted. Right away, I could smell coffee, dust, and truffle mac and cheese. In the far corner of the basement, a white bookshelf on its side formed a makeshift dinner table. Sitting slumped on the floor around were 4 teenagers. Amethyst, Orion, Yolanda, and a pretty girl with bouncy curls and golden brown skin. Karina. The 4 looked up at us in disbelief. Oh, thank God. Amethyst pounded her coffee cup on the table. Sorry, fam. This went off the rails. I've been dying to turn myself in. Yolanda groaned pitifully. Easy for you to say. You're not the one my mom's gonna kill. Just when I thought apprehending them was going to be easy, a pair of blurs charged me and Elliot. Before I knew it, we were flat on our butts on the cold, dirty floor. Ow! I rubbed my hip. Hey, nice move, Elliot said to Orion, who'd just knocked him down. Karina stood over me, her bee-stung lips frowning in confusion. What do we do with them? I don't want to harm a human. And I don't want to harm a shifter, Deputy James, said Orion, looking down at Elliot. But I can't let you deliver us to our true deaths. Noted, and cool clubhouse, Elliot said, still unfazed. No one's true dying here, but there will be consequences. No way around that. Karina and Orion didn't look reassured. Yolanda gave another pathetic moan. Does this mean you're taking us to jail? Worse. I'm taking you home to your mother. Elliot's voice was stern, but not devoid of sympathy. He got back on his feet, and no one even tried to stop him. Listen, Yolanda, I'm not going to book you in for an ordinal charge when almost everything about your crime was supernatural. Green witches have a fair justice system. I leave it in their capable hands to decide your punishment. What punishment? Amethyst's eyes were saucers. I'm sure that's not necessary. If I can just explain, not how it works. Elliot cut her off. Trust me, but you'll be okay. You green witches are lucky, Karina said bitterly. At least you have a community that cares. What about us, Deputy? You gonna leave us here to rot? Guess that's what he means by consequences, Orion said darkly. Now that we're turned, we're his enemies. You think I care about your damn fangs? Elliot snapped, surprising me a bit after his whole "it's a war" speech. I have a problem with vampires who control the world, he explained, stealing a glance at me. Who take things away from me and mine. Who use us, exploit us, kill us. Until you're doing that, I recognize you as kin. Karina and Orion were hanging on his every word. With their wide eyes fixed on his face, both looked suddenly younger. Normally, he went on, musing aloud, I'd turn you in to our brothers and sisters, but they haven't demonstrated much regard for your safety. The Elder Council's not rooting for your continued existence either. Marie's a non-starter, so who can I, in good conscience, release you to? No one, Karina blurted out. Orion nodded at the floor. Do you see now why we had to help them? Yolanda asked. No one else was. Yeah, but you could have gone about it differently. I wasn't about to cede the high ground to teenage criminals. You had a whole community to reach out to at any time. Just saying. Who was I supposed to entrust with this? Leia? Amethyst scoffed, wrinkling her button nose. All we ever talk about is lip liner and kale. And you were all like, I'm too busy to be a mentor. Oh, you kids are doing great all on your own. I groaned at her mincing imitation of me. How come this clueless first-gen witchlet always seemed to have my number? Oh, for the love of cupcakes, I will mentor you both, I menaced. I'll mentor you until you're magically exhausted, and you're sick of me, and I'm even sicker of you. Really, Hazel? Yolanda's small smile was like a sunbreak on an overcast winter day. I shrugged, then nodded. Yep. I felt gratified when Amethyst hissed. Yes, real Mentor 5. And they clapped each other's hand hard. Okay, here's what I can do for Karina and Orion, Elliot said, turning everyone's attention back to the vampire couple. I'm willing to put you up in a safe house for up to 3 weeks, he said. But you'll have to stay hidden and take direction from other vampires to learn survival skills. Like what? Karina sounded genuinely curious.
I was too. At a minimum, you need to learn how to hunt safely, Elliot said grimly, and how to stay out of the crosshairs of shifter gangs. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Your line has strong powers of compulsion. It's up to you if you want to be taught how to use them. Powers? Orion looked like he'd just been told he won a lottery he didn't know he entered. Yes, please. Elliot nodded. After New Blood boot camp, I'll provide you with uncompromised identification, he said, and enough cash to seed your new unlife in LA till you can land jobs. That's exactly what they wanted. How's that a consequence? Amethyst sounded incredulous. So was I, but for different reasons. I could see Elliot being generous enough to dig into his own pocket to fund their escape, even though a deputy sheriff couldn't possibly make that much money. But offering to make a couple of fake IDs? That was illegal. Except, what else could a vampire do but have a fake ID? They have no choice, I said, more to myself than to Amethyst. I remembered Torin's warning to Orion when the young vampire pleaded to stay. They don't really want to leave town. They did all this because of how much they wanted to stay, to be accepted by their families. Leaving town is the best offer they're going to get. But trust me, they don't want it. No, we don't. With a sad smile, Karina reached for Orion's pale hand. A long look passed between them. But we'll take it, Orion said at last to Elliot. Thank you for everything. After Elliot left with Karina and Orion to ferry them to a secure location, I had Amethyst write her name on the list to reserve one of the library's quiet study rooms. As soon as we three witches shuffled into it, Yolanda conjured a cone of silence. There's going to be a lot of yelling, she said. Trust me. When Jacinta stormed in 10 minutes later, she didn't waste a moment proving her daughter right. Since she couldn't currently teleport, she must have been speeding like a bat out of hell. Yolanda Wisteria Hyacinth, she accused, hands on hips. How dare you frighten the heck out of me like that? I have 6 new gray hairs because of your lie. Mama, don't mama me. You lied to the whole town, committed fraud to get your hands on that ransom money. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Because, Yolanda burst into tears. Because I don't want to run the diner with you. I want to study film and eventually make movies and TV shows about witches. Green witches like us. I want to share our story with the world. Jacinta looked taken aback. Well, you could have done me the courtesy of telling me, she said, instead of running this cockamamie caper. Yolanda shook her head and sobbed. I was too scared to disappoint you. You need my magic here, and I thought, if I paid off your debts, then you could get your own back, and then I wouldn't be letting you down as much when I left. Letting me down? Jacinta's brows were knitted. She looked taken aback. Honey, I'm the one who's let you down with my crafting problem. I've made you feel worried, trapped, and worse, I've made you ashamed of me. Yolanda stood and threw her arms around her mother. Mama, stop it. I could never be ashamed of you. I love you more than a field of irises. I love you more than an acre of heliotrope. It's a whole hyacinth thing, Amethyst said under her breath, while the two of them hugged and cried. They started saying it to each other when Yo was little. Weird and embarrassing, but whatever. I shrugged. Kinda jealous. Wish somebody loved me that much. Amethyst snickered, then her eyes darted left and back. Me too. With a gasp, Jacinta pulled back from the hug. Wait, did you put a sleep spell on yourself so I couldn't scry for you? Yolanda nodded, looking guilty. With our mother-daughter bond, I knew you'd find me if I was conscious. That would defeat the whole purpose of my disappearing. Jacinta gave a short laugh. Did you really commit such a diabolical crime just to ransom yourself and pay my debts?
Not just that, Yolanda admitted. I also needed to help my vampire friends. They were in danger of being hunted down by shifters. Jacinta did that over-blinking thing she'd done at Marie's, as if the repeated motion could erase her confusing reality, like an Etch-a-Sketch. But, dear heart, she said, your own actions have fanned the hatred against all vampires. Why, even I fell for it, she said in an overly emphatic tone, as if to say that an evolved witch like her was hard to fool with hype. I know. Yolanda stared at the wall, looking dismal. We messed up bad. There's got to be a way we can make amends, Amethyst said. I just can't think of it. Luckily, you don't have to have all the answers yourselves, I said gently. We have an entire community with very strong opinions who will want to weigh in. In fact, they should be arriving any second, Jacinta said somberly. I called an emergency meeting of the Greenwich Regional Council for Restorative Justice. Wait, what? Yolanda looked up in a panic, as if she'd heard the buzzing of angry bees. We're so screwed, is the last thing I heard Amethyst mutter, as the small study room began to fill up with teleporting green witches. They were dressed in everything from athleisure wear to pajamas and robes. Most sported white or silver hair, though one was hot pink. And every elder witch in the group wore a deeply serious expression. I wanted to tell the girls that it was going to be okay, but I wasn't sure that was true, and I didn't want to lie to my new mentees. From now on, I wanted them to be able to trust me. Chapter 27. I can't believe I let them talk me into it, Max said with a sheepish look the next night, as she, Britt, and I walked together from the well-lit parking lot of the Blue Moon Bay Aquarium. A DEI speaker? What am I supposed to say? You could always just take questions, I said. I'm sure everyone will have lots. For you and Britt. Amethyst and Yolanda had traded a month of free pancakes to the facilities director to host their first supernatural diversity event at the aquarium tonight. It was to feature a sleepover in the Ocean Roundabout room, where all the local young green witches could snooze in their sleeping bags, surrounded by lazily swimming fish. There would be bottomless smoothies, games, and all-night snacks. That was the draw. The real deal was the 3 hours of educational programming beforehand, which everyone in the Greenwich community was invited to attend. And from the full parking lot, this hastily planned shindig was the talk of the town. Or, more likely, Amethyst and Yolanda's crimes were the talk of the town, and everyone was curious to hear them confess in front of a crowd. Last night's emergency meeting of the Council for Restorative Justice had gone decently, overall. Amethyst and Yolanda were lectured ad nauseum about the harm they'd done. They broke down in tears early in the process and kept crying much of the way through. They promised to share their burdens and troubles with the community next time, rather than spin a web of deception that made everything worse. Along with heartfelt apologies, the girls suggested their own atonement, which the council unanimously approved. A year's worth of service to the magical community at large, under the direction of the council and their mentor, gulp, me. After sentencing themselves to 20 hours a week of volunteering for causes they believed in, their panic faded into relief. When I finally went home, hitching a ride with Jacinta, they were still in the library building a spreadsheet. I don't want to answer a bunch of ignorant questions from witches, Britt said, zipping up her cherry vegan leather jacket. No matter what I say about the vampire condition, all they're going to be thinking is, blood, blood, she drinks blood. They'll cover their wrists with their sleeves and pull up their turtlenecks. Guaranteed they'll ask me to shift in front of them, Max commiserated, so they can laugh hysterically. It'll be just like high school, but supernatural. Oof, I'll go first and try to warm them up, Britt said. I know how much you hate public speaking. Thanks, Brittany, Max said, and they fist bumped. I pulled on the heavy chrome and glass door to the main entrance. The walls were patterned with shiny blue fish. As our footfalls echoed on the heated aquarium lobby's floor, I reflected that Max and Britt were getting along awfully well tonight. Maybe it was because, for the first time in weeks, Graham wasn't with us. Earlier today, after presenting me with a dove gray, upholstered, Scandinavian-style futon as thanks for letting him stay over, he jumped in his truck and headed back to Portland. Britt said things weren't over between them, that she had plans to visit over the winter holidays. But she'd still seemed wistful as she packed her own things to return to her apartment. Rather than a cashier, Jacinta greeted us from behind a table dressed in a green blazer that perfectly matched her jade pendant. "Welcome," she smiled, clearly in her element. "You can go straight through to the fish roundabout. Follow the arrows." From her polished demeanor, you would never guess anything of the chaos going on in her life. It struck me that if Yolanda struggled to reach out for help with her problems, she'd learned that habit at home. But I didn't blame Jacinta. Not entirely. How could I, when I'd spent a decade rolling my eyes at her PowerPoints without ever offering to take a turn at leadership myself? The sound of laughter and applause grew louder as we approached the fish roundabout. The back door was open, and as we walked up the spiral ramp, thick acrylic walls revealed the captivating cylindrical tank with fish of all shapes swimming around it. Artificial reefs and rock formations were lit from within. Up top, the carpeted circle of floor was packed with young witches, their snacks, and their sleeping bags. The glass walls all around. A willowy, long-haired woman was talking animatedly about dryad culture, and a back row of chairs had been thoughtfully set up for older or disabled witches. I was astonished to see that one of those chairs was occupied by Gran, who was listening to the dryad with such rapt attention she didn't notice us walk in. Britt peered through the crowd. "Do you see Landra anywhere?" she whispered to me. "She's not responding to texts. I was hoping she and Bronwyn would show up." I shook my head, hoping all was well at Marie's. The spooky memory of being carried out of the house on a gray wind would not be leaving me soon. The dryad finished her speech to thunderous applause, and then it was Britt's turn on stage. Yolanda's warm introduction began. "It's my pleasure to present to you local waitress and former Blood Moon High cheerleader. Shoot, I meant Blue Moon." She face-palmed. "Why did I say blood?" "Must be my red jacket," Britt quipped with a smile, and the audience smiled back. I'd forgotten how good Britt was with crowds, but she'd no sooner picked up the microphone from Yolanda when a young witch called out without raising her hand, "What's it like, drinking actual blood?" Without missing a beat, Britt pointed to the girl's energy drink. "What's it like drinking that pissed-off Wolverine?" The witch shrugged. "Tastes kinda gross." "Exactly. You just drink it for the boost, right?" Britt asked. She nodded. "Same deal." Another witch held up her hand. "What happens if you go out in direct sunlight?" "Oh my gosh, I'm glad you asked. It sucks for me. I'm very sensitive to the sun." The witch leaned in eagerly. "Do you burst into flames and stuff?" Britt laughed. "Not literally, but sometimes a sunny day gives me a headache." "That's it? An occasional headache?" The witch looked disgusted. "I get tons of headaches." "We're just like you," Britt bantered. "Only with super speed and super strength, and the whole eternal youth thing. But please don't hate me, because I also gorge on wine and chocolate with no ill effects." By the end of that Q&A session, I gathered that most of the girls in the room wanted to be vampires. Britt had charmed them, even if she'd not persuaded them that she faced any challenges whatsoever. "Your turn," she told Max, after taking a bow to thundering applause. She stole a seat in the front row and was immediately hounded for selfies. Max bounded to her feet. "All right, just like with her. Ask me anything." "Can you shift for us, right here, right now?" a witch yelled, not missing a beat. Max spoke slowly and carefully into the mic. "No." After a minute's sullen silence, someone from the audience asked half-heartedly,
So, like, what kind of were-animal are you anyway?
Don't say were, Max snapped at her. Makes you sound ignorant.
Fine. What animal do you shift into, I guess?
That's personal.
Is she going to answer anything? One witch asked.
It's probably something boring, another guessed, like hamster or goldfish. It's not those, Max growled. Next question.
My brother said the full moon makes shifters want to kill. Urban legend, I scoffed, before Max could. I should have known. The girl sounded disappointed. I mean, he also said when shifters go back to human, they're butt naked. The whole room giggled uncontrollably.
That, Max said with great dignity, is true.
No one had the guts to ask a follow-up. All right, this is atrocious. Amethyst was on her feet, striding to the front, treating the whole room to her disapproving knitted brow. I apologize on behalf of this group for the lack of respect being shown to our speaker. Let's get some thoughtful questions going here, fam. She clapped, and a few others joined her, including me. A witch who looked about 13 stood and also raised her hand for maximum earnestness. Do shifters and vampires hate each other? For real? Max and Britt just cackled together.
Yeah, pretty much, Max said.
Britt nodded. Absolutely. Yolanda looked aghast. That's the message you two want to send? Oh, whatever, you two. I'm calling BS, I protested, marching to the stage area. I know it started off with the ancient hatred and the threats and all, but admit it. You two like each other now. You're best friends. We're associates, Britt said. We solve crimes together. We don't, hang.
That monster over there is correct.
They smiled at each other. Britt even hopped back up on stage and put her arm around Max, who forgot to shake her off for several seconds.
Fine, okay, so we're kind of friends, Max said. So I'm the one shifter who doesn't hate every vampire.
Well, you and Graham, too, I said, then realized I'd said too much when Britt's glare shushed me. Max looked from me to Britt and back.
Okay, what's going on there?
Nothing. Britt's eyes were daggers. Graham and I, we don't hate each other anymore, okay?
You unbelievable human leech, Max seethed.
Hate speech, Amethyst yelled. Max ignored her.
I offered you protection and you betrayed me in the lamest way? My ex?
Come on, don't be mad at her, I said, cringing. Circumstances forced them to interact a lot.
No one forced their lips to interact, Max said icily.
The baby witches were all turning to their friends with open-mouthed expressions of equal parts shock and glee. Their faces seemed to be saying, "These are the speakers we're supposed to learn from?" But our friend group's dirty laundry was evidently way more interesting than diversity chats. "Max, I'm not saying what Britt did was okay," I said, feeling self-conscious in front of a literal audience. "But, well, she's been under a lot of stress." Britt coughed, hypocrite, at me. Crap. My heartbeat sped up. Max, I kind of have to tell you something." The audience oohed. "Okay, the plot thickens." Amethyst crackled her knuckles.
"Not a good time, Hazel," Max snapped,
her prize-winning obliviousness endearing her to me, even as I wanted to run from the room.
"I get to be angry about this. Here Britt goes on and on about the girl code, and she's the one who broke—"
"It's about Cade."
Max groaned. "Whatever my genius brother did this time, save it for when it's relevant."
The witches laughed like they were watching a comedy.
"Oh, it is relevant. I'm an idiot."
Max sank to the floor.
"Both my best friends stabbed me in the back."
Yolanda spoke up. "Hey, don't you think your response is a little sexist? I mean, why are you putting all the blame on the women instead of the men they were involved with? Your brother and your ex."
"You ask why I'm mad at the women?"
Max barked a short laugh.
"Huh, because I already know men suck. It's not news."
Yolanda frowned. Wow,
Not the kind of sexist I was expecting, but still not great. It's not like you own those two men, another witch spoke up. They have rights. They can date whoever they want. And Blue Moon Bay's not exactly New York City, another added. You're going to run into the same people and the same families. Max spoke into the mic to her detractors. That's fair, but Hazel and Britt should have communicated better. They blindsided me. That's not good friendship. It's true. I'm sorry. I hung my head. I just don't see how my thing was that bad. Britt folded her arms and shrugged, defiant. You briefly dated the guy and broke up with him, because you're essentially gay. Is that fair? Max seemed to be considering. More or less. And so yeah, Britt went on. I should have checked with you to begin with. I'm sorry. But I didn't because it was the middle of a crisis. My unlife was at risk. She frowned. At least, we thought my unlife was at risk. Turns out it was all just a hoax by these two lovely witches. She nodded to Yolanda and Amethyst. Am's eyes nearly bugged out of her head. We're not your all-purpose scapegoats, she yelled from her seat. You can't blame us for your affair. Well, okay, but devil's advocate, Max said, again speaking into the mic. She relished that thing. I was concerned she'd try to take it home. Whose fault is it, she intoned, that Britt was freeloading on Hazel's couch and needing a bodyguard? And having long-term guests was stressful to me, I put in. In fact, the first thing I connected with Kate on is my sudden roommate stress. Oh, please. I sent you into Cade's arms? Britt gave me an "are you serious" glare. You'd had a crush on the bad boy since I first met you. How did you know that? I hadn't been aware that Britt paid any attention to the crushes that losers like me had back in those days. She has eyes, Max said. You always wanted Cade, but you never had the guts to admit it to yourself, much less bring it up with me. Well, can you blame her if this is how you react? Amethyst said. Max looked like she wanted to rip Am's head off, then slumped her shoulders. No, you're right, she sighed. Cade's my twin, but sometimes I treat him like he's my baby brother. I need to stop doing that. Hazel's amazing. He'd be lucky to land her as a girlfriend, and eventually wife. Whoa, I said. Slow down. It's only been one date. Shoot, I would be so lucky to have Hazel as not only my best friend, but my sister-in-law. Max's eyes were shining with the prospect of welcoming me into her family, so I realized I would have to cut her off. Max? Whoa. I'm not marrying Cade. Well, no, not after one date. You can't know yet. I'm just giving you my Max? Man, this was harder than admitting I'd kissed him. I do know. After one date. We're not right for each other. Oh, crap. Max's jaw dropped. You witch! You hurt my little baby brother! No, you're hurting him by infantilizing an adult man, spoke up a witch with a confident voice. And you don't get to say, you witch. Yes, she does. Hazel's literally a witch. Britt clearly had no more figs to give. Yeah, so are you, Max piled on, pointing at the audience member aggressively. So are all of you. I'm in a room full of witchy witches and fish. She dropped the mic. Absolutely no one applauded us when we stepped off the stage. So, that went pretty well, I said, when the three of us were safely through the door out of the fish roundabout. By which I mean, we're okay. Silence. We are okay, aren't we? I pressed. I'm not, Max said glumly. That was just like high school. All bullies and sheeple. How do you get everyone you meet to connect with you, Britt? Her vulnerable question caught me by surprise. Teach me your ways. Actually, I had to work really hard tonight, Britt said. Tough room. I'm going to need a debrief sesh at the Barrel, with margaritas and nachos. I'm going to need a whole bucket of wings, Max said. Hazel,
You're buying for making us go to this.
Genius idea, Britt said brightly, and turned to me. I want the good tequila.
Glad we've all made up then, I said.
On the way out, we ran into Gran, standing by the penguin exhibit taking pictures of the goofy birds. I prayed she'd walked out after the dryad and missed our star turn.
Hazel, dear, it's good to see you three.
She hugged us with one parka-clad arm, as the other hand held her phone.
I just heard the most amazing speeches, she said, all talking about how much stronger we'd be as a magical community if we all banded together, instead of emphasizing our differences and using stereotypes as a crutch.
My mind reeled. Wait, you listened to some DEI speakers and it changed your views?
She nodded. How could I not see the light? We're stronger together, Hazel. It turns out we witches are only one piece of the puzzle.
I'd only been trying to tell her that forever, but whatever.
On the 5-minute drive to the bar downtown, our conversation meandered from subject to harmless subject. Max mentioned an attractive woman she'd been seeing around town, and Britt urged her to talk to the woman and find out if she was a supernatural. Or interested in women, for that matter. Britt said she was considering taking night classes at the college, and Max clapped her on the shoulder supportively. They both listened with obvious interest, as I described how cool and sort of intimate it felt to put a spell on Elliot the night before. While I wouldn't have chosen to air our stuff in public like that, and we probably owed Amethyst and Yolanda an apology, it felt good not to have any secrets. Without saying a word, I think all three of us agreed that we needed a break from the intensity of the last few weeks. Then we got to the barrel. The moment we walked inside, Britt tensed. Max and I followed her gaze to the big oak table in the corner, where half a dozen Carnivora members had gathered to shoot the breeze, but they were all standing in menacing poses. Growls and snarls filled the air. Scruffy stood over them, balancing 2 platters with chicken wings, but he clearly wasn't just serving food. His face was contorted with rage and hatred. Standing just 5 feet beyond the table were Karina and Orion. Chapter 28. Britt, Max, and I ducked into a tall booth, where we could eavesdrop on the shifter gang, but they couldn't see us. "What are you doing, baby vamps?" Britt muttered under her breath. "You're supposed to be in a safe house."
"Hey, I'm back," Orion said,
Unnecessarily, and turned his charismatic charm on his former gang brothers.
"I know you missed me. All the rocks and flowers meant a lot."
Carnivora booed and hissed. I hid my face behind my long brown hair and peeked out to see Jasper spit on the floor.
"My friend is dead," he said. "You're just his walking corpse."
"Not walking for long," another shifter quipped, and was met with ominous laughter. Karina shrank down, her face miserable. Clearly this hadn't been her idea, but she was standing by her man, her only family left.
"Hear me out, brothers and sisters."
Orion's green eyes focused on the crowd one by one, quieting them. If he hadn't been turned, he'd have made a good gang leader.
"Give us one chance," Orion demanded. "We'll prove to you we're still Carnivora."
Torin had on his coolest, most opaque game face. Whether or not they'd run this stunt by him, he was caught in a double bind. If he spoke up against them as a cover, he'd be signing their death warrants. If he spoke up in their defense, he'd be signing his own.
"There's something in it for you, I promise," Orion added.
Scruffy sat down his double order of wings and pointed to Karina. "That hoofed creature was never one of us. As for you," he told Orion, "it's Carnivora till I die, and you're dead." "Look beyond the surface," Karina pleaded. "We're the same people as before. We still hate vampires." It made me sad to think she meant it, that she hated herself.
"We staked our own progenitor, Gerard," Orion put in.
Lies. These kids hadn't killed anyone. But Orion sold the lies. His eyes burned with determination.
He craved acceptance.
"Thanks, I guess," an elder carnivora member said, "for removing that other monster from the planet. But I can't help but notice that you're also monsters. You said it yourself. Gerard made you."
Gerard's bloodline isn't what we're loyal to, she insisted. We're shifters to the bone.
Another round of hisses. "You won't have bones after we're through with you," Jasper taunted.
Orion's smile was starting to look more desperate than compelling. He dragged a money clip from the pocket of his jeans and blurted out, "We stole $20,000 from Gerard's bloated coffers." Max and Britt and I exchanged a look. The lie was obvious to us. I knew more about the state of Gerard's finances than I wanted to. His coffers were as empty as his cardboard coffin. Where'd they find that money? But cash, whatever its provenance, was sacred here. The hissing and threats ceased for the moment. All eyes turned to Orion.
"It's all for you, our shifter family," he announced with conviction. "And that's just the beginning. Rhea and I, we know where to get more. See, we can pretend to be on their side. Unlock those rich vampire homes so we can fleece the bloodsuckers. We could use the money." Torin's voice was painstakingly casual. "And 2 loyal fighters, of course."
Impassive silence followed his speech. Terrifying silence. Max put her hands on top of her head and screwed up her face like she was bracing for impact. From Britt's wistful eyes, I knew she was daring to hope that they could be accepted. Then Scruffy burst out laughing. "Loyal fighters? They're undead monsters. They're everything we hate." Jasper banged on the table.
"Torin's lost his edge because one of them's his brother. He can't be trusted anymore."
A sheen of sweat coated Torin's face, but he was still trying to sound calm.
"Fine, then I step down as leader."
"It's too late for that," Scruffy said. "You're out, Torin. You're as dead to us as they are."
"Dead to us," the others responded in one voice.
All the carnivora members leaned forward and sniffed the air. I've never witnessed such a thing in my life, but it was obviously some kind of ritual. It filled my guts with foreboding.
"Outside," Jasper said to Torin.
A command. Torin was done calling shots. The brothers' eyes met, defeat in both their gazes. Even outnumbered like this, the vampires could use their super speed to flee. But would they leave Torin behind? Torin's whole life was carnivora. Would he even want a life without his crew? Remembering the little I knew about gangs, I whispered to Max and Britt, "If he doesn't get out of here, are they going to beat him half to death?"
"If he's lucky, it'll only be half," Max whispered back.
Adrenaline coursed through me as the carnivora group marched Torin and the New Bloods toward the barrels swinging doors. Luckily, they were too busy with their vengeful rage to notice other customers. "Britt, can you pull up the car?" I passed her my tin of mints. "If you take one with your hand on the steering wheel, the whole car goes invis." She grabbed the tin and blurred out of there.
"What are we going to do?"
Max asked, as the last of the grim procession headed out. "Distract them." I grabbed her hand and squeezed it. "With a cloak of disguise, you'll blend and sway. You'll be the one who got away." In a flash, Max's long red hair turned mermaid teal. Her symmetrical features transformed into Amethyst's cute round ones. "Seriously, you made me Amethyst?" Max scowled down at her purple knit mittens and did indeed look just like her. "Go out there and school everyone fearlessly like she would," I said. I glamoured myself invisible and ran into the parking lot. I expected to find carnivora members savagely attacking Torin while attempting to fight off the New Bloods. But no. The group was taking a smoke break before the proceedings. Jasper handed Torin a cigar, and Scruffy lit it for him. On closer examination, this too seemed like a creepy ritual. His last smoke? Not if I could help it. "Jasper!" Max yelled, and everyone turned to look at Amethyst.
"I thought you quit cigarettes," she chided him. "I thought you never wanted to talk to me again," he sputtered in response. "Oh, I don't," Max said flatly, rolling with it. "Your hatred for vampires makes you about as attractive to me as a Wendigo." The distraction was working. Drama was hard to look away from, even when you had a former gang leader to beat up. But Orion and Karina were giving fake Amethyst odd looks. Funny how her friends knew it wasn't the real her, but her ex-boyfriend didn't have a clue. 10 feet away, car exhausts that seemed to come out of no car seeped into the night air. I hoped I was the only one who noticed. "Wendigo is an acceptable term of insult," Max went on, as I knew she could forever. "It disparages no supernatural groups, only a demonic creature that feeds on hate. Conversely, terms like hag, animal, or bloodsucker are objectionable, offensive, and harmful." While she was holding forth, I tiptoed over to Torin, figuring the new blood's super hearing would transmit my whisper. "An invisible car just pulled up. You three get ready to run in." I approached the car and felt around for a door handle. I had just opened the left back seat when a heavy weight slammed into me. Torin, Karina, and Orion were suddenly in a heap beside me. The New Bloods hadn't taken any chances. They'd used super strength and speed to grab Orion's brother without waiting around for his consent. Max, as Amethyst, hurled herself in after them, and we peeled out with a screech, while every Carnivora member stared. It was like a clown car, but invisible. All you could see was the backseat passengers sardined together. Several gang members ran after us, but gave up after a block or so, during which we thankfully didn't get into a crash. "Okay, who's sitting on my lap?" Torin said irritably. I felt myself blushing. "That would be me, Hazel." "Hazel?" Orion and Karina said my name with more admiration than most people do. "Thank you," Karina added. "All of you, whoever you are." I released Max's glamour just as Britt spoke up. "You're welcome." The car turned visible. "Anyone mind if I climb into the front?" Max asked. "I would mind if you didn't," Torin said. "Not that anyone listens to me anymore." Orion and Karina exchanged a look. "We weren't going to let you get killed," Orion said sensibly, as if he weren't the one who forced that issue. "And we still have the money. Elliot bought us a car along with the fake IDs. "He what?" I spat. How could Elliot be capable of such grand gestures? Was he independently wealthy? "And you turned around and sold it?" Britt said. "Now how are you going to leave town?" "I ain't gonna let them run me out of town." Torin looked disgusted. "I will fight them tooth and claw." "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather you kept your teeth and claws," I said. "Ugh, I'm surrounded by pacifists." He attempted to appeal to his brother. "Bro, the bay's always been our home." "Places aren't home. People are." Orion put his arm around Karina. "You're my home, Ree. I go where you go." Karina held out her hand to Torin. "You already made your choice back there," she told him. "Might as well embrace it." Groaning, Torin reached out to touch Karina's hand, and at the last second, turned it into a fist bump. "I'll go where you two idiots go, till we're caught and killed within days." "Where am I taking you?" Britt said. "The airport? Bus station?" "I don't care," Orion said. "Whatever's closer," Torin said, as a sharp turn forced me to bounce on his lap. "This car ride's kinda intense." "I just texted Landra," Karina said. "Asked her to drop off my stuff in the driveway." She shuddered. "I don't even want to go back inside Marie's house for a second, but I'm not leaving without my family photos and my meerkat stuffy." "Okay, I'll head to Sunset." Britt sounded relieved. "I'm glad Landra's responding to texts, even if it means she's ghosting me." "Oh, she hasn't replied yet," Karina said, shrugging. "But I'm sure she will." A minute later, she added, "I'll try Bronwyn, too." Neither girl had replied by the time we reached Marie's front gate.
I have a bad feeling about this, I said, as Britt rolled down her window. She pushed the intercom button, but no one picked up. I don't get it, she said. Why is no one home? Do you think the council might have made its move? Max asked, making a cutthroat gesture. Karina gasped. What would the Elder Vampire Council want with Bronwyn and Landra? They're totally innocent. They are, Britt said grimly. The council? Not so much. I'm getting worried. I'm going to hop the fence and see what's up. She opened the door and got out of the car, vanishing over the gate. Me too. Karina joined her before anyone could protest. Orion followed, quick as lightning. Man, it feels lazy to sit in the car, Max said. But they're so much faster. If something's going on, they'll just tell us and we'll join them then. Am I over-justifying my choice to sit in the car? Torin crossed his arms. I ain't going inside a vampire den, he said. Gotta draw the line somewhere. In the distance, I heard a blood-curdling scream. Then Orion and Britt were back, their expressions twisted in fear. Where's Karina? I demanded, my pulse pounding. An upstairs window was open. Orion was so upset he could barely get the words out. Ree climbed up the balcony and went in, but then she was trapped. Stuck. She was screaming for help. Britt's voice shook. I tried to go through the window after her, but it's like there was a magnetic force field blocking my way. Oh no, I said. Jacinta's ward. What ward? Orion demanded. I had to clue the shifters into what was happening. Gerard's valet, Marie, had the house spelled to keep thieves from hauling off her valuables and to keep the girls safe. That's what she kept saying, and I fell for it. I believed she had good intentions. What are you saying, Hazel? Max said. I turned to Britt. Remember how Bronwyn was always cooking and cleaning? And Landra quit school to work from home because Marie needed an income. And then the crux of the issue. She needs their blood to live. They can't move out or she'd die. Britt gasped. Marie played us. The ward isn't to keep people out. It's to keep them in. I can't believe Marie would sink so low. Except I totally can, Max said. And now she's got Karina trapped in there, Orion said, and cursed. Torin looked thoughtful. Do wards work on animals? He asked. Do they keep them out? No. I saw where he was going with this. But the moment you shifted back into human form, you'd be tossed out. Don't the girls still have to drink blood? Max said. How can they do that if they're trapped? They only drink vials of sanguinity, that kind of stuff, I said. Britt, do you ever drink that stuff? Britt nodded. When I'm tired or peopled out. I filed away the stunning news that Britt ever got peopled out. Where do you buy it? Online. Gets delivered by FedEx. So glamour your car to look like FedEx, Max said, and glamour Britt to look like a driver. Then I can force her to invite me in with compulsion, Britt said. I shook my head. Even if you could, it won't help get the girls out. Not if the point is to keep them in. Then we have to break the ward, Orion said. I stared at him. Wards are complex magic. I was here when this ward was being cast, and I couldn't begin to sense where the seam is. That's a ward's weak spot. Where you could theoretically break through. It would take dozens of skilled witches working together to find the seam, and it wouldn't be anywhere near a door or window. So get that many witches over here, Torin snapped at me, and we'll figure it out as one big gang. Jacinta was the first witch I called, and she turned out to be the only witch I had to call. Even though she had no access to her green witch powers now, she knew how to contact every other witch and had the clout to demand they show up for this, even if they were having fun at the aquarium event. All in all, 24 witches reported for duty, including Gran, who arrived in her beat-up car as she was still on magical rest. I made her promise not to get carried away and use her magic, and she assured me she was only here to lead the chant. She also brought a variety of snacks and lemonade. Amethyst glamoured Britt to look like a FedEx driver, and Yolanda glamoured the Mini as a truck. Torrin shifted to meerkat before Lorelei glamored him invisible. Marie opened the gate for the FedEx guy. When she opened the door for him, the invisible meerkat charged in after her. A text from Britt 2 minutes later. Okay. Used compulsion to lock Marie in a closet, guarded by an aggressive and very loud meerkat. I texted back. How are the new bloods doing? Britt. They have hope, now that we're all together. On the back deck next to the hot tub, Gran guided all of us green witches into a circle and led us through several verses of an incantation that would locate a ward's hidden weakness. Right away, we got a sense of it, along the back wall of the house. I'm visualizing it in the kitchen, Lorelei said, excited. Or maybe the room above the kitchen, said another witch, frowning. Gran said. It's going to be a toughie. We hit the refrain again, chanting loud and strong. Seams fail, I shall rend, rescue, my intent to send. But no matter how many verses we chanted, we couldn't get any closer than the kitchen or maybe above the kitchen. And since we were looking for a spot with a circumference of 1 foot, that wasn't good enough. Jacinta had set up a tea and coffee station out of the back of her car. I couldn't imagine how she must feel, knowing what her ward had done. Jacinta, I whispered to her as I poured my tea. Don't you know where the seam is? She shook her head. Gray magic spells don't even trust their caster. Figures. I just feel terrible that I can't join the chant, she confessed. It's obvious you need more strength than the circle has to give. That was a grim thought. I held up my paper cup. Bet caffeine will help. But I didn't believe it. A roar of pure frustration from the backyard startled me alert, and I heard a series of sickening cracks. I ran over to see Orion, kicking the siding of the house with his steel-toed boots. Like all vampires, he was strong. But if he kept indiscriminately pounding away at the house, he'd run out of energy and go into torpor. Save your strength, Max pleaded with him. Wait till the witches nail the location spell. Then you and Britt can take the place apart from both sides. Precision strike. I'm tired of waiting, Orion said, and kicked again. A tile of siding fell off the house. I love her. Another kick, another tile. I need to free her. Another kick, another tile. I need to destroy this evil house. I'm just worried you'll destroy yourself first, Max warned. Ah, hexes, Gran said with a new gleam in her eye. Next verse, ladies. This time when we chanted, it felt different. We'd been on the verge of exhaustion. And Jacinta was right. Without her, we didn't have quite enough power. Till now. This time I could feel the seam like an empty ache and could locate it in my mind's eye with perfect clarity. We all started barking instructions excitedly. To the left, Orion. Little higher. I texted Britt. The seam is in the kitchen, about 4 feet up and 6 feet from the screen door. Immediately, I heard a sharp banging from inside the house. The new bloods must have given Britt a crowbar, and she was going for it like it was her own personal version of therapy. Orion and Britt's efforts grew more frenetic, until I could see Britt through the hole they'd made in the wall. Landra emerged through it first, to wild applause from all of us waiting outside. Then came Bronwyn, crying with relief. Then Karina, who burst through the seam straight into Orion's waiting arms. I think we can safely say this ward is broken, Gran said with a wink, and everyone whooped and hollered. I wasn't dumb. I knew Gran had used her magic when she wasn't supposed to. But in the heat of the moment, I couldn't hold it against her. And it had worked. We freed the girls. Now there was only one thing left to do. We all banged on the sliding glass door, and when Britt opened it without any trouble, half of us pushed in. Time to confront Marie, I said, and let Torrin get back to being human-ish. We followed Britt upstairs to the dorm-style bedroom, where countless young women had stayed over the years. Britt threw open the closet door. A meerkat ran around the room excitedly, trilling and chirping. Are you here to kill me? Marie said calmly. Like the mob of savages you are. I was taken aback.
Oh, yikes. No. She seemed to consider this.
Then you will not mind if I wander off, she said.
Britt stepped in front of her. There's no way we're letting you escape. The witches are going to do a spell that restrains your movement to this neighborhood so the council will have an easy time finding you. Marie rolled her blue eyes and cursed, I presume in Middle French.
So the most annoying outcome, then, she complained. To be captured alive as a dead woman walking. I curse you all.
She threw out her arms dramatically.
That you too may know the pain of being left like this, hanging between life and death.
I don't mean to be rude, I said, but your curses aren't exactly meaningful, given that you're not even a witch of any kind. I felt good about shrugging her off, till Britt said in an odd voice, Hazel, don't look out the window. Of course, I immediately ran to the window and looked outside into the backyard. The green witches who'd remained outside were hovering around a prone figure. A short, white-haired figure whose limbs were splayed where she'd fallen on the grass, and who, no matter what the others did, could not seem to be revived. Coda. My parents and sisters were already at Gran's place when I arrived in the morning with Susan the magiopath. I was grateful Susan was wearing scrubs to make her house call. Dad opened the door, looking inappropriately calm for the situation.
What's with the long face, Slowby? Your granny will be fine, I'm sure. The doctors say there's nothing really wrong with her.
I'm one of her doctors, actually, Susan said brightly. My dad nodded at her scrubs.
Oh, how cool that you make house calls.
Dad put on his hat and bounded out into the snow like a big, dumb husky. Sometimes I thought it must be nice to be so unaware. Susan glanced around the cozy, cluttered living room, which smelled like lavender sachets and vanilla. Gran's Christmas tree was lit, her beloved brown tabby Sugar napping on the fur-lined tree skirt where presents were stacked. Sugar wasn't a familiar, to my knowledge. Just a sweet little stray who'd been hanging around the bakery trash can as a kitten 2 years ago and gotten a lucky break when Gran scooped her up and claimed her. Gran was always giving, expecting nothing in return. Nothing but for the giver to pay it forward. Hazel, this can't be easy for you. Susan's hand on my shoulder interrupted my guilty thoughts. I could hear Mother and my sisters arguing in Gran's room. Give me a minute with them first, I told Susan, and headed down the hall. This tray is so shabby chic, Sindra drawled, grabbing it. Right? Bea grinned at our little sister. Big 2012 energy. I shook my head at them from the doorway. Are you two already fighting over who gets Gran's stuff? Right in front of her? Oh my gosh, Hazel, don't be weird. Sindra sounded offended. You couldn't pay me to take that tray. We're expressing concern, Bea said, in an adult explaining things to kids' voice. That it might be a real challenge to downsize should Gran need a nursing home, because all her things are very... Bea squinted as if searching for a politic term. Gran, Sindra supplied. I could only hope they would piss her off so much she'd wake up and kick them out into the snow. Mother sighed. It's the house I'm worried about. Her magic's still lingering all over it. She sniffed. How are we going to clean it up for a sale? We're not, Bea said flatly. It would be an impossible task for anyone but me, and I'm busy chasing 2 toddlers. We offer it up as is. Call it charming. Cozy and rustic, Sindra offered dryly. A piece of Bay history. Someone's bound to snap it up. Some equity locust from Seattle, no doubt. Mother shuddered. Can you imagine some techie newcomer taking over Sage's house? 4 pairs of Greenwood women eyes zeroed in on the bed. Surely, if anything could wake Gran from her magical coma, it would be the notion of bequeathing her beloved cottage to some tourist, as she called Bay's newcomers, and their future children. And grandchildren. Gran's chest moved up and down,
but her face remained still. Gran lay in bed, needing a miracle. At 4:30 a.m. the next morning, I bundled up in snow pants, snow boots, puffer coat, and an assortment of knitted goods I'd bought from Jacinta. I drove Gran's beater car to the edge of Corvid Woods and began to walk before dawn. I climbed the old oak tree, a serious challenge in snow boots. I had to do a quick spell to make the trunk grippy like Velcro to the bottom of my boots. Then I waited. Elliot once told me he liked to run, not jog. He wasn't kidding. He tore around the curve, huffing and puffing, booking it at superhuman speed, gray shirt soaked, blue shorts showing off his powerful calves. The man was wearing shorts in the snow. Shifters and their metabolisms. It would be super annoying if I didn't get to look at his hotness. "Hey, Hugin," I greeted him. Elliot stopped in his tracks. Literally, because the snow was deep enough he was making tracks. He looked up, from my dangling legs to the oak branch, all the way up to my face, where he met my eyes with a cool, calm expression. Calmly wiped sweat off his brow. But when he spoke, the deliberate, slow, calm tone let me know I'd rattled him. "Don't really go by that name these days, Goody Two-Shoes." Ouch. Well, that settled that. My high school crush had been aware of my embarrassing nickname. My mistake. Deputy Hugin. I jumped down from the tree, using just a little magic to cushion my fall. Don't feed me a line about how it's all ancient history. I know you stole the ransom money from that gym locker. It came from a wealthy vampire, the kind that controls the world, your favorite kind of mark. But you felt bad for Karina and Orion, so you bought them a new car out of your stash. Elliot breathed out heavily. Well, look at you. The corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly. So that's what he looked like when he was equally amused and irritated. You must think you're the Bay's answer to Sherlock Holmes. I ignored him. There's only one thing I can't figure out, I went on. Your magic was forcibly removed by a red witch when you were 18. How'd you get it back? He leaned in, kissing close. Maybe I stole it back. Was he toying with me? Or being serious? I don't get it, Elliot. Are you just a crooked cop? I said. You backed out of joining the gang so you could be a criminal with a badge. Is that your deal? There's a nose hair of a line between a helpful citizen and a goddamn nuisance. I am not trying to meddle in your nose hair. I mean, your life. Then what? Are you here to blackmail me? Because that would be very stupid on your part. The menacing bite in his words surprised me. You should know me better than that. You should know better than to confront a criminal on his own turf. Was he right? Should I be scared of him? He was a criminal. But he was also a good guy. He was still irritable, irritating, hot, logical, justice-minded Elliot. Don't pre-threaten me, I said. Stop trying to look ahead and guess and strategize and just listen to me for once. His jaw relaxed. Okay. I just need to know who you are, if I can trust you. His dark brown eyes searched mine, open for a moment. Why? Because I need a favor. I swallowed. Something only you can do for me. Hazel? I need you to steal back my grandmother's magic. This has been Scones and Slayers, a cozy paranormal mystery. Blue Moon Bay Witches, Book 2. Written by Sierra Cross. Narrated by Joanna Roddy.